After being reborn, I deliberately avoided every encounter with my CEO wife. When she came to my company to wait for me after work, I slipped out through the back door to avoid her. When she was transferred to work in my city, I applied to join a classified aerospace project at a more remote base. I transmigrated into a period novel as the vicious supporting male lead. Not only did I bully my obedient younger brother every day, I even tried to steal his sweetheart, Yuanshu. The heroine, Song Jiwei, even attempted suicide to force her to marry him. In the end, Song Jiwei was forced by rumors to marry the original host. But right after the wedding, she applied to work in a remote mountain region. Instead, she found my younger brother another partner, allowing him to marry, have children, and live a happy life. The stark contrast drove the original host completely insane. He even plotted to make his sister-in-law lose her unborn child. Furious, Song Jiwei had the original host committed to a mental hospital. In the end, the original host was tortured to death, freezing in a pigsty. At this moment, Song Jiwei had just rescued me after I jumped into the lake. When they pulled me out, I had already stopped breathing. It was Song Jiwei who revived me with CPR and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The villagers knew nothing about such procedures. All they knew was that Song Jiwei had kissed me. Outside, my mother was forcing her to marry me. Otherwise, their intimate contact would become the talk of the entire village. Remembering the original host's tragic ending, I hurried to open the door and stop my mother. Comrade Song was trying to save me. She wasn't taking advantage of me. She was giving me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation as first aid. I don't need Comrade Song to marry me. The moment I finished speaking, everyone in the room turned to stare at me. They were utterly shocked. Before this, I had been desperate to date Song Jiwei. I kept insisting that Song Jiwei belonged to me. I had even claimed all the credit for Song Jiwei's experimental research as my own, which had nearly cost someone their life. Why had I suddenly changed so completely? I looked at Song Jiwei. Comrade Song Jiwei, thank you for saving me. I understand these basic medical procedures, but I only have 1 year left before the college entrance exam. My classmates will definitely gossip about me behind my back. Could you please talk to Uncle Song and help me transfer to a high school in Beiping? My goal is very simple. I just want to study hard in Beiping, get into a top university, and then be assigned to a good work unit. I'll also be able to obtain a Beiping household registration, and even be allocated a house. I'll save up and buy a few more houses while I'm at it. When housing prices soar in the future, I'll be collecting a generous pension and a substantial rental income while traveling the world. That would be the perfect life. Song Jiwei looked at me with cold, piercing eyes. She was convinced I had an ulterior motive. She had long heard about how cruelly I had treated my younger brother, and now felt nothing but disgust toward me. If you truly want to attend high school in Beiping, I'll help you transfer, but I hope you don't have any hidden agenda. My parents became a little angry. Comrade Xiao Song, what are you saying? Given what happened between you two, you should get married. You're a military officer, after all. You can't be so irresponsible. I quickly stopped my mother. Mom, Comrade Song is a military officer. I injured my younger brother's leg. Someone like me would never pass a political background check. Even if Comrade Song wanted to marry me, it wouldn't matter. I want to attend high school in Beiping and leave Qiantang village. That way, no one there will know about this. After I work hard and get into college, I'll be assigned a job there. Then, I lowered my voice and added, by then, I'll be able to find a wonderful wife in Beiping. My parents ignored everything I had said before, but they heard that last sentence loud and clear. They immediately nodded in agreement, and even persuaded my father to agree as well. However, Song Jiwei had exceptionally sharp hearing. She vaguely caught what I had whispered. Her cold eyes filled with mockery. So, in the end, he's still after my family's influence. Uncle, Aunt, I'll return to the military base right now and call my father to issue the letters of introduction. Once they're ready tomorrow, I'll come and take them to Beiping. With that, Song Jiwei turned around and left without another word. The next day, a military green jeep pulled up at the entrance of the village. Seeing it, my younger brother and I packed our bags and hurried over. On the way, we happened to run into Song Jiwei as she was heading to the Fu family's house. Fu Xian cheerfully greeted her. Hello, Sister Song. After greeting the Fu family's parents, Song Jiwei's gaze swept past me and landed directly on my younger brother. Hello. I greeted her openly as well. Hello, Comrade Song. Hello, Comrade Song. She merely gave me a slight nod and handed me my letter of introduction. My younger brother asked in confusion, "Sister Song, where's my letter of introduction?" Song Jiwei replied in a calm, cool voice. "I have it. I'll keep it safe for you." It was obvious that Song Jiwei was wary of me and kept her distance. She seemed afraid that I might tear up my younger brother's letter of introduction. Considering the original host personality, he really was capable of doing something like that. Fu Xian lowered his head, his heart overflowing with joy. "Thank you, Sister Song." He realized that Sister Song was protecting him and standing up for him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help casting a smug glance back at me. I simply looked straight ahead. I was planning my life imbibing. The Song family surely knew about all the terrible things the original host had done. They would never have a good impression of me. So I needed to find a job that provided both room and board. That way, I could earn money for my tuition and living expenses. Once school started, I moved straight into the dormitory. As long as I made it into college, everything else would fall into place. Don't worry, once I get to Biping, I'll definitely find a wife within 3 months. I decided to tell a harmless little lie. To put my parents at ease, I tell them the truth. After I was admitted to college, listening to the mother and son behind her, whispering about finding me a wife, Song Jiwei's cool eyes were filled with sarcasm and indifference. Find a good wife and marry into a powerful family in just 3 months. Keep dreaming. When we arrived at the jeep in the village, my parents reluctantly gave us countless reminders, their eyes red with tears. My younger brother could still come home during school breaks, but it would be much harder for me. Just before I got into the car, my mother stuffed the family's last few eggs into my hands. Song Jiwei sat in the driver's seat, watching everything through the rearview mirror with an indifferent expression. After placing the eggs into my blue shoulder bag, I sat up straight. My eyes met those icy black eyes reflected in the mirror. I ignored her gaze, covered my face with my clothes to block the sunlight, and peacefully leaned back to sleep. The jeep drove steadily along the dirt road. When we reached a department store in the city, Song Jiwei stopped the car and went inside. When she came back, she was carrying a box of old-fashioned cream cakes. She handed the cakes to Fu Xian in the back seat. "This is the cream cake I told you about in my letters. Go ahead and eat." Fu Xian was overjoyed. "Thank you, Sister Song." She had never eaten cake before. Then he glanced at me. Who was sitting beside him? He's just like a pig, sleeping all day long. Thinking that, he deliberately brought me up. "Thank you, Sister Song. The cream cake is so delicious." Song Jiwei said nothing. Through the rearview mirror, she saw my younger brother treasuring the cake, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. When we passed over a bumpy stretch of dirt road, the clothes covering my face slipped off. I opened my eyes and bent down to pick up the clothes from the floor. My younger brother immediately raised the cake in panic. "Here, brother, you can have it. Please don't be angry." Song Jiwei glanced at the rearview mirror, her expression turning icy. The atmosphere inside the jeep instantly became silent and oppressive. If I hadn't transmigrated into this novel, I really would have thought my younger brother was an innocent, pitiful little lamb. In reality, he was a master manipulator. Even though the original host had no intention of competing with him, he always acted as though he was being bullied whenever others were around. Meanwhile, the original host had a straightforward but hot-tempered personality, unable to explain himself. He could only suppress his younger brother by force. Over time, everyone came to believe that the original host constantly bullied his younger brother. Thinking of that, I blinked in confusion. "Younger brother, Comrade Song is your blind date. Isn't it only natural for her to buy this for you? Why would I be angry?" My younger brother's eyelids twitched. He clearly hadn't expected me to react so calmly. I didn't mean it that way. I've only eaten half of it. You can have the other half. I smiled gently. Comrade Song went out of her way to buy it especially for you. How could you let her kindness go to waste? Besides, I don't even like cream cake. You should eat it. As I spoke, I bent down to pick up the clothes from the floor. He slowly withdrew the hand holding the cream cake. He couldn't help thinking, ever since Fu Saihan jumped into the river, he's been a little different from before. Before long, the jeep arrived at the train station. 2 soldiers were already waiting there. When they saw me getting out of the jeep, both of their eyes lit up. No wonder Commander Song came all the way from Biping on this assignment. So, she was taking the opportunity to go on a blind date. After getting out of the jeep, I looked at one of the soldiers. I politely asked, "Hello, comrade. Could you tell me where the restroom is?" My voice was gentle, making Zukian's ears itch. She couldn't help scratching them, thinking that Commander Song and her future brother-in-law had only met the day before. This was the perfect opportunity for them to spend some time together. So Zhu Jin asked me to wait a moment and quickly ran over to the other side of the jeep. "Commander Song, your future brother-in-law wants to use the restroom. Why don't you go with him?" Song Jiwei frowned immediately. "Who are you calling my brother-in-law? Which man gave you permission to address him like that?" Zukian's smile instantly disappeared. Only then did she notice that there was another handsome young man still sitting inside the jeep. She immediately realized she had mistaken the person. "I'm sorry. I thought the young man who just got out was your blind date." Song Jiwei sternly warned her. "Maintain military discipline. Don't casually address male comrades like that. Take Comrade Fu Saiyan to the restroom." Zhu Jin immediately stood at attention. "Yes, Commander." She hurried back to me awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Comrade Fu Saiyan. I'll take you to the restroom." I waved my hand indifferently. Actually didn't need to use the restroom, but he still wanted them to know who the real future brother-in-law was. Song Jiwei glanced at her watch. "Your leg isn't fully healed. We may not have enough time. There are restrooms on the train." My younger brother quickly said, "Sister Song, I can walk by myself." In fact, his right leg had long since recovered. Only the scar remained. Even if he didn't mention it now, the doctor in Biping would discover it anyway. "I'll have Xiaokai accompany you." After saying that, Song Jiwei turned away to make a phone call. The anticipation on my younger brother's face vanished instantly. He had thought Song Jiwei would accompany him, but now he had no choice but to go. After I came out of the restroom, I saw Fu Xian walking over slowly with another soldier beside him. Zhu Jin also noticed that Commander Song's blind date still had trouble walking, yet Commander Song hadn't accompanied him. It seemed she shouldn't be calling anyone brother-in-law yet. Nothing had been settled between them. The sound of the train approaching echoed from the distance. Passengers hurried toward the platform. An older man carrying a shoulder pole with baskets rushed past me. As he suddenly turned, one of the heavy baskets filled with crops swung straight into my back. The sudden impact threw me forward, and instinctively I grabbed onto the figure in military green before me. Song Jiwei had been searching the station for the 2 brothers. She suddenly felt someone crash into her back, followed by 2 arms wrapping tightly around her waist. She turned around at once and saw my startled face. Pressed firmly against her back, the fresh scent of laundry soap drifted into her nose. Song Jiwei's face darkened as she said coldly, "Let go. You've got some nerve. Throwing yourself at a woman in a crowded train station. You're nothing but a hooligan." I hadn't expected the person to be Song Jiwei. Embarrassed and flustered, I hurried to steady myself, but Song Jiwei stiffened and stepped backward without caring whether I had regained my balance. She coldly shoved me away. Behave yourself. Stop entertaining those improper thoughts. I landed hard on the ground. Zujin tried to help me up, but a child running past tripped her. I sighed helplessly. I'm sorry, Comrade Song. I didn't do it on purpose. Song Jiwei's expression darkened even further. You didn't do it on purpose? In broad daylight. You openly threw yourself into a woman's arms. You're absolutely shameless. From this moment on, keep a proper distance from female comrades. If you dare approach me again, I'll have someone send you straight back to Qiantang village. Song Jiwei's cold, stern face showed not the slightest trace of sympathy. If it weren't for the fact that my father had once saved her father's life, she would have had me arrested and sent to the Public Security Bureau for a proper ideological reformation. When my younger brother returned, he happened to witness us arguing. Sister Song, please don't be angry. My brother probably acted this way because he likes you so much. Please forgive him this once. Then he dragged his injured right leg over and crouched beside me. Brother, I won't go on the blind date with Sister Song anymore. Please don't ruin your reputation like this. I'm willing to give my place to you, so you and Sister Song can be together. Although Song Jiwei had been scolding me harshly, she had kept her voice down. Combined with the noisy surroundings, no one nearby knew what had actually happened. They all assumed that the older brother had fallen for his younger brother's blind date and was using such a despicable trick to force her to marry him. I secretly pinched my thigh hard, and my eyes instantly turned red. Holding my younger brother's hand, I looked heartbroken. Younger brother, you're my own flesh and blood. You weren't even there just now. How could you misunderstand me like this? I was just struck by a basket carried by an older man, which made me stumble forward. I had no idea the person in front of me was Comrade Song. I only saw someone wearing a military uniform. Out of a civilian's trust in a soldier, I instinctively grabbed onto Comrade Song because I didn't want to fall. That was all. Comrade Zujin can testify for me. As I spoke, tears streamed down my face. Zujin finally rushed over. Commander Song, you've really misunderstood Comrade Fusayan. He truly didn't do it on purpose. Then, she carefully explained everything that had just happened. Although Zujin hadn't had time to react, she immediately stopped the older man. The man looked apologetic. I'm truly sorry, young man. My child called out to me just now. When I turned around, the basket on my shoulder hit this young comrade. My younger brother hadn't expected such reversal. He immediately looked guilty and remorseful. I misunderstood you. Younger brother, although I was the one originally set up on the blind date with Comrade Song, when our parents later insisted that she marry me, I already said I wouldn't marry her. So, why do you still keep misunderstanding me? The public opinion around us instantly shifted. My younger brother's face turned ugly. He immediately put on a pitiful expression, grabbed my hand, and slapped himself with it. Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Hit me. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. I pulled my hand back. It's fine. Now that everything has been cleared up, you won't misunderstand me again in the future, right? Fuxian froze in shock. A flash of resentment quickly crossed his eyes. Then he put on an obedient look. I won't. Song Jiwei walked over with her jaw clenched. It really was my fault. I'll make a formal apology to you, Comrade Fusayan. Let's board the train first. I wiped away my tears and smiled faintly. Public pressure really does work. Even such a proud woman admitted her mistake. As I stood up, I said, it's all right. Before walking toward the train, Zujin had bought the train tickets that morning. Since she bought them late, there were no sleeper tickets left. She could only get for adjacent soft seats. After boarding the train, I took out the eggs my parents had packed for me. The weather was hot, so they wouldn't keep long. There were exactly 4, so I gave 1 to each person. Although Song Jiwei had shoved me away and scolded me harshly, making me both angry and upset. In the conservative atmosphere of the 1980s, for a woman to react so strongly was perfectly understandable. After calmly handing out the eggs, I sat by the window and quietly ate my lunch. Song Jiwei looked at the egg I handed her. Her cool eyes filled with suspicion. Instead of selfishly keeping all the eggs for myself. I had chosen to share them. That was something she hadn't expected. But such unusual behavior only convinced her that I was hiding an even bigger scheme. The previous night, she had deliberately gone to the village chief's house to verify my background. Everything she learned was true. This man was acting so refined and courteous now, probably just to climb the social ladder after arriving in Beiping. Still, right was right and wrong was wrong. After giving her own egg to my younger brother, she opened the blue work notebook she carried with her. She took out a ballpoint pen and carefully wrote something inside. When I came out, I found Song Jiwei waiting for me. She handed me a page filled with writing and said, "Comrade Fusayan, this is my written apology. Please read it. If there's anything I missed, I can add it." I looked at her in surprise. "Comrade Song, you've already apologized to me. You don't have to be so formal." But Song Jiwei's expression remained unchanged. She pushed the written apology toward me again. Apologizing is one thing. When I make a mistake, I should reflect on it properly. I had no choice but to accept it. My hands were still damp from washing them. A wet thumbprint was quickly left on the clean sheet of paper. Song Jiwei narrowed her eyes and said, "My younger brother said you took the letters. I wrote to him. Please return them." She had only just learned about it. My younger brother hadn't dared ask me himself, so he had cautiously brought it up to her. But those letters had long since been burned by the original host in the bathhouse. Fu Xian had been standing right beside him, watching the whole time. Anyone with common sense could tell that since he couldn't gain the upper hand openly, he waited until I went to the restroom to ruin the good impression I had just established in front of Comrade Zhu Jin. But I had already decided to cut ties with everyone connected to the original host. After all, in the conservative and isolated society of the 1980s, the fact that the original host had nearly caused a death while trying to steal someone else's sweetheart would follow him for the rest of his life. And Song Jiwei, along with the entire Song family, was already on my list of people I intended to cut ties with. So I admitted it openly. "I'm sorry, Comrade Song. I already burned those letters." My younger brother knows that too. Zhu Jin looked at me with a hint of curiosity. Still, she gave me an honest smile. I smiled back. By the time the train arrived in Beiping, it was already 7:30 p.m. At the Song family residence, inside the military compound, the headlights of a car shone onto the stained glass window on the second floor. Song Jiangwo, who was reading a newspaper on the sofa, immediately knew that Song Jiwei had brought the Fu brothers. On the other end of the sofa sat the white-haired revolutionary veteran, Grandma Song. She took off her reading glasses, glanced at the car outside, and said flatly, "They're here." Then she lowered her head and calmly continued reading the newspaper. Because of my coming to Beiping to study, Song Jiangwo's wife, Zi Bailin, had a huge argument with him. After all, they both knew about my terrible reputation. The usually gentle and elegant Zi Bailin was so furious that she went back to her parents' home, leaving Song Jiangwo to clean up the mess he had made. As I followed Song Jiwei into the Song residence, I immediately sensed the heavy, oppressive atmosphere. I smiled faintly and mentally prepared myself. My younger brother, however, was in much better spirits. He curiously looked around at all the new and unfamiliar things. He couldn't believe Song Jiwei's home was so luxurious when he thought that he might one day live here himself. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Song Jiwei set down my younger brother's backpack, then introduced us to the two people sitting on the sofa. "Grandma, Dad, I'm back. These are Comrade Fusayan and his younger brother, Fuxian." I would foolishly call him uncle. Later, he sent his second daughter, who was a regiment commander, to the Fu family for a blind date. If they liked each other, everyone would be happy. If they didn't, he would bring me to Beiping, arrange a job for me, and have the Song family look after me. He just never expected that the once adorable little boy had now grown into a man everyone disliked. Facing Song Jiangwo, whose commanding presence came from years in high military office, I calmly stepped forward. Grandma Song. Uncle Song, hello. I've come to Beiping to study, and I'm sorry for the trouble. After speaking, I gave a slight bow. My fluent Mandarin, together with my calm, unhurried manner, made Grandma Song adjust her reading glasses. She looked me over from head to toe. You're the younger brother, Fuxian? Fuxian hurriedly replied. Grandma Song. Uncle Song, I'm Fuxian. I've come to Beiping to attend vocational school. Sorry for troubling you. But he was still a country boy who had never seen much of the world. Although he tried to imitate the way I spoke, he stammered nervously. The two people on the sofa both showed a trace of surprise. This was different from what Song Jiwei had told them over the phone. I set down my backpack and took out the tin tea canisters, printed with a rooster. I politely placed them on the table in the living room. Uncle Song, thank you for taking care of our family all these years. This is tea that my family and I picked at 3 o'clock this morning. It's just a small token of appreciation from our whole family. Song Jiangwo looked at Song Jiwei in confusion. This is nothing like what you told us over the phone. Song Jiwei was also surprised by my fluent Mandarin. The entire journey, I had only spoken our hometown dialect. She had never heard me speak Mandarin before, especially with my composed demeanor. I looked like someone who had received a good education. But she firmly believed a person's true nature never changed. Grandma Song gestured for us to sit down. Fu Saihan, your Mandarin is so fluent. Your grades must be quite good. What rank were you in your class? Just as I was considering how to answer, Song Jiwei handed over my transfer records. They included my final exam scores across for subjects. My total score wasn't even 100. After reading them, Song Jiangwo's stern lips twitched slightly. He soon set the report card back on the table. It doesn't matter. He wasn't brought here primarily to study anyway. As long as he graduates from high school, that's enough. My younger brother's eyes filled with mockery and satisfaction. He couldn't help but straighten his back and pretended to speak up for me. Grandma Song, Uncle Song. My brother wasn't feeling well around the time of the final exams, so he didn't do very well. His grades are usually decent. He wasn't wrong. The original host really had been unwell, but that was because, while trying to steal his younger brother's sweetheart, he deliberately caused Fuxian to have his leg trampled by a crazed bull. When the adults found out, they beat him severely with a shoulder pole. One blow struck his head, leaving him dizzy and vomiting for quite some time. He suffered a mild concussion and lost all memory of that day. Even now, I still don't know exactly what happened that day. How the original host tied the red cloth to Fuxian's back and provoked the bull into going berserk. He even spoke up for his own brother. Xian, you're only about a year younger than your brother. Why is your brother already in his second year of high school, while you've only just graduated from middle school? Fuxian replied shyly and politely. There was a lot of work at home. My father's back wasn't doing well then, so I took 2 years off school to help my family. Hearing that, Grandma Song and Song Jiangwo felt even sorrier for him. Then they looked at me, handsome and well-built, while Fuxian was dark and skinny, clearly showing he had suffered a lot at home. Before long, everyone's attention was focused on Fuxian. Everything was unfolding just as I had expected. I simply sat there quietly, my deep eyes blinking calmly. Song Jiwei lowered her eyes and glanced at me once, then quickly looked away. Grandma and Dad, I still have to report back to my unit. Tomorrow I'll take Fu Xian to the hospital for treatment on his leg. After saying that, she went upstairs. When she came back down, she was carrying a brand new dark brown leather suitcase. Fu Xian, this suitcase is a gift for you to celebrate the start of school. Fu Xian was stunned. He quickly said, Sister Song, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Song Jiwei walked past me and handed the suitcase to Fu Xian. When you move into the dormitory, you can take this suitcase with you. A basket isn't very convenient. It has a lock, so you can keep your belongings secure. Fu Xian couldn't put it down. His eyes were filled with delight as he looked at Song Jiwei, right? Uncle Song also prepared a gift for you as a reward for getting into vocational school. As he spoke, Song Jiangwo asked Song Jiwei to bring out a Soviet-made fountain pen from the study. Fu Xian carefully opened the gift box containing the pen. Inside was a fountain pen with a distinctive silver finish. Thank you, Uncle Song. I'll study hard. Fu Xian copied the way I had greeted them and gave them a deep bow. Then he suddenly seemed to remember something. He deliberately looked at Song Jiangwo and asked, What about my brother? The cheerful atmosphere instantly fell silent. Song Jiangwo smiled encouragingly, saying, Don't worry. After you graduate from high school, I'll prepare a graduation gift for you as well. I simply smiled and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Song. Everything was exactly the same as it had been in the original story. Back then, the original host, who hadn't received a gift, threw a huge tantrum, making Song Jiwei dislike him even more, and leaving the Song family deeply disappointed. Grandma, Dad, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Song Jiwei glanced at me, wondering whether I would remain this gentle and refined. After she left, just as she reached the door, it was pushed open from the outside. A young woman walked in, carrying a mesh bag with 2 watermelons. When she suddenly saw Song Jiwei at the entrance, she exclaimed in surprise, Cousin, you're back. So, how did it go? Is my future cousin-in-law handsome? As she spoke, she turned and saw me standing by the sofa. Her youthful face immediately flushed red. My goodness, brother-in-law is so handsome, he's even better looking than the campus heartthrob at my university. Song Jiangwo coughed twice and introduced her. Zhao Yu, these are your 2 younger brothers. Remember, they'll be studying while staying with our family. Saihan came to Beiping to attend high school, while Xian got into a vocational school. Song Jiangwo had made his meaning very clear. The 2 of us were only Song Jiwei's younger brothers. Then he introduced her to us. This is Jiwei's cousin, Zhu Zhaoyu. She'll be a sophomore when school starts. She's from Manhwa University. Saihan, Lizzie High School, where you're about to transfer, is Zhaoyu's alma mater. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask her. I stood up and explained. Sister Zhaoyu. Hello. I'm Fu Saihan. My younger brother, Fu Xian, is Comrade Song's blind date. Zhu Zhaoyu had mistaken the person, so she looked a little embarrassed. Fu Xian wore an obedient smile. Sister Zhaoyu. My name is Fu Xian. You're amazing. You're actually a college student. I'll have to learn a lot from you. His eyes were full of admiration, but the hand holding the fountain pen box clenched tightly. Sooner or later, he would drive me back to my hometown. As long as he was here, he wouldn't let me have an easy time. Zhu Zhaoyu felt a little embarrassed by the praise. You're great too. You got into vocational school, after all. Then she glanced at both of us. It was truly strange. I was clearly the older brother and better looking. So, why wasn't I the one paired with her cousin? Song Jiwei noticed everything she did. Why did you come so late? My mom asked me to bring over some watermelons. Song Jiwei nodded. Leave the watermelons here and go. With that, Song Jiwei pulled her outside, thinking of what I had said about finding someone young, attractive, and from a good family. Zhu Zhaoyu fit all of it. She quickly warned her to stop coming to her house so often during summer break. Zhu Zhaoyu looked confused, but since she was afraid of this cold-faced demon king, she had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, after Fu Xian and I finished eating, Liu Ma carried the luggage upstairs to the room that had already been prepared. Fu Saihan, we didn't know you'd be coming to Beiping, so for now, there's only one spare room available. Xian injured his leg, so you'll share a room with Wang Bo. I answered brightly, okay. Grandma Song. Then I stood up and began clearing the dishes from the table. Seeing this, Fu Xian hurriedly got up to help. Mrs. Song quickly stopped him. That's right. Put them down. I'll take care of it. As she spoke, Liu Ma picked up Fu Xian's luggage and helped him upstairs. Standing on the wooden staircase, Fu Xian watched me carry the dishes into the kitchen. A mocking smile curled across his lips. Song Jiangwo had wanted to tell me to return to my room and rest early, but old Madame Song stopped him with a single glance. Only after the living room was left with just the two of them did Song Jiangwo finally ask, "Mom, don't you think you're being a little too harsh on Fu Xian? They could have just shared the same room. One bed is big enough for both of them." Old Madame Song took a sip of tea and glanced at Song Jiangwo. "Later, call your younger sister and tell her to keep an eye on Zhao Yu. Don't let her have any contact with Fu Xian." Song Jiangwo frowned. "Mom, what are you doing? Just let Zhao Yu tutor Fu Xian. Maybe his grades will improve after school starts." Old Madame Song let out a cold snort. "I think you've been fooled by his honest and well-behaved act. Have you already forgotten what Jiwei told you on the phone? Just to marry Jiwei. He even harmed his own younger brother. It's obvious he's here to marry into a powerful family. Who knows if he'll start targeting Zhao Yu next? If he behaves himself, we'll support him through high school. But if he starts flirting around and causing trouble in the compound, we'll send him straight back to the countryside." With that, old Madame Song stood up and returned to her room. I finished washing the pots and dishes. Then I wiped the stove clean. Only after I heard the two people in the living room leave did I come out of the kitchen. I knew Grandma Song had deliberately let me hear everything. I had already made up my mind on the train. I planned to find a summer job as a live-in housekeeper. That way, I wouldn't have to stay at the Song family home. So, when I saw Liu Ma, my eyes lit up. After Liu Ma came downstairs, she saw the spotless kitchen. Her heart warmed. "You silly boy. You're a guest. How could I let you do housework? Go back to your room and get some rest." I simply smiled at Liu Ma. "My brother and I have already caused the Song family enough trouble. You'll have to do twice as much work from now on and cook for 2 more people." Those words went straight to Liu Ma's heart. She liked me even more. I took the opportunity and continued, "So, Liu Ma, to avoid causing you and Uncle Song any more trouble, I'd like to find a summer job cooking and doing laundry. I'd also like to earn some money for my high school tuition. I was wondering if you knew anyone." Before I could finish, Liu Ma grabbed my hand, smiling so broadly that her eyes narrowed. "What perfect timing. I know an Aunt Wang from the market who works as a housekeeper for a university president's family. Her husband broke his leg at work, and she wants to return to her hometown to care for him. But the principal's family doesn't know how to cook, so she has to find someone to replace her before she can leave. If you're serious about it, I'll ask for you tomorrow morning." I was overjoyed. "Thank you, Liu Ma. I'll go with you tomorrow morning and help you carry your groceries." The next morning at 4:30, I got up with Liu Ma to prepare breakfast. Then we went to the market to buy groceries. By the time Song Jiwei came to pick up Fu Xian to take him to the hospital, everyone had already finished breakfast. Song Jiangwo had already gone to a military district meeting, and he didn't see me in the living room. She naturally assumed I was still asleep in my room. After greeting Grandma Song, she took Fu Xian to the military hospital to have his leg examined. Thinking about what Grandma Song had said the night before, Fu Xian turned to look at Song Jiwei, who was focused on driving. "Captain Song, do you know if Sister Zhao Yu has a boyfriend?" Song Jiwei replied calmly. "Why are you asking?" Fu Xian lowered his head. "My brother thinks Sister Zhao Yu is wonderful. She's a college student, and she's beautiful too. Her mother is also a high school grade director. I don't know if he heard that Sister Zhao Yu also lives in the military compound, but he left the house early this morning. The car, which had been moving smoothly, suddenly lurched as the brakes were hit." Song Jiwei frowned slightly. She knew I wouldn't behave myself. I'd only just arrived at the Song family, and I was already after Zhu Zhaoyu. With an innocent expression, Fu Xian said, "Captain Song, my brother knows you wouldn't approve, so he told me not to tell anyone about it. If Sister Zhaoyu already has someone, I'll try to persuade my brother." But inwardly, he was thinking that as long as I was sent back to the countryside, no one would compare him to me anymore. Why should the adults praise and spoil me all these years? He had to trample Fu Xian under his feet. Song Jiwei said nothing. She gripped the steering wheel and continued driving. When they arrived at the orthopedic department of the military hospital, the doctor examined Fuxian's right leg. It had almost completely recovered. By the time they returned to the Song residence, it was already 10 o'clock. Liu Ma was in the kitchen preparing vegetables, but I was still nowhere to be seen. Song Jiwei then went to the Zhu family home. Only her aunt, Song Hong, was there. She learned that early that morning, Zhu Jiaoyu had gone out with her high school classmates to fish in the countryside. Her brows furrowed tightly. She raised her wrist and checked the time. Her leave was almost over, and she could only hope that Zhu Jiaoyu wasn't with me. Meanwhile, I returned to the Song residence after interviewing for the housekeeping job. Liu Ma handed me a towel, soaked in cool water to wipe my face. She asked with concern, "How did it go? Did you get it?" "Yes." I nodded happily. At first, the employer thought I was too young and didn't plan to hire me. But after seeing my letter of introduction from the military and hearing that I was still in high school and working during the summer to earn my tuition, they agreed immediately. That evening, after everyone had finished dinner, old Madame Song and Fuxian both returned to their rooms. I went to the study to tell Song Jiangwo that I would be working as a housekeeper starting tomorrow. Song Jiangwo was both surprised and even more convinced that I was a good kid. Song Jiangwo earnestly advised Cyan, "You don't need to worry about tuition. If you want to gain some experience during the summer, that's fine. But don't neglect your studies. After you graduate from high school, finding a job in Beiping won't be difficult." I nodded. "Uncle Song, don't worry. I'll study hard and keep up with my schoolwork." I knew that with the original owner's grades, if I claimed I would work hard to get into college, no one would believe me. After leaving the study, I went to the bathroom to take a shower. I was the last one to bathe. After I finished, I sorted everyone's dirty clothes and soaked them in a wooden basin. Then I added some laundry detergent. After turning off the light, I used the moonlight shining through the window to wash the clothes. Electricity was still scarce in the 1980s, and using power at night was expensive. I wanted to thank Liu Ma for helping me find this job. As I was washing, the bathroom door was suddenly pulled open. I jumped in surprise and turned around in the moonlight. In the dim moonlight, I could make out a figure standing in the doorway. I thought it was Song Jiangwo, since he was the only one who worked this late. "Uncle Song, do you need to use the bathroom? Please wait a moment." As I spoke, I shook the laundry soap bubbles off my hands. Then I pushed the wooden basin into the corner with my foot. Bright moonlight streamed through the window and fell across my body. My freshly washed hair was still dripping wet. I was wearing a tank top and a pair of shorts. The muscles across my torso rose and fell with each breath. The unexpected sight made the person at the door freeze. She immediately took a large step back, turned around, and headed toward the study. Song Jiwei had rarely interacted with men growing up. This sudden scene made her throat tighten. I found it rather strange, looking at the figure hurrying away. I called out softly, "Uncle Song?" When there was no response, I didn't think any more of it. Song Jiwei closed the study door. Her body was rigid. The scene at the train station flashed into her mind. My firm chest pressed against her back. She already had excellent night vision and had received specialized training. She had only come back to retrieve a document. As soon as she opened the door, she heard water running in the bathroom. There was no light inside, so she thought someone had forgotten to turn off the faucet. She never expected that opening the door would reveal such a scene. Song Jiwei's chest rose and fell as she took deep breaths, yet the air filling her lungs still felt hot and stifling. Only after I finished hanging the laundry and returned to my room to rest did she pick up the document she had come for and leave the study. The clothesline in the courtyard was packed with freshly washed clothes. Perhaps I hadn't wrung them out hard enough, because water was still dripping steadily from them. Almost out of habit, Song Jiwei set the document aside, took down the clothes that were still soaking wet, wrung each one dry again before hanging it back on the line. Further down the line hung a pair of black briefs. She immediately averted her gaze, her cheeks growing slightly warm. A cool breeze swept through, clipping the white undershirt with the cloth S-pin, while the black briefs were blown onto the ground. Song Jiwei reacted quickly and caught them, but the next second she realized what she had done. and immediately let go. Her lips pressed into a straight line. If she bent down to pick them up, it felt inappropriate. If she didn't, it felt just as awkward. After a fierce internal struggle, she finally picked up her documents and returned to the unit dormitory. After returning, she took another cold shower. But every time she closed her eyes, no matter how hard she tried to suppress them, the scenes from earlier kept flooding back uncontrollably. She had always been calm and indifferent. She had never experienced anything like this before, especially when the other person was a hypocritical, opportunistic man she despised. In the end, she got out of bed, took out a copy of quotations from Chairman Mao, and began copying it neatly. She absolutely could not allow her thoughts to become corrupted or fall into moral decay. The next morning, I woke up at 4:30 as usual. As soon as I got up, I discovered my black briefs had been blown onto the ground. Even if I washed them now, they wouldn't dry in time. So I stuffed them into my basket instead. When Aunt Liu saw the yard full of dry clothes, she sighed with emotion. "You child, I was wondering why you stayed up so late last night. So, you spent the whole night washing everyone's clothes." I smiled. "Aunt Liu, I really don't have any other way to thank you. So the least I could do was wash everyone's laundry. I'll help you make breakfast now. After that, I'll head to Principal Liu's house. When Grandma Song and Uncle Song wake up, please let them know from me. Aunt Liu truly liked me from the bottom of her heart. No, I'll take care of it myself. You should hurry to Principal Liu's house. Take these 2 ears of corn and eat them on the way." Unable to refuse, I slung the bamboo basket over my back and walked out of the courtyard. Before leaving, I smiled and waved goodbye to Aunt Liu, because I felt that I probably wouldn't be coming back again. The salary Principal Liu offered me would be enough to cover my schooling. The only thing I had to worry about was where I would live. After winter break, at the Song family, I'd have to live under someone else's roof, do chores, and still be unwelcome. I'm not an idiot. Why would I go back and live there? When Fuxian woke up and heard I'd gone to work as a housekeeper, he sneered inwardly, secretly wishing I'd be tricked and sold. But when he heard Aunt Liu had introduced the job, and that the employer was the principal of a military academy, Fuxian looked up with a worried expression and said, "Grandma Song, Uncle Song, my brother doesn't know how to cook. During the busy farming season, we let him cook once, and after the whole family ate, everyone ended up vomiting and having diarrhea. After that, no one at home ever let him cook again." Song Jiangwo clearly hadn't expected that, but he still chose to trust me. If he really couldn't cook, Principal Liu's family wouldn't have kept him. Aunt Liu also spoke up for me. "How could that be? Saihan is such a hard-working boy. He's helped me so much these past 2 days. He even washed all the clothes this morning." Grandma Song asked sternly, "But have you actually seen him cook a meal?" That question left Aunt Liu speechless. The meals were indeed cooked by him. I only helped with some prep work. Seeing that, Grandma Song slammed her chopsticks down on the table. "This is outrageous. If anything happens to Principal Liu's family after eating his food, Jiwei's future promotions will be ruined. I don't know where Principal Liu lives." Grandma Song shot Aunt Liu a sharp look, then turned to Song Jiangwo. "Hurry and call Jiwei. Tell her to contact Principal Liu and bring him back." Song Jiangwo believed in me, but Fuxian couldn't be lying either. He went into the study and called Song Jiwei's office, getting straight to the point. Song Jiangwo briefly explained the situation to Song Jiwei. After hearing it, she realized how serious it was. "I'll call Principal Liu's daughter right away." "Don't worry, Dad. It's not time to cook lunch yet." After hanging up, Song Jiwei called the military hospital where Dr. Liu worked, but she was told that Dr. Liu was still performing emergency surgery. She had no choice but to go to Principal Liu's house herself. However, just as she stepped out of the office building, she was suddenly notified of an emergency meeting. Orders were orders, without hesitation. Song Jiwei headed straight to the conference room. By the time the meeting ended, it was already 10:30. She called the military hospital once again, but Dr. Liu was still in the operating room. She grabbed her car keys, jumped into the Jeep, and drove straight to the faculty housing. She intended to take me away immediately and apologized to Principal Liu. But when she arrived at Principal Liu's door, the scene before her completely stunned her. 2 or 3 children were standing outside Principal Liu's apartment, each of them drooling. Principal Liu smiled as he placed a piece of meat into each of their palms. The children immediately gobbled it up impatiently, then licked their palms over and over again, still wanting more. They stared eagerly at Principal Liu, hoping for another bite. The moment Song Jiwei's tall figure appeared in the hallway, Principal Liu looked over immediately. His face lit up with surprise and delight. Xiao Song, perfect timing. Our new housekeeper today makes an incredible braised pork. Come on in. As he welcomed her inside, he turned toward the kitchen and called out, "Saihan, we have a guest. Set another bowl, and bring out the other bowl of braised pork." Coming right up, the young man's voice called from the kitchen. Song Jiwei stood at the doorway carrying the gifts. At a glance, she saw the bowl of braised pork on the dining table in the living room. It looked even more appetizing than what the chefs at Bayan restaurant could make. There were several homemade dishes as well. The entire table was a feast for the eyes and the nose. Song Jiwei could hardly believe it. Wearing a blue apron, I walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of steamed rice. "Uncle Liu, isn't Annie back yet?" When I turned my head, I saw Song Jiwei standing there in her neatly worn military cap, looking at me with a calm expression I hadn't expected. Principal Liu's guessed to be Song Jiwei. After a brief pause, I lowered my eyes and returned to the kitchen. Song Jiwei narrowed her eyes slightly, then respectfully bowed and presented a bag of likes and a bag of peaches with both hands. "Principal, I was transferred back to Beiping 6 months ago, but I've never had the chance to come visit you. Some fresh likes arrived from the south yesterday. I brought them for you and your wife to try." Principal Liu seriously pushed the gifts back. "These likes are a rare treat. Even people with money can't easily buy them. Xiao Song, I'm already happy that you came to see me. I'll gladly accept the thought. But take the likes home for your grandmother. Next time you come, give me a call in advance, so I can ask Saihan to prepare a few more dishes." Principal Liu led Song Jiwei inside, his face full of pride whenever he mentioned me, as though he had found a priceless treasure. Song Jiwei looked at the table of dishes, then glanced toward the kitchen. "Principal, I did call before coming, but I couldn't get through. I came without notice and interrupted your meal. Besides Principal Liu and me, there seemed to be no one else in the house. That meant I really had cooked the meal." Principal Liu chuckled. "Our telephone is broken, and we haven't had it repaired yet. Did you come to deliver wedding invitations? Yunfei told me that after you were transferred back to Beiping, your father introduced you to a blind date. A few days ago, you went on a mission and brought him back with you. Have you already set the wedding date?" Song Jiwei sat perfectly upright and quickly shook her head. "No. Principal, you've misunderstood. I came today." Just as she was about to explain why she had come, I walked over with a glass of warm water and set it in front of her. Song Jiwei looked up at me. I lowered my eyes to avoid her gaze, set down the glass, and turned back into the kitchen. I didn't want Principal Liu to know we already knew each other. Watching Song Jiwei's reaction, Principal Liu asked in confusion, "Then, are you waiting for the young man to graduate from high school before filing for permission to marry Xiao Song? Since you've already brought him home to live with you, you should hold the wedding sooner rather than later. Otherwise, people will gossip, and it won't be good for your reputation." Song Jiwei explained. "Principal, it's not what you think. My father is repaying a life-saving debt, and I've only ever regarded him as a younger brother. We brought him to Beiping so he could attend school and receive proper care. We're not in a relationship." Principal Liu looked puzzled. "But I heard your father introduced him to you as a blind date." Song Jiwei replied without the slightest change in tone. "It wasn't a good match." Principal Liu nodded thoughtfully, looking somewhat regretful. "I see. So, you're not seeing anyone now?" Still sitting ramrod straight, she nodded. "That's right." Her dark eyes drifted toward the kitchen, then to the delicious dishes before her. Perhaps after all this time, he had really learned how to cook, she thought, so she came up with an excuse to explain the reason for her unexpected visit. Principal, it's so hot these days. The likies won't keep for long. I had planned to visit you this morning, but an emergency meeting came up, so I was delayed. She then stood up to leave. I still have work at my unit, so I'll be going now. Just as she finished speaking, Principal Liu's wife, Secretary Yang, returned home from work. The couple insisted that she stay for a meal before leaving, knowing that boys from the countryside were often shy. Secretary Yang deliberately came into the kitchen and pulled me to the square dining table. "Cyan, stop working. Come eat with us." I quickly waved my hands. "Annie, I'm not hungry yet. You all go ahead. I'll wash the pot first." As I tried to stand up, Yang Shuji gently pressed me back into my seat. "You've been busy since early this morning. Your shirt hasn't even dried on your back. How could you not be hungry?" Principal Liu suddenly remembered something and introduced us. "By the way, Cyan is also a high school student. He came to Beiping to stay with relatives who live in your military compound. Cyan, this is Commander Song. Perhaps the relatives you're staying with know Commander Song." I turned to look at her, a faint smile on my lips. "Hello, Commander Song." Song Jiwei lifted her eyes and replied indifferently, "Hello." I had been seated beside Song Jiwei, so I made up an excuse to leave. "Comrade Yanfei hasn't returned yet. I'll take his meal over to him." Song Jiwei's expression instantly turned cold. In her eyes, in order to find someone to marry within 3 months and marry into a better family, I would stop at nothing. Yesterday I had probably failed with Zhu Jiaoyu, and today I had shifted my attention to the principal's daughter. Dr. Liu was 4 years younger than her, and she had heard that the doctor was getting married soon. Secretary Yang waved her hand. "No need. Yanfei eats at the hospital cafeteria." She pulled me back into my seat again. "Xiao Song, try the braised pork Cyan made." Song Jiwei calmly took a bite. It was tender, sweet, and melted in her mouth. The flavor truly amazed her. She couldn't help raising an eyebrow and turned to look at me. I was chatting naturally with Secretary Yang. Her cool eyes were filled with deep curiosity and scrutiny. Principal Liu had been quietly watching Song Jiwei's expression. "Well, not bad, right?" Song Jiwei nodded. "It's very good." She finished the rest of the braised pork in one bite. Principal Liu also savored another piece and said, "If you like it, come again next time. I'll have Cyan make more." "You two were corresponding for over half a year. Why weren't you compatible?" Song Jiwei fell silent for a moment, then replied with just a few words, "Age, and many other things. We weren't a good match." Secretary Yang, who had just been telling me that this was the new society, where everyone was equal, and even the housekeeper could eat at the same table, heard that, and asked curiously, "What does the young man look like?" Song Jiwei pursed her lips, then answered simply and indifferently, "He's handsome." After spending the whole morning in the smoky kitchen, I only served myself a bowl of tomato and egg soup, carefully blowing on each spoonful as I drank. Principal Liu and Secretary Yang nodded. There are plenty of handsome young men in the song and dance troupe and the theater troupe, for a family like the Songs, and with Song Jiwei's current position, good looks are the least important thing. The conversation soon shifted to another topic when Secretary Yang noticed that I was only eating vegetables and hadn't even touched the eggs. She kindly picked up a piece of braised pork to put into my bowl. I quickly moved my bowl away and shook my head repeatedly. "Annie, I don't eat pork." Secretary Yang looked at me with concern. "Go on. Eat up and build up your strength. Only then can you study hard and get into a good university." I felt a little embarrassed. Perhaps the original owner had finally felt the kindness and concern of a stranger. "Thank you, Annie," I said sincerely, seeing my reddened eyes. Secretary Yang felt even more sorry for me. She figured this boy must have suffered a great deal. She placed another piece of braised pork into my bowl. "If you run into any problems after arriving in Beiping, just tell your uncle and me. When your sister Yanfei gets married, you'll have to come to the wedding banquet." I smiled warmly. "Annie, I'll definitely come help when the time comes." Song Jiwei looked at me with her usual cool gaze, unable to tell whether I truly meant it. Principal Liu then reminded Song Jiwei, "Xiao Song, once the date is set, let us know. You must come. And you should hurry up too, with your qualifications. You're quite a catch in the eyes of single men." Before he could finish, someone knocked on the door. It turned out that the person, Principal Liu and Secretary Yang, had asked to exchange tickets, had come to deliver them. Secretary Yang put down her chopsticks and personally went to answer the door. Principal Liu also went inside to get the tickets. That left only Song Jiwei and me at the table. After finishing my tomato and egg soup, I frowned and gently poked at the remaining fatty pork. Back then, fatty meat was the most prized part of pork, so Secretary Yang had deliberately given me the fattiest pieces. But I always threw up whenever I ate fatty pork. Just looking at it made me feel sick, but I couldn't throw it away. Wasting food was shameful. Just as I pinched my nose, ready to swallow it like medicine, Song Jiwei quietly pushed her bowl toward me. Song Jiwei didn't look at me. She kept her bowl pushed toward me. I didn't hesitate. I quickly transferred the 2 fatty pieces of pork into her bowl. Then I softly said, "Thank you, Commander Song." Song Jiwei sat up straight and expressionlessly ate both pieces of fatty pork. When Secretary Yang turned around, she happened to witness the scene. Her first thought was that the two of us already knew each other. After returning to the table, Secretary Yang quietly observed our expressions. After I finished eating, I got up to refill soup and rice for everyone. When Song Jiwei's bowl was empty, she got up to serve herself more rice. From beginning to end, we exchanged no words and never made eye contact. But the more we acted that way, the more Secretary Yang felt things weren't as simple as they seemed. After lunch, Song Jiwei stood up and said goodbye to Principal Liu. Secretary Yang then took out some money and asked me to buy some liangfen and watermelon. She also asked me to see Song Jiwei downstairs. As soon as we left, Principal Liu noticed the likies had been left behind and hurried to catch up. But Secretary Yang stopped him. "Old Liu, I think Xiao Song might have feelings for Cyan. That's why I deliberately found an excuse to send Cyan downstairs with her." Principal Liu didn't believe her. "I think you're addicted to matchmaking at work. You see every pair of people as a potential couple." Secretary Yang pulled Principal Liu onto the balcony, where they could clearly see us leaving the apartment building. "Commander Song, I'll go buy the watermelon now." After we reached the ground floor, I said goodbye. Song Jiwei glanced around and said, "Come with me for a moment." She then headed toward the grove behind the residential building. After thinking it over, I followed her. It was lunchtime, and in such hot weather, hardly anyone was outside. When we reached the shade of the dense trees, Song Jiwei stopped, turned around, and asked, "When did you learn to cook?" I quickly realized that Song Jiwei hadn't shown up at Principal Liu's house by coincidence. She must have heard from Fuxian that I couldn't cook, and that I'd once poisoned my family with a meal. She was worried something might happen to Principal Liu's family, and had come to take me back. The original owner's scheming green tea younger brother was truly despicable, slandering you in public while sabotaging you behind your back. Jealous that the original owner was so favored at home, Fuxian deliberately washed a bowl that had once contained pesticide and used it to serve soup. The whole family ended up vomiting and having diarrhea, but unexpectedly, the original owner suffered the most severe symptoms. Not only did no one blame him, they even gave him all the eggs in the house to eat. From then on, I said, "I've always known how to cook. I just don't know who washed that pesticide bowl and put it back with the clean dishes," causing everyone in the family to get sick. I nearly died too. After that, my family never let me cook again. But I actually love cooking. When I was in my first year of high school, I even memorized an entire cookbook. Today's braised pork was made according to one of those recipes. Commander Song, did you like it? The hopeful look in the young man's eyes made Song Jiwei's throat tighten. Yes, her tone remained serious. "Why did you come here to work as a housekeeper?" She hadn't expected the truth to be like this. She had misunderstood me once again. I honestly told her what I was thinking. With grades like mine, the fact that you and Uncle Song were still willing to help me transfer to a school in Beiping already means more than I could ask for. I don't want to trouble you or Uncle Song any further. It just so happened that Aunt Liu said Principal Liu's family needed a housekeeper. So I came. My parents borrowed a lot of money from relatives, and I want to earn my own tuition to ease their burden. It wasn't anything like what my parents said back in Qiantang village. Song Jiwei frowned slightly. She tried to find evidence that I was lying, but my eyes were calm and utterly sincere. She looked away, her tone clear yet stern. Since we brought you to Biping to study, we'll support you until you graduate. You should spend the summer focusing on your studies and review your lessons properly, I replied. But Uncle Song agreed to it. Besides, I work during the day, and it doesn't affect my studying at night. Song Jiwei felt speechless. Her cold, sharp gaze was full of warning. You'd better behave yourself. Don't entertain any unrealistic thoughts. Correct your thinking and attitude. If I had known she would drag me here and lecture me like one of her soldiers, I would rather have swallowed those 2 pieces of fatty pork with water. Commander Song, I still have to buy watermelon. The dishes at home haven't been cleared yet. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, I was about to turn and leave, but she grabbed my arm. I suddenly crashed into his soft body. The next second, a ball slammed hard into Song Jiwei's back. A few children playing ball under the shade quickly ran off after glancing at the ball that had rolled aside. Only then did I realize what had happened. If Song Jiwei hadn't reacted quickly, that ball would have hit me directly. I asked softly. Thank you, Commander Song. Are you all right? As expected of a soldier, her reaction speed was truly impressive. Song Jiwei's expression turned calm. I'm fine. She quickly put some distance between us again. Principal Liu and his wife, standing on the balcony, had nearly leaned their heads all the way out. They had also seen the moment Song Jiwei suddenly held me to dodge the ball. Comrade Xiao Song really couldn't resist a beauty after all. She fell for Saihan the very first time she came here. Principal Liu found it quite unexpected too. Song Jiwei's tall figure stood straight beneath the locust tree. Did you understand what I just said? Answer me. I nodded obediently. Seeing that, Song Jiwei said nothing more. Her cold eyes quickly swept over me. Go. Then I lifted my foot and walked out from under the shade. Only then did Song Jiwei realize that I was wearing a pair of worn black cloth shoes with holes in them, thinking that I had walked for an hour in those shoes that morning, while carrying a basket on my back. She said, I'll take you there, just as I was about to refuse. Song Jiwei had already walked ahead of me. I wasn't someone who insisted on suffering for no reason. If I could walk less, then I would. So I followed Song Jiwei into the car. Outside the family compound, a melon farmer had set up a stall selling black-rind watermelons. I got out of the car and carefully chose one at the stall. In the end, I picked a large watermelon weighing 12 jin. Just as I took some small bills out of my trouser pocket, Song Jiwei walked over and handed over 6 Maoan bills. When the melon farmer accepted the money, he noticed the military rank on Song Jiwei's shoulder. He couldn't help exclaiming, Young man, your woman is really impressive. She's such a high-ranking officer at such a young age. I quickly explained, No, comrade, you've misunderstood. I'm a housekeeper. In this era, when a young man and woman went out shopping together, it was indeed easy for people to misunderstand. The melon farmer looked at both of us, then smiled knowingly. Then this officer, employer of yours, treats you pretty well. She even drove out to buy watermelon with you. I could only explain again, sir. Comrade officer already has someone. Her partner is my younger brother. Only then did the melon farmer stop guessing. I handed the change back to Song Jiwei, but she didn't take it. She placed the liangfen and watermelon together in the back seat, then got straight into the car. Of course, I didn't refuse. In this weather, carrying a big watermelon back would make me sweat buckets. So I opened the back door and got in. Song Jiwei said nothing. She checked the rearview mirror and turned the car around. In the car, I took out the small ledger from my pocket, held a pencil stub as long as my little finger, and asked, How much was the liangfen? I need to record it. Song Jiwei turned around. And look, the small ledger contained detailed records of that morning's grocery expenses. It clearly noted how much money Secretary Yang had given me, how much had been spent, and how much I had saved. Seeing how carefully I kept the accounts, she then glanced at the tiny pencil stub in my hand, so short that it was almost impossible to hold. It's 22 cents. Keep it and buy yourself a pencil. No need to pay me back, since it was only a small amount of money. I accepted it without any burden. Thank you, Commander Song. Song Jiwei looked at me through the rearview mirror. And your younger brother is not my partner. Watch your words in the future. It won't be good for your brother's reputation. I nodded. All right, I understand. After recording the expense, I put the ledger back into my pocket. Song Jiwei withdrew her gaze with a complicated expression. Before long, the car stopped downstairs at the apartment building. Principal Liu and his wife, hearing the sound of the engine below, immediately looked down from the balcony. Sure enough, they saw Song Jiwei open the car door and carry a large watermelon out of the backseat. Then I got out carrying the liangfin. Principal Liu shook his head and sternly criticized that Xiao Song. She's not afraid of being late getting back to her unit and being reprimanded. That's a serious disciplinary issue. She must be planning to help Saihan carry it upstairs. Secretary Yang watched the two of us below. I reached out to take the watermelon from Song Jiwei, but she refused. One after the other, we entered the apartment building. Only after we reached the second floor did Song Jiwei hand the watermelon to me. Without saying another word, she turned around and went back downstairs. As soon as I entered, Secretary Yang was sitting on the sofa, smiling as she looked me over. After Song Jiwei returned to her unit, Uncle Wen told her that her family had called twice, and that Dr. Liu from the military hospital had also called once. Song Jiwei nodded calmly. Got it. As soon as she entered her office, she was about to return her family's call. Political Commissar Z walked in, smiling. Commander Song, you really came back at just the right time. Have you been out these past couple of days spending time with your partner? Hurry and submit your marriage application. Treat us to your wedding banquet soon. Once you're married and bring your spouse to the family quarters, you won't have to keep running around in this scorching weather. Political Commissar Z placed a marriage application form on Song Jiwei's desk. Now that your personal matter is settled, the organization can finally stop worrying. Looking at the marriage application, Song Jiwei said, Commissar, I need to clarify something. I don't have a partner right now. That person only came because of my father's arrangement and is staying at my house while attending school. Political Commissar Z didn't even have time to wipe the smile off his face. Weren't you on a blind date a few days ago? Everyone thought you were spending time with your partner, and now you're telling me he's just a younger brother. Just then, the phone rang. Song Jiwei had no time to answer the commissar's questions. She picked up the receiver, and Song Jiangwo's anxious voice came through. Jiwei, why hasn't Saihan come back yet? Did something happen? Your grandmother is very worried. Song Jiwei paused before saying, Dad, Fu Saihan can cook, and he's actually very good at it. Principal Liu's whole family loved his cooking. I've tasted it too. She then explained the misunderstanding about the family's food poisoning to Song Jiangwo. After hearing it, he let out a long sigh of relief on the other end. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Saihan is a good kid. There's no way he'd cause trouble. Song Jiwei honestly gave her assessment. When I went to Principal Liu's house, he invited me to stay for lunch. Fu Saihan cooked it. The braised pork he made tasted even better than the dishes at the state-owned restaurant. Song Jiangwo chuckled. Looks like I'll have to try Saihan's cooking myself. I'll head home early today and tell your grandmother. Old people tend to worry about everything. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. It would be understandable if the villagers didn't know the truth. But how could Fu Xian, his own younger brother, not know either? At 4:30 in the afternoon, Song Jiangwo returned home. Fu Xian was sitting obediently to one side, comforting Grandma Song. His younger sister, Song Hong, was there as well. Meanwhile, Aunt Li stood huddled in the corner with a troubled expression. The moment Song Hong saw Song Jiangwo, she immediately stood up from the sofa. She began complaining, Big brother, you're home so early. Did something happen at Principal Liu's house? We won't stop you from repaying the Fu family's kindness from years ago, but you can't bring someone who causes nothing but trouble into the Song family. Then Song Hong pulled out my report card. With grades like these, you still expect me to transfer him into Lizzie High School? Do you think I own the school? I came here today to tell you this. Forget about Lizzie High School. Even the worst high school in all of Beiping wouldn't accept him. They even suspected that Xian had taken the entrance exam for him. Song Hong had a very favorable impression of Fu Xian. He had excellent grades and was sensible. She was even planning that after Fu Xian graduated, he could come teach at Lizzie High School. Grandma Song's face darkened. Enough. Xiao Hong, now isn't the time to talk about school. Just tell me, is he in the hospital now? Song Jiangwo had rushed home in a hurry. He hadn't even had time for a sip of water before explaining. Mom, Jiwei personally went to Principal Liu's house. She had lunch there, and Fu Saihan was the one who cooked it. She said his cooking was even better than the food at the state-owned restaurant. Principal Liu's family treated him like they had found a treasure. Grandma Song froze, clearly caught by surprise. Fu Xian was convinced that I really had sent Principal Liu's family to the hospital with my cooking. He thought Uncle Song was afraid Grandma Song would become upset, so he had deliberately hidden the truth. He stood up and asked anxiously, "Uncle, did something really happen? Where is my brother now?" As soon as Grandma Song heard Fu Xian say that, she immediately turned to Song Jiangwo. "Jiangwo, do you think I'm old and easy to fool?" Song Jiangwo quickly explained, "Mom, it's true. Fu Saihan has always known how to cook, and he genuinely enjoys cooking. The food poisoning incident before was all a misunderstanding. Xian, you should know about this, shouldn't you? It happened because soup was served in a bowl that still had pesticide residue on it. It wasn't Saihan's cooking that was the problem. He nearly lost his life because of it." The moment he heard that, Fu Xian's expression changed. He had done it so secretly that no one in the family had discovered it. How could they possibly know? Grandma Song asked skeptically. "Xian, is that true?" Fu Xian shook his head. "Uncle, I don't know. No one in my family ever said anything about pesticides." Song Jiangwo waved his hand, unconcerned. "Fine, let's put the poisoning incident aside for now. If Saihan's cooking were truly inedible, the Liu family wouldn't have been able to eat it either." Jiwei had lunch at Principal Liu's house today. She personally ate the meal Saihan cooked. That's why she's saying this. "Mom, if you don't believe me, call Jiwei right now." Grandma Song thought it over. "Jiangwo might take my side, but Jiwei disliked me. She would never help cover for me." Seeing Grandma Song beginning to believe it, Fu Xian couldn't let the matter end there. "Grandma Song, our family is poor, and there are many mouths to feed. We never waste even a little bit of food. Ever since my brother burned down the kitchen, my mother never let him enter it again. I've truly never seen him cook after that." Could the meal Sister Song ate have been cooked by the previous housekeeper? That's right. Did Jiwei actually see him cook with her own eyes? Seeing that he couldn't explain it clearly, Song Jiangwo decided it would be best to let me prove my cooking skills. "How about this, Mom? Isn't tomorrow your birthday? We'll have Jiwei speak with Principal Liu and bring Saihan back to cook you a meal. By then, we'll know whether he can really cook or not." Aunt Liu, who had been anxious all day, stepped forward. "That's right, Grandma Song. Commander Song is right. We can't just believe everything we hear. What if Fu Saihan has really been wronged?" As she spoke, she couldn't help glancing at Fu Xian, curling her lips in displeasure. Fu Xian knew his brother had become a housekeeper, yet he still exposed his shortcomings in public. How was that the behavior of a real brother? Grandma Song said sternly, "I don't care whether Fu Saihan can cook or not, but the Song family will not tolerate someone with questionable character. Since all of you believe Fu Saihan can cook, then have him come back tomorrow evening and cook a meal. But let me make this clear first. If he can't do it, then since no school in Beiping is willing to accept him anyway, send him back to the countryside immediately." When Fu Xian heard this, he could barely suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Yet outwardly, he still frowned and pleaded on my behalf. Meanwhile, Aunt Liu silently felt indignant for me. Song Jiangwo walked into the study and relayed Grandma Song's decision to Song Jiwei over the phone. He also specifically asked, "Was the lunch today really cooked by Saihan?" When Song Jiwei arrived, the meal had already been prepared, but the Liu family's previous housekeeper had already left. There couldn't have been anyone else but me, so she answered firmly, "Yes." Song Jiangwo nodded. "All right, then go to Principal Liu's house tomorrow and ask if Saihan can have half a day off." After that, he hung up the phone. Song Jiwei's slender hand remained resting on the telephone receiver. She didn't know what reason she should use to bring it up. She sat in her chair, thinking. It wasn't until the military hospital was about to get off work that she finally made the call. She explained the reason for her call to Dr. Liu. After Liu Yanfei got home from work, she told Principal Liu about it. "Dad, Commander Song said tomorrow is her grandmother's birthday. When she had lunch at our house today, she thought Comrade Saihan's cooking was excellent. She's asking if we can let him go back for half a day to cook dinner for her grandmother. It just so happens that tomorrow we'll be meeting Ao's parents to discuss the wedding date." So I agreed. Hearing this, Principal Liu and Secretary Yang exchanged a glance. Song Jiwei and Saihan must have known each other before. So after dinner, Secretary Yang handed me a slice of watermelon and casually asked, Saihan, have you met Commander Song before in the military compound? Having spent many years in the business world, I immediately caught the hidden meaning behind her question. After thinking for a moment, I gave an ambiguous answer. There are so many people in military uniforms around the military compound. They all look alike to me. I don't remember. Why do you ask, Annie? Secretary Yang probed further. It's just that tomorrow is Commander Song's grandmother's birthday. She thinks your cooking is excellent and wants to invite you to the Song family to cook dinner for her grandmother. I thought you two might have known each other before. She carefully observed my expression as she spoke. I had long expected that, given the original owner's reputation, people wouldn't trust me so easily, especially with Fu Xin constantly sowing discord. Unfortunately for him, he was going to be disappointed, so I simply followed Secretary Yang's lead. Annie, I don't know Commander Song, but when Commander Song and I went downstairs after lunch today, she did mention this to me. But I'm your family's housekeeper, so of course I need both you and Principal Liu to agree first. It was just to tell you about that. I nodded. That's right. Secretary Yang looked a little disappointed. She had thought Commander Song had fallen for Saiyan. Alright, I was just about to tell you. Tomorrow is Saturday. Our whole family is going to Yanfei's fiance's house, and we won't be back until the evening. Tomorrow, just go with Commander Song to the Song family and cook a birthday dinner for Grandma Song. I obediently agreed. Okay, Annie. Fu Xian was the one who had insisted on picking a fight with me. When the time came, I wondered how he was going to explain himself. At 9 o'clock the next morning, after I finished cleaning the house, I took my high school textbooks out of my backpack and sat on the sofa to study. I figured leaving for the Song family at 2 in the afternoon would be just fine. For subjects like math and physics, I only needed to review the formulas. But for Chinese, history, and other humanities subjects, I had to spend more time memorizing. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Song Jiwei arrived at the residential building. As she reached Principal Liu's door, she happened to glance through the window and saw me asleep on a bamboo mat with my high school Chinese textbook as a pillow. My shirt had written up, revealing my well-defined abs. Song Jiwei's face instantly flushed hot. This man, how could he sleep in the living room so carelessly dressed? Grinding her teeth, she knocked on Principal Liu's door. I was sleeping soundly, dreaming that I was carrying a huge ring of keys and collecting rent door to door. When I heard a knock, I got up, slipped on my shoes, and opened the door. Still half asleep, I leaned weakly against the door frame. When I saw the tall figures standing in the hallway, I asked, Commander Song, what brings you here? Song Jiwei turned around and said coolly, now that you're awake, get ready. Let's go. Rubbing my eyes, I yawned. What time is it now? Song Jiwei lowered her head and glanced at her watch. It's 2:15. We still need to pick up the cake we ordered. We should arrive at the Song family around 3. I nodded softly, okay. I turned around and put away my high school textbooks. Then I rolled up the bamboo sleeping mat on the floor, then returned it to the room. Finally, I went to the bathroom. Song Jiwei waited quietly outside the whole time. When she saw me putting away my textbooks, she realized I had really been studying, which surprised her. After I came out, Song Jiwei glanced at me impassively and headed downstairs. As we reached the stairs, she thought about how I might keep napping in the living room like that. So she turned around and, in a cool, stern voice, warned me, if you're going to take a nap, sleep in your room. I was a little confused. Maybe my sleeping posture had been rather indecent. Even that earned me a lecture. So I quietly nodded. Once downstairs, Song Jiwei walked straight toward the bicycle parked beneath the shade tree. I followed her to the bicycle and skillfully climbed onto the rear seat. Song Jiwei pedaled toward the bakery. She rode very fast. As we passed the entrance to an alley, 2 children around 7 or 8 years old suddenly ran out. Song Jiwei slammed on the brakes. I lurched forward and bumped into her. Both my hands grabbed onto either side of her waist. The touch made her waist tingle. After the children had passed, Song Jiwei started pedaling again, and I quickly let go. To be fair, her waist was incredibly slim. Even riding uphill with me on the back was effortless for her. I quietly admired her from the backseat. Once I landed a secure government job, I'd find myself a woman just like her. In my previous life, I had been obsessed with sales figures, pouring all my energy into my online store. I had never really experienced a sweet romance. Before long, we arrived at the bakery. Before Song Jiwei had even come to a full stop, I lightly hopped off the back seat of the bicycle. Judging by how naturally I did it, it was obvious I'd ridden like this many times before. On the back of my former sweetheart's bicycle back in the village, Song Jiwei walked into the bakery with her usual indifferent expression. I stood beneath the shade of a tree beside the bicycle. To elderly women passing by couldn't help but strike up a conversation. Just as they were asking me questions, Song Jiwei came out carrying a large cream cake. One of the women stared at her, her mouth hanging open in surprise. Your wife is actually an army officer. She's such a beautiful young lady. The other woman nodded repeatedly, pulled her companion away, and whispered softly, I told you someone that handsome must have been taken long ago. Song Jiwei looked at me with her cool eyes, as if asking what I had said to those women. I looked completely innocent. I hadn't even opened my mouth. It could only mean the original owner's reputation as the most handsome young man for miles around was no exaggeration. By the time we arrived at the Song family, it was nearly 3:30. I followed Song Jiwei into the living room. Fu Xian was sitting on the sofa, reading the newspaper aloud to Grandma Song. Although he tried hard to pronounce every word correctly, his rural accent was still quite noticeable. Grandma Song took off her reading glasses and looked at Song Jiwei. Jiwei, you're back. It's only a small birthday. Why did you go to the trouble of buying a cake? I smiled politely. Hello, Grandma Song. Grandma Song merely gave a faint hum in response. Fu Xian smiled. Sister Song, brother, you're back. When he looked at me, his eyes flashed with mocking anticipation, as if waiting for a good show. Unbothered, I said. Grandma Song, I'll head to the kitchen and start cooking. With that, I walked toward the kitchen. Fu Xian pretended to stand up, offering to help in the kitchen, but Grandma Song stopped him. It was obvious she was afraid Fu Xian would help me cook, which was exactly what Fu Xian wanted. That way, he could spend some time with Sister Song. He stood up with the newspaper and walked over to Song Jiwei. Sister Song, this is a rare character. We haven't learned it in school yet. Do you know how to read it? Song Jiwei set the cake on the table and leaned over to take a look. It is pronounced yan. It refers to a type of smoke from cooking fires in ancient times. Fu Xian's ears quietly turned red. Sister Song, you're amazing. He unconsciously edged closer to Song Jiwei. He had already been staying with the Song family for several days. Sister Song, when are we going to talk about getting married? Are we waiting until I finish vocational school? Sister Song, when An Hong came yesterday, she brought me a classic Chinese novel. There are a lot of characters in it that I've never learned before, and I don't know what they mean. Sister Song, could you teach me again? Noticing Fu Xian moving closer, Song Jiwei took a step back and said calmly, wait a moment, I'll get something for you. Then she strode upstairs. From the bookshelf, she found the dictionary she had used in school, brought it downstairs, and handed it to Fu Xian. This is the Xinhua dictionary. If you come across a character you don't know, just look it up. Fu Xian was momentarily stunned, but when he opened the first page, he saw Song Jiwei's name written inside and was overjoyed. He hugged the dictionary to his chest, as though it were a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Aunt Li told me everything that had happened over the past 2 days, especially what Grandma Song had said at the end. Grandma Song said that if you couldn't cook, Commander Song would send you back to your hometown. She was almost convinced before. Aunt Liu paused, glanced toward the kitchen door, then lowered her voice, and continued. Your younger brother said yesterday's lunch wasn't cooked by you. So Commander Song had no choice but to ask you to come back and prove it. Saihan, your cooking must be excellent. Otherwise, Principal Liu's family wouldn't have kept you. Aunt Liu firmly believed that, as I listened quietly to Aunt Liu. The smile on my lips gradually turned cold. Aunt Liu, when I'm cooking later, could you do me a favor? Aunt Liu leaned closer, and I whispered a few words into her ear. Just as I finished, Fu Xian pushed open the kitchen door and walked in. Brother, I'll help you wash the vegetables. He claimed he was here to help. But in reality, he just wanted to provoke me into making a scene. Aunt Hong came by yesterday. She told Uncle Song that your grades are too poor to get into Lizzie High School. Even the most ordinary high school in Beiping probably won't accept you. Fu Xian knew that I had come to Beiping for high school because I wanted to find someone successful to marry. Now that my only chance was gone, how could I possibly accept it? My hand paused as I peeled the garlic. Aunt Liu hadn't told me about this. Fu Xian curled his lips smugly and continued to egg me on. Last night, Grandma Song and Uncle Song discussed sending you back to your hometown. I even pleaded with Grandma Song. But, of course, I knew exactly what Fu Xian was up to. I deliberately smiled and said, if I can't go to school, then I'll just have to find myself a wife. Fu Xian's expression changed instantly. He became extremely wary. Brother, who are you planning to marry? I looked up at him with a smile. Of course, Commander Song. Fu Xian's face darkened immediately, while I looked even more unconcerned, wearing an expression of absolute confidence. Fu Xian knew better than I did that our parents always favored me. If I truly wanted to marry her, our parents would definitely bring up the incident where she saved me from drowning. When dealing with the Song family, Fu Xian was just about to say, you could never become her lawful spouse, when he caught sight of Commander Song standing at the doorway. Song Jiwei said to Aunt Liu, Aunt Liu, my aunt's family of 3 will be joining us for dinner tonight. Please make a little extra. After speaking, her calm gaze swept briefly over me before she walked out. When she reached the door, she had heard me say, of course I'll marry Commander Song. Sure enough, I had deliberately slept like that at Principal Liu's house. There was no way she would ever accept such a calculating man. After Song Jiwei left, Fu Xian followed her outside. He hadn't missed the icy look she had given me before leaving. Commander Song, he said that if he can't attend high school in Beiping, he'll marry you. Song Jiwei replied firmly, I will never marry him. Hearing that definite answer, Fu Xian's smug smile returned. Just then, Grandma Song called Song Jiwei into her room to talk. Fu Xian sat back on the sofa, keeping a close eye on me to make sure Aunt Liu wouldn't secretly help me cook. Before long, I had all the ingredients ready and tied on my apron. Picking up the spatula, I began stir-frying. When Fu Xian heard the sounds of cooking from the kitchen, he quietly crept over to a kitchen window. Seeing the eggplant on the cutting board chopped into a complete mess, it looked as if it had been hacked apart at random. With my back to him, I tasted the soup from the ladle with one hand, while pouring salt into the pot with the other. Fu Xian nearly laughed himself to death watching me. After adding the salt, I didn't scoop up a fresh spoonful to taste, but kept sipping the same spoonful as before. Once the soup was finished, it was bound to be unbearably salty. He had been worried Aunt Liu might secretly help me, but now he was relieved, thinking Aunt Liu herself could serve as a witness. Aunt Liu immediately said to me, all right. I poured out the salted blanching broth into the sink. Then I cut the eggplant that I had deliberately chopped into a mess, finishing it neatly. If Fu Xian found out too early that I could cook, there was no telling what tricks he'd pull or what he might add to the food. So I asked Aunt Liu to keep an eye on things for me. During that time, I deliberately made the sounds of bowls and plates clattering, while Aunt Liu would occasionally let out startled cries and sighs. The commotion was so loud that even Grandma Song and Song Jiwei, who were in another room, heard it. Grandma Song's face darkened. Listen to that. This is what you call knowing how to cook. He's practically smashing the pots. As soon as today is over, send a telegram to his parents and send him back to his hometown. Song Jiwei's brows furrowed ever so slightly. Grandma, I'll go take a look. She stood up and was about to head out. But Grandma Song pointed at the stool, telling her to sit back down. What's there to see? Let him make a mess for once. That'll give us a reason to send him back. At the moment, Song Jiwei's marriage was the more important matter. The teacher from Lizzie High School your aunt introduced to you comes from a family in the Education Bureau. She just graduated from a teacher's vocational college this year. See when you can take some leave and hurry up and settle your personal affairs. Song Jiwei was resistant, though she didn't show it on her face. A new directive has just been issued. We'll be assigned a mission soon. I'll put my personal matters aside for now. Grandma Song responded sternly. Just make time to meet him. Then set a wedding date. You're already 26. People your age already have children, old enough to buy soy sauce. Now that Xian is staying with the Song family, it isn't convenient for you to keep living here unmarried. Apply for family housing as soon as possible. This year. You must resolve your marriage issue. Song Jiwei stood up and firmly insisted. As soon as she opened the door, she caught the smell of something like burnt food. Her brows instantly furrowed. Could it be that the meal at Principal Liu's house really hadn't been cooked by me? Just then, Song Hong arrived with Zhu Jiaoyu. Zhu Jiaoyu immediately caught the smell. Something's burned. Fu Xian stood up from the sofa with the dictionary in his hands. And Hong, Sister Jiaoyu. My brother is cooking in the kitchen. He deliberately made sure everyone knew that I had burned the food. Zhu Jiaoyu didn't think much of it. After greeting everyone, she pulled Song Jiwei over to play Chinese chess. Song Hong frowned deeply. This Fu Saihan really is full of lies. Fu Xian's face was filled with smug satisfaction. He had sneaked into the kitchen once more, and the entire kitchen had been filled with choking smoke. Around 5 o'clock, Song Jiangwo and Song Hong's husband, Zhu Jingguo, got off work and returned together. As soon as they entered the living room, they also smelled the burnt odor. Zhu Jingguo covered his nose with his fist, cleared his throat, and joked. Brother-in-law, did your family hire a new housekeeper? Song Jiangwo frowned slightly and looked towards Song Jiwei. Song Jiwei simply stood up and said, Dad. Uncle. After that, she said nothing more. Grandma Song walked out of her room and called toward the kitchen. Aunt Liu, is dinner ready? Aunt Liu quickly replied from the kitchen. Yes, Grandma, please have a seat. The dishes will be out in just a moment. Grandma Song sat at the head of the table and said coolly. Jiang Wo and Jiwei both said that the eldest son of the Fu family is an excellent cook, on par with chefs at a state-owned restaurant. Since it's my birthday today, let's all have a taste. Meanwhile, Fu Xing could hardly wait to see what kind of dishes I had made for the Song family. Grandma Song, Uncle Song, I'll go help in the kitchen. Just as he reached the kitchen door, Aunt Liu came out carrying a tray. It was loaded with several dishes: braised chicken drumsticks with scallions, soy braised eggplant, garlic chrysanthemum greens, and sweet and sour pork ribs. Every dish was fragrant and beautifully presented, without the slightest sign of being burnt. As Aunt Liu walked past Fu Xian, he froze in place. Zhu Jiaoyu's eyes immediately locked onto the sweet and sour pork ribs. Looking at the dish, she exclaimed, It looks even better than the food at a state-owned restaurant. It was garnished with finely chopped fresh scallions. And in the sweltering summer heat, the aroma instantly whetted everyone's appetite. Grandma Song and Song Hong both looked utterly shocked and astonished. Then I carried out the lotus root and pork rib soup as well, and placed it on the dining table. Having just finished cooking, I was drenched in sweat. I used the towel hanging around my neck to wipe my forehead. Then I smiled and said, Grandma Song, Uncle Song, I was busy stir-frying the sweet and sour pork ribs earlier, and the sauce accidentally burned another dish. Please see whether these dishes suit your tastes. At that moment, Aunt Liu brought over the bowls and chopsticks. Zhu Jiaoyu picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of sweet and sour pork rib. The sweet and tangy flavor made her exclaim in amazement. Cyan, you're so skillful with your hands. This tastes even better than food from a state-owned restaurant. I've never had anything this delicious. Then everyone else also picked up a piece. The moment they tasted it, astonishment appeared on all their faces. Song Jiangwo said proudly, Mom, try it. How does it compare to a state-owned restaurant? Grandma Song's teeth weren't good, but the scallion chicken drumsticks were cooked until tender and flavorful. The moment she bit into them, all she tasted was the freshness of the meat. Grandma Song nodded. Although she didn't say anything, her attitude clearly showed her approval of the dish. There was still considerable surprise in her brown eyes. Didn't Fuxian say I never even entered the kitchen? How had I made such delicious food? Zhu Jingguo was someone who had eaten at state banquets before, yet he praised the food generously. Today, we really have mother-in-law to thank for this treat. Song Hong also couldn't help raising her head and looking me over curiously. At first glance, she was struck by my appearance, and with my fluent Mandarin and gentle, modest demeanor, I didn't seem like a poor student at all. Even the high school teachers she had introduced to Song Jiwei seemed somewhat lacking compared with me. I smiled happily. As long as you like it. There are more dishes in the kitchen. I'll bring them out. Song Jiwei stood up. I'll help. Fuxian was still standing there. In disbelief, the expression on his face was truly something to behold. Seeing Song Jiwei walking over, he immediately went into the kitchen as well. There were still several refreshing cold dishes on the counter. Shredded kelp salad, spinach and bean sprout salad, cucumber with witter mushrooms, and shredded chicken with lemon sauce. On such a hot day, cold dishes were the most appetizing and refreshing. There was also a bowl of stinky tofu, which was the main source of the smell they had noticed. Now, Grandma Song and the others had already tasted my cooking. Fuxian realized that tampering with the remaining dishes was completely pointless now. With an unchanged expression, Song Jiwei picked up the braised crucian carp and the boiled shrimp. Looking at the two remaining cold dishes, Fuxian was practically furious. He wanted nothing more than to smash every dish in front of him, or even spit on them. He refused to believe I had made all these dishes by myself. Fuxian carried the two cold dishes to the table. Watching everyone eat with obvious enjoyment, he suppressed his resentment and asked with a look of surprise and confusion, "Brother, did you really make all of these by yourself?" Aunt Liu curled her lips and spoke up for me. If Saihan didn't make them, then who did? Me. I've worked for the Song family for 7 years. The old madam knows exactly what dishes I can cook. She had been holding in her frustration for a long time. Fuxian had only been with the Song family for a few days, and he knew he was still an outsider. After Aunt Liu said that, he immediately put on a guilty expression. "Brother, I'm sorry. I never imagined you'd actually learn how to cook. No matter how busy we were with farm work back home, I never once saw you cook. And after everyone got sick from that incident, and you almost burned down the kitchen, I always thought you couldn't cook. If Mom and Dad knew you could cook such delicious dishes, they'd be overjoyed." He spoke in a seemingly innocent tone while digging up my past. But before I could say anything, Aunt Liu shut down his insinuations. With just a few words, "Xian, weren't those all things from childhood? That's not who he is now. What 6 or 7-year-old child can cook a proper meal the first time they use a stove? Why do you always keep bringing up things from childhood?" I lied without batting an eye. My parents know I can cook. During the last summer harvest, when we were cutting wheat, watering crops, and irrigating the fields, my parents and my 3 sisters were too busy, so I was the one cooking at home. You left early every morning to help other families harvest wheat, and didn't come back until after dinner. So naturally you wouldn't know. It was a subtle jab at him for neglecting his own family's work, just to earn a better meal by working for other people's families. Fuxian froze. Then he noticed Grandma Song's expression subtly change. He tightened his grip on his chopsticks, afraid the Song family would think less of him. Especially Sister Song. Looking aggrieved, as if he were about to cry, he said, "I only helped other families to save a little food for my own family, so my parents could have enough to eat. I always thought Mom and my sisters were the ones who cooked. Brother, I really didn't know you could cook. Mom and Dad never told me." He sounded so hurt and guilty, doing everything he could to convince everyone that he had no idea. But whether he knew or not, the impression had already been made and couldn't be undone. From now on, it wouldn't be so easy for Fuxian to drive a wedge between us. At the same time, everyone more or less realized that the two brothers didn't get along in private. At that moment, Song Jiangwo picked up a piece of spare rib for me. I accepted the spare rib with a smile, holding my bowl. Thank you, Uncle Song. Fu Xian had never received treatment like this before. Sitting in the corner, he was furious. Not only had he failed to get the Song family to drive me away, he had instead given me the chance to put on a brilliant display and leave everyone with a great impression. After Zhu Jiaoyu quickly finished one bowl of rice, she helped herself to another. She nudged Song Jiwei with her elbow. Cousin, Saihan's cooking is so delicious. You should hurry up and marry him, then I can come over every day for free meals. Song Jiwei shot her a glance. Stop talking nonsense and eat. Fu Xian, sitting nearby, heard every word. His heart felt as though it were being ripped apart. Song Jiangwo sincerely praised me. Saihan, your cooking. Whoever marries you will truly be blessed. Then he handed his bowl over to Aunt Liu for another serving of rice. Fu Xian's expression grew even uglier. The more everyone ate and praised the food, the more resentful he became. In less than an hour, every dish on the table had been wiped clean. Fu Xian immediately stood up obediently to clear the table. I calmly finished the soup in my bowl, before slowly getting to my feet, just as I reached for the dishes. Song Jiangwo stopped me. Saihan, you've been busy all afternoon. Go take a break and have some cake. Aunt Liu took the dishes from my hands. Xian and I can take care of this. In the past, whenever Fu Xian wanted to wash the dishes, Grandma Song would always stop him. Now he still had to keep up the appearance of being diligent. But the huge contrast still left him feeling miserable. I didn't insist. I planned to wash my face in the bathroom and then find an opportunity to ask about my school enrollment. When Fu Xian saw me heading for the bathroom, he remembered that Zhu Jiaoyu had gone in earlier and hadn't come out yet. He immediately became nervous. He hurried over and deliberately jammed the bathroom door shut. Just then, everyone had gone outside to enjoy the cool evening air, so no one saw what he did. After cutting the cake, Song Hong asked, "Where's Jiaoyu?" Song Jiwei glanced around the courtyard and realized I was nowhere to be seen. Fu Xian, who was pouring water for everyone, walked over to Song Jiwei on purpose. With a hesitant expression, he said, "Sister Song, I just saw Sister Jiaoyu go to the bathroom." My brother seemed to notice, and he followed her in. Song Jiwei's brows furrowed instantly as she put down the cake and headed inside. Fu Xian curled his lips into a cold smile. Song Jiwei already disliked me. And after all the groundwork he had laid at the military hospital, she would surely think I was trying to seduce Sister Jiaoyu. Just the two of us being alone in the bathroom was enough to make people imagine the worst. Zhu Jiaoyu had gotten grease all over her hands and mouth, so she came to the bathroom to wash up. She accidentally knocked the towel rack loose and was squatting on the floor fixing it. I came in to wash my face, closed the door behind me, planning to use the toilet afterward. Only then did I notice Zhu Jiaoyu crouching in the corner, and the situation became rather awkward for both of us. But then, the bathroom door refused to open. A man and a woman being trapped together inside a bathroom was bound to cause misunderstandings, so we both grew anxious. My palms became sweaty, and when I pulled harder, my hand slipped, scraping my arm against the sharp edge of the lock. Zhu Jiaoyu lowered her head and asked, "Saihan, are you okay?" The bathroom door suddenly flew open, and a stern, icy voice demanded, "What are you two doing?" Seeing that the door had finally opened, Zhu Jiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. "Cousin, your door lock really needs some lubricant. It was so stiff. Neither Saihan nor I could get it open." Song Jiwei reached out and pulled Zhu Jiaoyu out of the bathroom, her entire body radiating a cold, oppressive aura. "I'm asking you, how did the two of you end up locked in the bathroom together?" Covering my scraped arm, I explained, "Commander Song, I saw the bathroom door open and thought no one was inside. I didn't expect Sister Jiaoyu to be in there fixing something." Zhu Jiaoyu nodded. "That's right. Then the door just wouldn't open." She was about to complain about the faulty lock, but the moment she met Song Jiwei's gaze, she swallowed nervously and hurried away. I was about to leave too, but Song Jiwei firmly blocked my path. "Comrade Fu Saihan, this is my final serious warning to you. Maintain proper boundaries between men and women. If I catch you deliberately trying to cross the line of appropriate conduct between comrades again, I won't go easy on you. I'll have someone send you back to your hometown immediately." Song Jiwei's expression remained icy. She believed I had deliberately slept in the living room at noon to make a move on her. And that now, after seeing Zhu Jiaoyu, I had eagerly latched onto her. The moment I got the chance, if not for my father's connections, she wouldn't have wanted anything to do with me. I knew she had misunderstood, so I immediately retorted, Commander Song, I've already explained everything. If you insist on believing that being trapped in the same bathroom with Sister Jiaoyu crosses the proper boundaries between men and women, then what about yesterday, when you took me into the woods to talk? At those words, Song Jiwei's expression darkened even more. Those two situations are completely different. I only took you to the woods because it wasn't convenient to talk downstairs. Song Jiwei said coldly, finish your cake before it gets dark. I'll take you back to Principal Liu's house. I refused without hesitation. No need. I can walk back by myself. Before I leave, I still need to ask Uncle Song about my schooling. I turned sideways and tried once again to walk past Song Jiwei, but Song Jiwei blocked me once more. Since I promised to help transfer you to a high school in Beijing, I'll make sure you get into one. I nodded. All right. Thank you for your help, Commander Song. With that, I quickly walked past her. Once outside, I said goodbye to everyone one by one, saying I was heading back to Principal Liu's house. Song Jiangwo nodded, then asked Aunt Liu to pack some sliced birthday cake into an aluminum lunchbox for me to take back to Principal Liu's house. Song Jiwei walked out after me. Grandma, Dad, after I see Comrade Fusaihan off, I'll head straight back to my unit. I politely declined. Commander Song, there's no need to trouble yourself. I can take the bus back to Principal Liu's house. Song Hong spoke up, then let Jiaoyu take Fusaihan to the bus stop. Jiwei, I need to talk to you. Naturally, she meant the blind date. Zhu Jiaoyu immediately refused. Mom, let cousin go instead. I was only accidentally trapped in the bathroom with Saihan, and cousin was already furious. Song Hong frowned. If I told you to go, then go. Since when did you become so lazy? Song Jiwei said, I'll take him. After saying that, she walked out of the courtyard. I had no choice but to pick up the aluminum lunchbox and follow. Song Hong looked puzzled. Hadn't Jiwei always been quite proactive about marriage? Why was she suddenly avoiding blind dates? After we left the military compound, I called out to the person walking ahead, Commander Song, you can head back. I can get to the bus stop on my own. I hadn't actually planned to take the bus. After all, saving a little money was still saving money. If I jogged all the way back, I should make it to Principal Liu's house before dark. Song Jiwei said nothing. Instead, she took a 1 yuan bill out of her pocket. This is your pay. I quickly waved my hands. It's only right that I cooked for Grandma Song. You don't need to pay me. Song Jiwei remained firm, leaving no room for refusal. Take it. I had no choice but to accept the 1 yuan bill. After that, Song Jiwei kept a considerable distance from me. Soon, the bus bound for the school residential compound arrived. As soon as the doors opened, Song Jiwei got on the bus, bought a bus ticket from the conductor, then got back off and handed the ticket to me. Before turning to leave, after leaving the bus stop, Song Jiwei didn't return to the military base. Instead, she went back to the Song residence to ask her aunt about my school transfer. As soon as Song Hong heard about it, she shook her head. It's absolutely impossible. He's only here in Beijing to find a wife anyway. Whether he goes to school or not doesn't matter. Just find him a suitable match and get him married as soon as possible. He's good looking and an excellent cook. He won't have any trouble finding a wife. As Song Hong spoke, she began mentally searching for suitable blind dates. Song Jiwei said seriously, Aunt, since I promised his parents that I'd help transfer him to Beijing, I can't break my word. Song Hong sighed. Jiwei, with his situation, even if your father tried to pull strings, it wouldn't work. His grades are just too poor. If other parents found out, they'd definitely report it. You don't expect your father to risk disciplinary action, do you? I already talked to your father about it. If he insists on going to school, the only option is a lower-tier high school. Song Jiwei pressed her lips together. She knew those lower-tier high schools well. They were not only located in the suburbs, but their teaching quality and school discipline were both very poor. They were filled with wealthy and well-connected troublemakers. If he went to a school like that, he'd only become worse. Song Jiwei said with certainty. My father definitely didn't agree. Aunt, Is there any other way? As long as the school's atmosphere is disciplined and its rules are strict, Song Hong said bluntly. Unless they're the child of a martyr or the family of a national hero, they can't get into any decent school. Song Jiwei thought for a moment. If Fu Saihan's grades could meet Lizzie High School's requirements? Song Han let out a cold laugh. In just 2 months, raising his grades that much is nothing but a fantasy. I think he should go back to elementary school. He probably can't even recognize some of the characters on the exam. Song Jiwei froze for a moment, feeling that it really was possible. Jiwei, this is your father's concern. Why are you getting involved? He has nothing to do with you. Your main priority now is to make time to meet teacher Zhao and settle your marriage. Song Jiwei remained firm. Aunt, I've already told Grandma. The higher-ups have assigned me a mission. I don't have time right now to deal with my personal affairs. Song Hong stood up, disappointed that she couldn't persuade her. She turned and went to find Song Jianwo. After Song Jiwei returned to her unit, she recalled what I had said in the kitchen. That if I couldn't get into high school, I'd marry her. Then, after seeing Zhu Zhaoyu, I had immediately looked for a chance to get close to her. Clearly, I was treating her as a backup plan. The next day, Song Jiwei quickly contacted an old classmate to ask about transferring schools. Interprovincial transfers were already troublesome, and after hearing my grades, the classmate shook his head repeatedly. Commander Song, not a single high school will accept the student. These days, city high schools are all competing over admission rates and rankings. If he enrolls here, he'll drag down our average score so much that the principal won't be able to hold his head up at Education Bureau meetings. The main issue is, I suspect this student high school entrance exam score wasn't even earned by himself, so the risk is simply too great. After a brief pause, his old classmate asked curiously over the phone, Commander Song, what's your relationship with the student? Why are you going to so much trouble for him? Is he the country match your family arranged for you? Song Jiwei remained silent, gripping the receiver. His old classmate continued, if he's your fiancé, then it's simple. Hold the wedding during summer break. You earn a first-class merit in the Northwest. As long as he becomes your family member, he can attend any high school in Beiping. Song Jiwei replied seriously, he's not my fiancé. Thanks for your help. She then hung up the phone. She had assumed that, since he had been admitted to high school, his grades couldn't be that bad. Who would have thought not a single high school would accept him? And that there were even suspicions he had someone else take the entrance exam or had cheated. Meanwhile, Song Jianwo also used his own connections, but received the same answer as Song Jiwei. Song Jianwo frowned deeply, pacing back and forth in his office. That weekend, Liu Yanfei was on duty at the hospital. 2 months earlier, she had asked a friend to buy a birthday gift for her fiancé Qinhao in Hong Kong. But it had been delayed in Hong Kong. Qinhao's birthday was the following week, so she asked Secretary Yang to buy Qinhao a set of clothes at the department store. Secretary Yang wasn't familiar with young people's taste, and since I was about the same height as Qinhao, she took me along to help choose. Secretary Yang and I arrived at a men's clothing counter. The sales clerk saw that I was handsome, but dressed like a country bumpkin, and immediately looked down her nose at me, her face full of disdain. Hey, comrade, this fabric is very expensive. Don't touch it. Back then in state-owned department stores, the sales clerks were government employees. They all acted as if they owned the place, never treating customers with any respect. Because goods were in short supply, customers had to put up with their attitude instead. I pretended not to hear it, and continued, accompanying Secretary Yang as she browsed. The saleswoman turned and saw a mother and son enter the section. She immediately greeted them with an ingratiating smile. Director Lee, Teacher Pei, you're here. These premium Hong Kong imports just arrived yesterday. I've been waiting for you to try them on. As she spoke, she took out several fashionable outfits from beneath the counter. The middle-aged woman addressed as Director Lee proudly looked them over. Zhao Yo, try this one. His family has served in the military for 3 generations. His father is a military district commander. He's already a regimental commander at such a young age, and he even earned a first-class merit. He has a brilliant future ahead of him. You'd better seize this opportunity. But Pei Jiaoyou wasn't interested. He was the youngest son in the family and had always excelled academically, so he had been especially pampered. Mom, I'm not going. If he's already a regimental commander, he's probably short and ugly, and not very well educated either. Director Lee smiled. I've already looked into him. That commander is only 26, and he graduated from a military academy. He's stayed single all this time because he was carrying out national missions. He was only recently transferred back to Beiping. Now go try on the clothes. Hearing that he had graduated from a military academy, Pei Jiaoyu's expression softened. Secretary Yang and I looked around and found that the Hong Kong imports had very stylish, modern designs. We thought Kin Hao would definitely like them. So Secretary Yang said to the saleswoman, Comrade, could you let me have a look at those outfits? The saleswoman glanced at Secretary Yang impatiently. Comrade, no, these are for my future son-in-law. The saleswoman then looked at me standing beside Secretary Yang. She assumed I was Secretary Yang's future son-in-law. A country bumpkin for a son-in-law. He's probably not some government official. Just wait, can't you see? That gentleman in the fitting room is trying them on? You can look after he's finished. The saleswoman rolled her eyes, then turned around, smiling as she praised Director Lee's handsome son, who had just graduated and been assigned to teach at Lizzie High School. Director Lee looked very pleased. She glanced at me, while the saleswoman leaned over and whispered disdainfully in her ear, I wouldn't even bother showing them to him. Just some country bumpkin, reeking of sweat. Secretary Yang was usually very patient. When she was told to wait, she had planned to let it go. But when she saw the saleswoman whispering to another customer, she couldn't tolerate it any longer. She demanded angrily, Comrade, what do you mean by this? We were clearly here first. You hid the nice, fashionable clothes and only showed them to other customers. When we want to see them, we have to wait. Go get your manager right now. The saleswoman wasn't intimidated at all. Instead, she sneered, Comrade, I'm not deliberately hiding them from you. These Hong Kong imports, the cheapest one costs 30 or 40 yuan. Can you even afford them? When I saw her talking back to Secretary Yang, I immediately shot back. You're just a sales clerk. What does it matter to you whether we can afford them? Right now, I suspect you're hiding the clothes instead of putting them on display because you're engaged in illegal profiteering, using your position as a state store sales clerk to sell clothes smuggled in from Hong Kong through this department store. The saleswoman's face turned pale. Comrade, don't talk nonsense. These goods were officially imported from Hong Kong and sold in the department store. They're not smuggled. I continued loudly. Then why are you hiding the clothes instead of putting them on display? We want to see them, but you won't let us. You're living off the state while engaging in smuggling. Someone should call the police and arrest a person like you. The saleswoman panicked. Looking anxious and frightened, she pleaded, Comrade, I was wrong. Go ahead and look. Look at whatever you like. Secretary Yang hadn't expected that someone as gentle-looking as me could argue so persuasively. Saihan, take them into the fitting room and try them on. I'll see which outfit looks the best. After Pei Jiaoyou came out wearing two different outfits, he wasn't satisfied with either of them. They didn't suit his build. But when he saw me trying on the clothes too, he immediately became unhappy. How can I wear clothes after some country bumpkin has already tried them on? He grabbed Director Lee and started to leave. The saleswoman hurriedly stopped the mother and son, trying to flatter them. Director Lee, Teacher Pei, these are the best-selling and most fashionable styles from Hong Kong. I especially saved them for you. These haven't been tried on by that country bumpkin. Pei Jiaoyou raised his chin arrogantly. Since you promised my mother that the newest and best-looking clothes would be reserved for me to try on first, only after I've rejected them, should anyone else get to wear them, either drive that country bumpkin away, or I'm not buying anything. The saleswoman had just narrowly escaped being accused of smuggling, so she didn't dare provoke that country bumpkin. When I stepped out of the fitting room, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, I no longer looked anything like a country boy. My proportions were excellent, like a model stepping out of a fashion magazine. Customers passing by the store were drawn inside one after another. He thought it would definitely look even better on him than on me. Mom, I want that outfit. At that moment, He no longer cared that I had already tried it on. Director Lee also felt that wearing this outfit on his blind date would definitely captivate the other party. She gave the saleswoman a look. The saleswoman immediately said, "Comrade, this outfit costs 75 yuan. Are you buying it?" Secretary Yang had thought it would only cost 30 or 40 yuan, so he hadn't brought enough money. The saleswoman knew we couldn't afford it. "Comrade, if you're not buying it, please take it off, so the other customer can have a look." Secretary Yang frowned. "I'm buying it. I just didn't bring enough money with me. I'll go back and get it." Hearing that, Director Lee walked over directly and handed a 100 yuan bill to the saleswoman. "I'll take this outfit." The saleswoman grinned from ear to ear. "Certainly, Director Lee. I'll wrap it up for you right away." Then she turned to me. "Comrade, since you didn't bring enough money, please take the clothes off." Secretary Yang quickly said, "Comrade, we've already claimed this outfit. I'll come back and pay for it after I get the money. You were able to keep yesterday's new arrivals hidden until those two customers came in, only then taking them out. Why can't we go home, get the money, and come back to buy them?" The saleswoman looked utterly speechless. Director Lee, holding her head high, said arrogantly, "Young man, be reasonable. There's only one of this outfit. You wanted it, but you didn't have the money. We've paid for it, so it belongs to us now. Please take off my outfit and give it back to me. You passed on this outfit. We were the ones who picked it. Now that Saihan looks handsome wearing it, you want to take it back? I thought you were educated people. How can you be so unreasonable?" Pei Zhaoyou replied arrogantly, "What do you mean we passed on it? I hadn't even gotten to try this one on before you took it. Now either you pay for it or take that outfit off." I glanced at Pei Zhaoyou's figure. "Since you want it so badly, I'll take it off and give it to you." Then I whispered to Secretary Yang, "Annie, it looks good on me. But that doesn't mean it'll look good on him. Let's let him try it first. Once he sees it doesn't suit him, he definitely won't buy it." Secretary Yang looked at my build, then glanced at Pei Zhaoyou. She told me to change back in the fitting room. As soon as Pei Zhaoyou got the outfit, he couldn't wait to put it on. It ended up looking terribly unfashionable on him. Even Director Lee frowned. I asked calmly, "So, do you still want this outfit? Spoiled since childhood?" Pei Zhaoyou snapped angrily, "Yes. Saleswoman, wrap it up for me." Director Lee hesitated. Although her family wasn't short of money, spending 75 yuan on an outfit he couldn't wear was simply too wasteful. Secretary Yang and I went to another menswear counter. Based on the height, weight, and complexion she described, I recommended several outfits. Secretary Yang chose the most expensive one. When we returned to the apartment building, we found a familiar figure waiting downstairs. The moment he saw me, he happily came over. "Brother, you're finally back. I've been here since early this morning, waiting for you." Secretary Yang looked at Fuxian, then at me. "Saihan, is this your younger brother? It's hot outside. Come inside and talk." I quickly waved my hand. "No need. Annie, you go upstairs first." I pulled Fuxian toward the small grove. "Xin, what are you doing here?" Fuxian put an arm around my shoulder, looking as if he truly cared for me. "Brother, I came especially while Grandma Song wasn't around to tell you this news. Don't get angry. And don't blame Uncle Song. You probably won't be able to attend school in Beiping. And you won't be able to marry Sister Song either." I was puzzled. Song Jiwei had confidently told me that she could help me get into school. As Fuxian spoke, he watched my expression. "Brother, your grades are too poor, and your high school entrance exam score doesn't match your second-year final exam results at all. They're suspecting you cheated on the entrance exam or had someone take it for you. So no school in Beiping dares to accept you. You can only go back home to study. And last week, in the kitchen, when you said if you couldn't get into high school, you'd marry Sister Song, she happened to overhear it. So, Uncle Song arranged for a high school teacher to come to the house for a blind date. Since you're such a good cook, he wants you to go back and prepare lunch. When he heard that Uncle Song had arranged a blind date for Sister Song, he truly hated it. For the past week, he had practiced his cooking diligently, getting up early with Aunt Liu to do laundry and sweep. At noon he skipped his break to make nourishing soup for Grandma Song, and in the evenings he accompanied her on walks, spending almost the entire day around the Song household. But last night, Grandma Song told him that An Hong had introduced another match for Sister Song. The man would come to the military compound for lunch tomorrow. Brother, we're real brothers. It doesn't matter who Sister Song marries. I can stay in Biping and continue vocational school. But what about you? If you really go back home, people will definitely gossip behind your back. A new blind date had been arranged for Song Jiwei. Only then did he realize it. He even wanted to egg me on to return to the Song family tomorrow and make a huge scene, ruining Song Jiwei's blind date, while getting the Song family to send me back to my hometown. What a perfect two birds one stone plan. He really was dreaming. I curled my lips into a faint smile. So Uncle Song wants me to return to the Song family tomorrow to cook lunch for Commander Song's blind date. Only an idiot would believe something like that. Seeing how calm and composed I remained, Fu Xian secretly gritted his teeth before continuing. Well, not entirely. I think asking you to cook is just an excuse. Their real plan is to lure you back and then send you back to your hometown. I nodded. All right, I understand. I need to tell Principal Liu and Secretary Yang. With that, I turned to go upstairs to prepare lunch. The calmer the first acted, the more anxious Fu Xian became. Brother, Uncle Song originally asked Aunt Liu to come. I came to find you myself, because I wanted us to think of a solution together. If you can't study in Biping, can't marry Sister Song, and can't return to your hometown, what are you going to do? The other party's parents are leaders in the Education Bureau. Uncle Song and Grandma Song are both very satisfied with him, other than a technical secondary school diploma. How could he possibly compare to him? Didn't Sister Song say she'd help you transfer to a high school in Biping? Didn't she? How about I go with you to see Sister Song? As Fu Xian said this, a sinister glint flashed across his eyes. If you really can't get into school, then you absolutely must marry into the Song family. Write a letter to Mom and Dad now. They'll definitely think of a solution. It seemed Fu Xian was truly getting anxious. His scheme was practically written all over his face. As for whether I can study in Biping, I'll only know after I see Uncle Song tomorrow. When I said I wanted to marry Commander Song, I was just teasing you. Otherwise, I would have married her back in Qiantang village. Watching Fu Xian's face darken bit by bit, I turned and started walking upstairs. Uncle Song specifically asked me to come back tomorrow, so he must have found another solution. Perhaps Fu Xian already knew, and was deliberately trying to provoke me into making a scene, so he could achieve his goal of marrying Song Jiwei. Still unwilling to give up, Fu Xian grabbed my hand. Brother, didn't you really like Sister Song? You even tried to drown yourself for her, and Sister Song even kissed you. I replied with a half-smile full of sarcasm. Then go tell Sister Song that. As far as I'm concerned, Commander Song did that to save my life. I'm already deeply grateful, and I sincerely hope Commander Song can find a truly suitable partner. Fu Xian stood there in disbelief. His face looked even darker than pig liver. Fu Xian, just you wait. As soon as I returned to Principal Liu's house, Secretary Yang asked me with concern. Why didn't you invite your younger brother in for a rest and some water? He looks pretty young. Why have I never heard you mention him before? Seeing that he had been waiting outside in such scorching weather, she assumed he must have run into some trouble and had come to ask his older brother for money. Secretary Yang waited for me to explain. I shook my head. Annie, it's okay. My younger brother just came to tell me about my school transfer. I need to go back to the military compound tomorrow. Principal Liu said cheerfully, holding a newspaper. Transferring schools across regions is quite complicated. Your relatives must have invited someone from the school over for a meal. It'll be the perfect chance for you to show off your cooking. I happen to have an event at work tomorrow, so I won't be home for lunch. Just go without worrying. I thanked them happily. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Annie. The next morning, a little after 8, I finished cleaning the house and headed to the Song residence. It was Sunday, and Song Jiangwo was enjoying a rare day off at home. Originally, he hadn't planned to let Song Hong bring the guest home. The main reason was that Fu Xian's recent behavior, along with his attitude and words toward Jiwei, showed that he genuinely saw himself as the Song family's future son-in-law. Both he and Grandma Song had tactfully told him the two of them weren't a good match, but Fu Xian was stubborn. He believed the Song family had brought him to Beiping so that he could marry Jiwei. That was why Song Jiangwo made this decision, to keep Fu Xian from sinking in any deeper. Just then, Aunt Liu's voice came from outside the door. "Chief Song, Saihan is here." I walked into the living room and greeted him. "Hello, Uncle Song. Principal Liu and Secretary Yang are both going out today, so they won't be eating at home. That's why I came over." Beads of sweat rolled down my cheeks. It was obvious I'd walked all the way, too reluctant to even take the bus. Song Jiangwo couldn't help feeling sorry for me. He told me to have a drink first, then come to the study to talk about my schooling. Sitting in a wooden chair with a high back, Song Jiangwo asked, "Saihan, what do you think of Jiwei now? After all, you once tried to drown yourself because you wanted to marry her." I immediately understood what Song Jiangwo was getting at. "Uncle Song, I admit I was a little immature before, but I'm the kind of person who only gets excited for 3 minutes. I think Sister Song feels more like an older sister or an elder. Right now, what I want most is to finish high school in Beiping and cherish this hard-earned opportunity to study." Song Jiangwo nodded. As for my school transfer, he had tried every possible solution over the past week. Since no school was willing to accept me, he thought he might as well find me a good job and then introduce me to a suitable match, so I could settle down in Beiping. "Saihan, your housekeeping job will last until the end of August, right? How about this? When August comes, I'll arrange a better job for you. What do you think? Is there anywhere you'd like to work? As a movie projectionist or at the grain station?" I asked sincerely, "Uncle Song, is it because of my grades that no school in Beiping is willing to accept me?" Song Jiangwo didn't answer directly, because he was concerned about my self-esteem. "Saihan, your mother sent you to Beiping, hoping that you could find someone to marry as soon as possible. I plan to arrange a good job for you first. That would also make it easier for you to find a partner." I looked at him firmly. "Uncle Song, I still want to go to school." My final exam results were indeed affected because I was sick. My entrance exam scores were actually quite good. I'm confident that once I'm admitted, my ranking won't be poor. Seeing how determined I was, Song Jiangwo asked seriously, "Are you really that confident?" I nodded. "Uncle Song, how about this? If my grades can't keep up, or if they're too poor, I'll withdraw from school and won't cause you any trouble." Song Jiangwo appreciated my attitude. I wasn't just saying I was confident. I intended to prove it with my actions. "All right, when your Aunt Hong arrives, I'll talk to her. As long as the school sees that you can keep up academically, they should be willing to accept you." I stood up and gave him a slight bow. "Thank you. Thank you, Uncle Song. You've gone to so much trouble for me." "Uncle Song, I'll go help in the kitchen now. I heard from Xian that Sister Song's blind date is coming for lunch today. I'll make a few refreshing, appetizing dishes." Song Jiangwo quickly waved his hand. "No need. Aunt Liu can handle it by herself." Fu Xian, who had been about to sneak over and eavesdrop, heard the study door open and immediately ran back to the dining table. As he sliced a washed apple, he asked, "Brother, what did Uncle Song say to you? Can you still continue studying in Beiping?" I answered calmly, "Nothing much. If he found out that as long as I earned good grades, I could continue studying in Beiping, who knew whether he'd try to sabotage me?" I then went to the shaded part of the yard to help Aunt Liu prepare the vegetables and clean the fish. Seeing that I was about to cook, Fu Xian immediately went into the kitchen and poured out half the salt from the salt jar. Then, he poured some white granules from another bag, mixed them thoroughly with the salt, and then casually returned to the yard to help wash the kelp. Song Jiwei wouldn't return to the military compound until noon, so it wasn't until after 10 o'clock that Song Hong led the guest into the Song family courtyard. They saw two young men washing kelp, both dressed like country boys. One of them wore brand new clothes, while the other had a large patch sewn onto the knee of his pants. Just like that country bumpkin. They had met at the mall yesterday. Aunt Liu, who was washing rice, hurried over with a smile and called into the house. "Old Madam, Commander Song, our guests have arrived." Song Hong introduced them to Director Lee. "This is Aunt Liu, the housekeeper at my eldest brother's home." Lee Sumei and Pei Jiaoyo smiled and nodded when I heard their voices and looked up to greet them. Lee Sumei and Pei Jiaoyo turned to look my way as well. They were both stunned. It was actually that country bumpkin they had run into at the mall yesterday, the one who had embarrassed him and forced him to grit his teeth and spend 75 yuan on an outfit he couldn't wear. Lee Sumei and Pei Jiaoyo quickly regained their composure. With a smile still on her face, she asked, "Are these two also housekeepers?" I didn't react, but Fu Xian felt deeply humiliated. He clenched the kelp in his hand. Skipping over me, Song Hong pointed at Fu Xian, "Director Lee, these two brothers are staying with the Song family while attending school. Their father once saved my elder brother's life. Xian has excellent grades. He was admitted to the same vocational school as Teacher Pei." Fu Xian stood up and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Annie. Hello, Brother Pei." I also greeted them calmly, "Director Lee, Teacher Pei." Then I carried the washed vegetables into the kitchen. I had never imagined that Song Jiwei's blind date would be the kind of teacher who looked down on people with such arrogance. It seemed Song Jiwei's path to marriage would be a bumpy one. When they heard that the brother's father had once saved Commander Song's life, the first thing they thought of was the middle-aged woman who had accompanied that country bumpkin yesterday. Could she be Commander Song's mother? Their expressions immediately became extremely awkward. Just then, Song Jiangwo came out of the living room and politely invited Lee Sumei and her son inside. "Director Lee, my sister-in-law took my grandniece out of town for training, and they haven't returned yet." Hearing Song Hong say that, Lee Sumei and Pei Jiaoyo both breathed a sigh of relief. Pei Jiaoyo greeted him politely. "Hello, Uncle Song." But deep down, he still couldn't help worrying about that country bumpkin's Annie was here too. If it were brought up in front of everyone, it would be truly embarrassing. Behind them, Fu Xian's eyes were filled with malice. He looked Pei Jiaoyo up and down. And thinking about what was about to happen, he concealed the expression on his face, followed everyone inside, and obediently poured tea. Lee Sumei casually asked about me. "When we came in, I only heard you introduce this young man. What about the other one? Is he attending vocational school too?" "That's impressive. He's quite handsome. I bet he has lots of admirers at school." The Song family members were all experienced, and they could easily tell that although Lee Sumei seemed to be praising me, she was actually trying to find out about my background. Song Hong replied with a smile. "Fu Saihan's grades aren't as good as Xian's. His heart has never really been in studying, so he found work as a housekeeper. He's only back today to help out. In a while, he'll return to his hometown to get married." Song Jiangwo was just about to say that I would transfer to Lizzie High School after the new term, but Song Hong spoke first. It seemed the middle-aged woman I had met yesterday was only my employer, and it was obvious that the Song family didn't seem to value me very much. They had me work as a housekeeper and planned to send me back home to get married, while Fu Xian got to live with the Song family with his food, lodging, and schooling all provided. With all their concerns gone, Lee Sumei continued chatting with Song Hong, talking about her son's outstanding performance in school. He was an outstanding student every year. Song Hong also brought out a photo of Song Jiwei. After seeing the woman in the photograph, Lee Sumei smiled even more brightly and handed it to Pei Jiaoyo beside her. Pei Jiaoyo cared greatly about appearances and had very high standards for a future partner. Not only family background, education, and appearance, but height also mattered to him. When he saw the dignified and imposing Commander Song, he had already guessed that his blind date wouldn't be unattractive. But when he saw the exquisitely beautiful woman in the photograph, he was completely captivated. Sitting on the sofa, Fu Xian watched the scene resentfully. No matter how hard he tried, or how eagerly he wanted to become part of the Song family, he would always remain an outsider. Watching everyone chat so happily, Fu Xian turned and walked into the kitchen. He merely glanced inside from the doorway, confirming once again that I was the one cooking, while Aunt Liu was only assisting. Only then did he curl his lips into a cold, sinister smile and return to the living room. Originally, I had planned to prepare a wonderful lunch to help bring Song Jiwei and her blind date together. But now I was no longer in the mood. I simply used the ingredients Aunt Liu had prepared to make a few ordinary dishes. Aunt Liu said indignantly on my behalf, Cyan. Honestly, you and Xin are both guests of the Song family. You should go sit in the living room with him. It's so hot in this kitchen. I replied sincerely. Uncle Song has already gone to great lengths to help with my schooling. The least I can do is cook a meal. I heated the wok and poured in the oil. When the hot and sour shredded potatoes were nearly done, I scooped up a spoonful of salt. Just as I was about to sprinkle it in, I immediately noticed something was wrong with the salt. Puzzled, I rummaged through the salt container. Aunt Liu, did you just refill this with new salt? While kneading dough, Aunt Liu replied, yes, we have guests today. So I opened a fresh bag and poured it in. I stirred the salt with my finger. Then why does it look different? The texture of these grains doesn't look like ordinary table salt. I picked up one of the crystal-like granules with my fingertip, tasted it, and frowned. Why is it different? Aunt Liu hurried over and even took out the half-used bag of salt from that morning. That's strange. After I poured it in this morning, the bag was only half full. Why does it look like there's more in it now? I took the salt bag and looked inside. It contained nothing but fine, pure white table salt. My mind exploded in an instant. This was industrial salt. It was poisonous. Someone had deliberately poured half of the original table salt back into the bag and mixed the rest with sodium nitrite. I barely needed to think to know who had tampered with the salt. Just like the first time the original owner cooked. Fu Xian had deliberately used plates contaminated with pesticide residue to poison the entire family. Now he wanted to frame me again and poison the entire Song family. Not only would I be accused of attempted murder by poisoning, but this blind date would also be ruined. If they consumed too much, it could even be fatal. I could almost picture what would happen once the dishes were served. Fu Xian would keep piling food into Pei Zhaoye's bowl, urging him to eat more. The Song family would be poisoned and Pei Zhaoye would die. I would be arrested by the police, while Fu Xian would tirelessly stay at the hospital day and night, taking care of the poisoned members of the Song family, winning their hearts, and ultimately marrying Song Jiwei. To achieve his goal, he didn't even care about human lives. I was even beginning to suspect that Fu Xian's leg injury from being stepped on by a cow had been staged by himself and pinned on the original owner. With that thought, I carefully inspected all the seasonings and ingredients again, just to be safe. I rewashed every bowl, pair of chopsticks, and plate several times. I left the salt in the salt container untouched, and instead opened a brand new bag of salt to continue cooking. I also asked Aunt Liu, just like last time, to keep an eye on Fu Xian. I had no evidence yet. Even if I said right now that there was something wrong with the salt, Fu Xian would never admit it, so all I could do was beat him at his own game. Fu Xian even sneaked over to the kitchen window. He saw with his own eyes as I scooped spoonfuls of salt from the salt jar and sprinkled them into the shredded pork with garlic sauce. Then he returned to the living room, took out a math workbook, and walked over to Pei Zhaoye with an eager expression, asking him about some problems. Fu Xian kept flattering him and trying to get on his good side. Pei Zhaoye thoroughly enjoyed the attention. When lunchtime arrived, Aunt Liu carried the finished dishes to the table. Seeing this, Fu Xian put away his math workbook and went into the kitchen to help. As soon as he entered, he saw me frantically cleaning up a spilled salt jar. He hurried over, afraid I might discover something was wrong with the salt. Xian, hurry and get me another bag of salt. This salt got soaked with the meat juices. It's no good anymore. I scooped the spilled salt into the sink and turned on the faucet to wash it away. Fu Xian was delighted. That saved him quite a bit of trouble. I pleaded anxiously. Xian, could you please not let Grandma Song and Uncle Song know about this? It was an accident. Fu Xian readily agreed, though a vicious gleam flashed across his eyes. Brother, don't worry. I definitely won't tell Grandma Song or Uncle Song. We're brothers after all. Brothers, we were nothing of the sort. Once the entire Song family was poisoned and sent to the hospital, where they were diagnosed with sodium nitrite poisoning, he would reveal that I had knocked over the salt jar and washed the spilled salt down the sink, making it seem beyond doubt that I had tried to poison the Song family and Pei Jiaoyou. Saiyan, I'll get you another bag of salt. Just then, Aunt Liu came in after serving the dishes. I waved the salt jar lid in my hand. No need. Aunt Liu, Xian has already gotten one for me. Then I turned to Fu Xian and said, Xian, tell Grandma Song the winter melon and kelp soup needs a little more time to cook. Let the kelp simmer until it's nice and tender. Tell them to start eating first. Fu Xian glanced at the winter melon and kelp soup simmering in the pot. Okay, out of all the dishes, this was the only soup anyone would be drinking. He then turned and walked out of the kitchen. Seeing the time, Song Jiangwo realized that Song Jiwei still hadn't returned during the lunch break. He went back into the study and called Song Jiwei's office. At the office, Song Jiwei picked up the phone. Jiwei, why aren't you back yet? Mr. Pei has been waiting for you for almost 2 hours. Song Jiangwo's stern, authoritative voice came through the receiver. Dad, I don't have time to think about my personal life right now. I'd only be wasting the teacher's time. I'm not coming back for lunch. Song Jiwei reached up and rubbed the pain in her right shoulder. Even painkillers no longer worked. Song Jiangwo gave a direct order. Comrade Song Jiwei, please take your situation seriously. Being punctual is one of a soldier's most basic qualities. I'm giving you 15 minutes. You are to report to the Song residence on time. At that moment, Fu Xian's voice carried through the receiver as well. Uncle Song, my brother said there's only one soup left. Is Sister Song still not back? Song Jiangwo answered toward the doorway. She'll be here soon. He then picked up the receiver again, only to hear the line had already gone dead. 13.5 minutes later, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Song Jiwei had returned. Song Hong immediately stood up and looked out the window. Pei Jiaoyou craned his neck to look as well, but all he saw was the car door closing. Song Jiwei's tall figure walked into the living room. Her picturesque features made Pei Jiaoyou's heart skip a beat. Song Hong took Pei Jiaoyou forward and introduced the two to each other. Pei Jiaoyou said shyly, Hello, Commander Song. My name is Pei Jiao. I'm also a teacher at Lizzie High School. Song Jiwei simply replied, Hello, I'm Song Jiwei. She then turned and greeted Li Sumei. Hello, Auntie. Her gaze calmly swept across the room. After lingering on the kitchen, she quickly looked away. Li Sumei praised her. You're truly beautiful. Even more beautiful than in the photo. Song Hong greeted everyone. Please, have a seat. The food won't taste as good once it gets cold. Judging from Director Li's and Teacher Pei's reactions, they were obviously very satisfied with Jiwei. As for Jiwei, she remained as reserved as ever. No one could tell whether she liked him or not. As the matchmaker, Song Hong kept trying to bring the two together during the meal. Li Sumei eagerly joined in, lavishly praising Pei Jiaoyou's strengths. Song Jiwei remained expressionless. She simply seemed hungry, with all her attention on the food. Song Hong nudged Song Jiwei with her elbow, reminding her to say a few more words. She merely responded with a soft mm and lowered her eyes to the dishes again. Fu Xian picked up a garlic shrimp and spooned a little sauce into Pei Jiaoyou's bowl. Brother Jiaoyou, try this garlic shrimp. Pei Jiaoyou, sitting opposite Song Jiwei, looked rather shy. Thank you, Brother Xian, I can help myself. Although Pei Jiaoyou smiled at Fu Xian's friendly gesture, he was utterly disgusted inside. This country bumpkin doesn't even know to use serving chopsticks. Who would want to eat food covered in his saliva? Seeing that I was still busy in the kitchen, Song Jiangwo called out in a steady voice. Saiyan, Aunt Liu, stop working. Come and eat. I turned off the gas stove and replied, okay. Uncle Song then walked over to the dining table. After Aunt Liu served everyone a bowl of rice, she sat down at the corner nearest the kitchen. I looked around at the remaining seats. The only empty seats were beside Song Jiwei and beside Li Sumei. After how fiercely Song Jiwei had scolded me last week, I really didn't want to sit next to Lee Sume, but it was still better than getting scolded again. I walked over and had just pulled out a chair to sit down when Lee Sume subtly shifted farther away from me. She was obviously disgusted by the idea of sitting beside me. The observant Song Hong noticed and called out to me, "Sit in the seat next to Song Jiwei." I glanced at Song Jiwei. Seeing that she didn't react, I walked over and sat beside her. As I slid my legs under the table, my knee accidentally brushed against Song Jiwei's thigh. Song Jiwei immediately drew her legs together and sat up straighter. Her expression turned even colder. I behaved myself as well and kept my distance from her. Song Hong took a bite of the braised pork with preserved vegetables and thought it was excellent. She served a piece to Lee Sume. "Saihan's braised pork is really well cooked. Directorly, give it a try." Lee Sume picked it up and took a small bite. She smiled politely and nodded. "It's quite good. Looks like you've cooked at home many times. Though the meat is a little overcooked. It doesn't need to simmer that long. Meat tastes better with a bit of chew." Lee Sume continued commenting on my cooking with a smile. "As for fish, our family's cook always steams it. The flavor is wonderfully fresh. Braising it masks the fish's natural taste." She added, "Country boys really are hardworking. They're diligent and capable, unlike my Jiaoyo, who only knows how to study. What's the use of having good grades if he can't even cook?" Hearing his shortcomings mentioned in front of the woman he liked, Pei Jiaoyo looked unhappy and spoke up to defend himself. "Mom, anyone can cook by following a recipe. It's nowhere near as difficult as studying for exams." Lee Sume nodded. "That's true. Once you're married, you'll learn after cooking a few times." With just a few words, they had praised Pei Jiaoyo while belittling all the effort I had put into cooking. Song Jiwei frowned slightly, clearly displeased. I said politely, "Aunt Lee, these dishes were all prepared according to Grandma Song's family's taste. They're getting older, so I stewed the meat a little longer." That instantly turned her criticism back on her. I could tell that the mother and son were extremely satisfied with Song Jiwei, especially Pei Jiaoyo, who looked completely smitten at first sight. After I rebutted her, Lee Sume looked embarrassed. She secretly thought that once Pei Jiaoye's marriage to the Song family was settled, she would immediately have the Song family send this country bumpkin, me, back to my hometown, along with Fuxian. Throughout the meal, Fuxian only ate vegetables. He would take one bite of vegetables and several bites of rice, constantly drinking water. Meanwhile, he kept serving food to Pei Jiaoyo. Whichever dishes had the most sauce, he piled into Pei Jiaoye's bowl. Pei Jiaoyo was utterly disgusted. He didn't touch a single dish Fuxian had served him. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. He pushed Fuxian's hand away and set his bowl aside. "Brother Xian, you should eat it yourself. I don't usually eat these." As he spoke, he transferred the food Fuxian had given him back into Fuxian's bowl. Fuxian could clearly sense the other man's contempt and disdain. His lowered eyes were filled with resentment. But it didn't matter. Even if Pei Jiaoyo didn't eat the food he served, he would still eat the other dishes. Fuxian simply waited for Pei Jiaoyo and the Song family to begin showing signs of poisoning. I observed Fuxian's every move, just as I expected. I couldn't understand it. Although the Fu family doted on the original owner, they had also treated Fuxian well. The whole family was honest and kind. Why had Fuxian become so vicious? While chatting with Lee Sume, Song Jiangwo noticed that I barely touched the dishes, so he placed a piece of meat into my bowl. "Saihan, don't just eat vegetables. Have another piece of meat." I quickly shook my head. "No, thank you, Uncle Song." Then I stared at the piece of meat in my bowl, thinking I could ask Aunt Liu later if she wanted it, so I pushed the meat to one side. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Jiwei noticed what I did. She lowered her voice. "You can give me the fatty piece." Then she quietly lowered her bowl beneath the table. I froze for a moment, glancing over at Song Jiwei. Her slender fingers lightly tapped the table. She was urging me. I quickly looked around the table, and seeing that no one was paying attention, I lowered my bowl beneath the table and transferred the piece of meat into Song Jiwei's bowl. I said politely, "Thank you, Commander Song." Song Jiwei calmly resumed eating. And when everyone had nearly finished, I stood up and went into the kitchen to bring out the winter melon and kelp soup. Lee Sume happened to be thirsty. She ladled herself a bowl, took a sip, and said, "Cyan, this soup seems a little bland." Commander Song just came back from outside. She must have sweated a lot and needs to replenish some salt. I obediently turned around and brought over the salt container, adding a spoonful to the soup. Song Jiwei had just finished a bowl of rice and was about to serve herself some soup. I quickly took the ladle from her hand. My fingers lightly brushed against her fingertips. Like a spark being struck, she immediately pulled her hand back, thinking I was trying to help her, and said coolly, "I'll do it myself." But I ignored her and instead served Lee Sume another bowl. "Aunt Lee, please see if the seasoning is right now." Then I served bowls for Grandma Song, Song Jiangwo, and Song Hong as well, setting them aside to cool under the electric fan before drinking. Pei Jiaoyou also ladled himself a bowl, blew on it, and took a sip. Fu Xin knew perfectly well that this soup was the only completely safe dish on the table. He also served himself half a bowl to eat with rice, all the while quietly observing everyone's reactions. He found it rather strange. Why wasn't anyone showing signs of poisoning yet? After taking a few sips, Lee Sume smiled and began offering me advice. Song Jiwei put a piece of winter melon into her mouth and said frankly, "It tastes just right to me." Maybe Aunt Lee is getting older, and her sense of taste has dulled a little. Her voice remained as cool as ever, making Lee Sume look visibly embarrassed. She was clearly displeased. Seeing this, Song Hong tried to smooth things over. She was just about to pick up a bowl of winter melon and kelp soup to see how it tasted, when Pei Jiaoyou suddenly felt sick to his stomach. He opened his mouth and vomited. His lips had turned an unnatural black. Lee Sume was terrified and hurriedly asked, "Jiaoyou, what's wrong?" At that moment, Lee Sume herself also felt nauseous. Pei Jiaoyou said painfully, "Mom, I feel like I'm having trouble breathing." Right afterward, Fu Xian also felt nauseous, and his stomach began to ache as well. He hadn't expected sodium nitrite to be so toxic. He had barely eaten, yet his reaction was already this severe. Fortunately, he was still conscious. The others' symptoms must have been even worse than his. When Song Hong saw that the two of them had blackened lips and hands, she jumped to her feet in alarm. "Director Lee, Teacher Pei, your hands and lips." Song Jiwei reacted immediately. "They've been poisoned. Call an ambulance right now." The moment she heard the word poisoned, Lee Sume immediately assumed that I was taking revenge for what had happened at the mall yesterday. She pointed at me and shouted, "You actually poisoned the food. How could you be so vicious?" Fu Xian bent over in apparent agony and said, "Brother, you can't hold a grudge. Just because you can't attend school in Beiping and the Song family doesn't like you, you can't tamper with the food. Just because of that." Then Fu Xian suddenly seemed to remember something, his face filled with horror. "So back in the kitchen, you deliberately knocked over the salt jar, poured all the salt into the sink, and washed it away, because you knew there was something wrong with it." Song Jiwei immediately picked up the salt jar to inspect it. She recognized at a glance that there was something wrong with the salt. She examined it carefully in her palm. It's sodium nitrite. This industrial chemical is highly toxic. Its symptoms include vomiting and diarrhea, difficulty breathing, and darkened lips. Every single symptom matches. Her sharp, icy gaze fell on me. Grandma Song clutched her chest, nearly passing out. Song Hong hurriedly supported her and said angrily, "Brother, you brought a venomous snake into this house." After calling for an ambulance from the study, Song Jiangwo returned with a grim expression and asked, "Cyan, what exactly is going on here?" An intimidating aura radiated from him. I replied innocently, pointing at the winter melon and kelp soup. "Uncle Song, Xin was the one who brought me the salt jar. The problem is with the soup. Aunt Lee and the others only showed signs of poisoning after drinking the soup with the added salt." Just then, Aunt Lee spoke up. "That's right. We never drank the soup, and we're all perfectly fine." Only then did the Song family realize that none of them felt unwell. Only Song Jiwei had eaten a piece of winter melon, but the amount of poison was minimal, so it hadn't affected her yet. Fu Xian, who was still vomiting, froze. His eyes widened. How was that possible? He had clearly seen me pour all the salt from the jar into the sink and wash it away. So why was there still sodium nitrite in the salt jar? I continued explaining. I don't even know what sodium nitrite is. When I was cooking earlier, I used the salt from that very salt jar. While making the soup, I accidentally knocked the salt jar over. Just then, Xian brought me a new bag of salt, so I used the salt he gave me to make the soup. Aunt Liu saw the whole thing. Aunt Liu nodded repeatedly and confirmed, "That's right. The soup was made with the bag of salt Xian brought." I even thought it was a little strange at the time. There had only been less than half a bag left that morning. But when Xian brought it over, there was suddenly much more of it. I frowned and said helplessly, feeling utterly wronged, "Uncle Song promised me that as long as I did well on the exams, he'd help me transfer schools. He also promised that even if I couldn't get into a school, he'd find me a good job, introduce me to someone suitable, and help me settle down in Biping. Why would I do something like this?" Then I looked at Xian with a sorrowful expression. "Xian, I know you've been on blind dates with Commander Song for 6 months without any result, and that you truly like Commander Song. But how could you do something like this?" Pei Zhao suddenly understood. "So, you've been on blind dates with Commander Song before? No wonder you were so attentive to me, constantly putting food on my plate, while barely eating any yourself." Li Sume hadn't expected things to turn out like this either. Her anger was instantly directed at Xian. "You little brat. You're so young, yet so vicious. Just because Commander Song didn't choose you, you wanted to poison my son. I'm calling the police." Xian's face instantly turned deathly pale. He realized his scheme had been completely exposed. From the very beginning, I had recognized the sodium nitrite he had mixed into the table salt. So I played along. I deliberately spilled the salt shaker right in front of him, asked him to bring me another bag of salt, and made sure Aunt Liu witnessed everything. His attempt to frame me failed, and he ended up trapping himself instead. He never imagined his idiot older brother could become this clever. Faced with the sharp, complicated gazes from Uncle Song and Song Jiwei, Xian gritted his teeth, panicked, and dropped to his knees. "Uncle Song, Sister Song, I didn't do it on purpose. I picked up that bag of salt outside a deli. It said sodium nitrite, and I thought it was just salt. I even tasted it. It was salty. So I brought it home and poured it into the salt bag. I really didn't know sodium nitrite was poisonous. If I had known, why would I have eaten rice soaked in the soup?" Xian cried and explained through his tears. His face twisted in pain as he vomited. Then he turned to Pei Zhao and repeatedly coded an apology. "Brother Zhao, I truly didn't know sodium nitrite was poisonous. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have picked up something from the roadside." Xian's greatest talent was playing the victim. At that moment, he looked utterly pitiful. His forehead was already red from kotoing. Pei Zhao clutched his throat, finding it harder and harder to breathe. "Who the hell is your brother? You expect me to believe you didn't know what sodium nitrite was? You were trying to kill me." Pei Zhao wanted nothing more than to hit him. But with the Song family watching, especially Commander Song, he forced himself to hold back. Li Sume flew into a rage and pointed at Xian as she cursed him. "So, we're just supposed to believe you because you say you didn't know. Of all times, while my son and I came to the Song family for a blind date, you just happened to pick up sodium nitrite. You're just a country bumpkin. You don't even know your own place, yet you dare aim so high. I'll make sure the police investigate this thoroughly. I won't let a poisoner like you get away with it." Xian cried even more miserably, vomiting as he sobbed on the floor. "Aunt Li, I'm sorry. I really didn't know." Seeing that no one from the Song family stepped in to defend him, he began slapping himself hard across the face. "Grandma Song, Uncle Song, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought that thing home." I stood to the side watching coldly. Xian's behavior only convinced me even more that the original owner had been framed. Someone who could be so ruthless to himself would be even more ruthless to others. Seeing this, Song Hong quickly stepped forward to stop him. After all, Xian had also been poisoned. Just then, Xian suddenly foamed at the mouth, convulsed violently, and collapsed unconscious. Everyone hurried to administer first aid. At that moment, an ambulance from the military hospital arrived. The first person they loaded into the ambulance was the unconscious Xian. After that, Li Sume helped Pei Zhao into the ambulance. As for the rest of the Song family, They all went to the hospital for examinations as well. The dishes from the table were also sent for testing. In the end, it was confirmed that only the kelp and winter melon soup contained sodium nitrite. All the other dishes were normal. The three of them hadn't eaten much, and only Pei Zhao's condition was slightly more serious. He needed a couple more for drips. Xian's symptoms were actually the mildest. As for why he had suddenly foamed at the mouth, it wasn't related to the poisoning. To determine the exact cause, they would have to wait until he woke up for a full examination. By the end of the day, the Song family had repeatedly apologized, personally escorted them home, and covered all the medical expenses. They also presented a tin of premium tea and 2 bottles of Maotai as an apology. Seeing how generous the Song family had been, and considering that they might become relatives by marriage, while the person truly responsible was still lying unconscious in the hospital, Lee Soo-mei decided not to pursue the matter any further. Still, she said to Song Hong, who escorted them home, "Director Song, I'll treat today's incident as an accident. But let me make one thing clear first. If Commander Song intends to marry our Zhao, those 2 boys can't continue living in the Song house. They're all unmarried men and women. It's completely inappropriate." Song Hong apologized sincerely. "Don't worry, Director Lee. As soon as he wakes up, I'll have my elder brother send him back to the countryside." After leaving the Pei residence and returning to the hospital, Song Hong found that Xian still hadn't regained consciousness. His cheeks were swollen, bright red as he lay in the hospital bed receiving in 4. Clear handprints remained on his face. His eyes were swollen nearly shut. Anyone who didn't know better would think the Song family had abused him. Song Hong was both worried and filled with suppressed anger. Yet she couldn't vent it. When she spoke to Song Jiangwo, there was an unmistakable trace of resentment in her voice. "Big brother, I know Xian didn't do it on purpose, but how could he say nothing and dump something he picked up straight into the salt bag?" And today, Xian's reaction was way too extreme. He kept kneeling and slapping himself. It was frightening. As Song Hong said this, she glanced at me, who was standing nearby. "How can the Fu family raise children properly like this? Jiwei is at the age to be discussing marriage. People are bound to visit in the future. What kind of impression would that leave on her future husband? There's still some time before school starts. Big brother, why don't you send Xian back to the countryside first, then bring him back when school is about to begin?" Song Jiangwo sat in his chair. Originally, he had planned to bring Xian to Beiping before school started, but because Xian had injured his leg, he had been brought to Beiping early for treatment. Now that he was already here, sending him back seemed rather inappropriate. Still, Song Hong had a point. Jiwei's marriage needed to be settled soon. Similar situations were bound to happen again. With Xian's status, living in the Song household was indeed awkward. If word got out, it would certainly damage Song Jiwei's reputation. People might even question her moral character. Hearing that, I deliberately suggested, "Uncle Song, I think Aunt Hong is right. This incident has already caused your family so much trouble. It almost ruined Commander Song's blind date. Xian and I staying in your home really isn't appropriate. Now that Xian's leg has recovered, why not send him back to the countryside first? You can bring him back a few days before school starts." I had been secretly watching Xian's expression the whole time. Sure enough, he was only pretending to be unconscious. The moment he heard that he would be sent back to the countryside, his eyelashes twitched. He was obviously trying to peek. So I added obediently, "Principal Liu has agreed to let me stay until high school begins. Then I can live in the dormitory. During that time, I won't trouble you at all, Uncle Song." After this incident, no matter how innocent Xian tried to make himself appear, the Song family would never trust him the way they once had. Song Hong listened to all this and couldn't help looking at me in surprise. I, who had made the worst first impression, was actually behaving so sensibly. Thinking about it, during the 2 weeks I'd been imbibing, I hadn't caused them any trouble. Instead, I had planned my life well and had always acted with restraint. Based on my behavior so far, I had indeed done better than Xian. Song Jiangwo waved his hand. "There's no need to talk about trouble. Everything just happened to coincide. Don't take it to heart." He also felt that I was very understanding, completely unlike the person Song Jiwei had described. Song Hong spoke again. "Big brother, sending Xian back to the countryside would also be for his own good. I noticed it at Mom's birthday banquet. Xian's eyes never left Jiwei. I know you always repay kindness. But for Jiwei's future, I have to say this. Although Director Lee and Teacher Pei aren't pursuing the matter, they're still unhappy about it. If Xian continues living with the Song family, Jiwei's marriage will definitely fall through. I glanced at Xian lying on the bed again. His eyelashes twitched slightly once more. I still had to go back to cook for Principal Liu and Secretary Yang. I had no time to waste on him. So with a light touch, I spilled the freshly poured hot water onto Xian's hand. Scalded by the boiling water, Xian immediately jumped up with a cry, frantically shaking the hot water off his hand. I pretended to be surprised. Xian, so you were already awake. Why were you pretending to be unconscious and making Uncle Song and Aunt Hong worry so much? Song Jiangwo and Song Hong immediately turned to look at Xian, leaving him so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Rubbing his scalded hand, Xian said pitifully, Uncle Song, I've made such a terrible mistake. I really don't know how to face all of you. Song Jiangwo couldn't bear to say anything more. Since you're awake, that's all that matters. Cyan, you should head back to Principal Liu's house. Don't let Principal Liu come home to an empty table. Song Hong merely glanced at Xian before turning her head away. At that moment, Song Jiwei walked in. After confirming that Director Lee and Teacher Pei were both safe, she had hurried back to her unit for a meeting. As soon as the meeting ended, she came straight to the hospital. I greeted everyone, then lowered my head and left. Lowering her gaze, Song Jiwei asked calmly, have Director Lee and Teacher Pei gone home? Song Jiangwo nodded. Your aunt just took them home. Then he called over a nurse to check whether Xian was seriously injured. Xian sat on the bed, not daring to raise his head. In a tiny voice, he called, Commander Song. Song Jiwei merely gave him a cold glance, hummed softly, then said to Song Jiangwo, Dad. And, if everything's fine, I'll head back to my unit. However, Song Hong pulled Song Jiwei to a corner of the hospital corridor to ask about the blind date. Jiwei, what do you think of Teacher Pei? Song Jiwei answered honestly, no particular impression. When I came in, I only greeted Teacher Pei once. Other than that, I didn't pay much attention. Song Hong immediately became anxious. It was one thing when you were clueless about romance in school, but now you're 26 and already a regiment commander. How are you still so clueless? Jiwei, I think Teacher Pei is wonderful, and he seems quite interested in you. You're not getting any younger. You can't keep putting this off. When you have time, take Teacher Pei shopping. Or to a movie. Spend more time getting to know each other. Song Jiwei replied coldly, I don't have time. And it wouldn't be appropriate. Song Hong could only glare helplessly at her retreating figure. Song Jiwei walked downstairs to the first floor. She couldn't figure out what that look I gave her before I left was supposed to mean. It looked as though I wanted to say something, yet felt too shy to speak. Song Jiwei quickly walked out of the hospital. Her eyes casually swept the area around the hospital, and she soon spotted a familiar figure walking toward the hospital gate. Comrade Fu Cyan, a cool voice suddenly called from behind me. I turned around and was surprised to see Song Jiwei. It hadn't been convenient to speak in the hospital, so I'd only given her a look. I hadn't expected her to understand it and actually follow me. Song Jiwei stopped, keeping a respectful distance from me. What did that look before you left mean? I smiled and replied, Secretary Yang knew I was coming back to the military compound today, so she asked me to pass you a message if I ran into you. She wanted to know when you'd have time to come over for a casual meal. I didn't mention that Secretary Yang wanted to introduce her to someone. What if her judgment was poor, and she ended up liking Pei Jiaoyou? The reason I deliberately passed on the message was so Secretary Yang could let her know what kind of person Pei Jiaoyou really was. Song Jiwei fell silent for a moment before saying, Tomorrow at noon. I'd assumed it would take At least 10 days or half a month. Or maybe even until next month. I never expected tomorrow would work. Did being a regiment commander really give her so much authority to leave whenever she wanted? She seemed to have gone out several times already this month. I smiled and said, "All right, I'll let Secretary Yang know when I get back." After saying that, I turned and headed toward the bus stop. Song Hong went downstairs to handle the discharge paperwork. Fu Xian kept apologizing profusely to Song Jianguo. He promised that, like me, he would find a job and never cause the Song family any more trouble. Song Jianguo sighed quietly to himself. He knew Fu Xian had never been favored at home, which had made him insecure and sensitive, so he comforted him, saying he wouldn't send him back to his hometown. Only then did Fu Xian breathe a sigh of relief. As he casually looked out the window, he saw me following behind Song Jiwei. As the two of us got into an olive green military jeep, Song Jiwei was actually giving me a ride. His hands instantly clenched into fist. He gripped the blue and white shoulder straps tightly. He would never allow me to live a better life than him, or become more popular with the Song family than he was. The next day, Fu Xian knocked on Principal Liu's door. Principal Liu, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, thought Song Jiwei had arrived, so he got up to answer the door. Fu Xian stood timidly outside. "Hello, sir. I'm here to see my brother, Fu Xian." His eyes and cheeks were badly swollen, and the finger marks were still faintly visible. Principal Liu thought Fu Xian had been bullied and quickly invited him inside. Then he called toward the kitchen. "Xian, your brother is here." Hearing the commotion, I walked out, wiping the sweat from my forehead with a towel. The moment I saw Fu Xian in the living room, the smile on my face disappeared. As soon as Fu Xian saw me, he hurried over looking utterly pitiful, as though he had suffered a great injustice. "Brother." I pulled him into the kitchen and asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Fu Xian sniffled softly. "Brother, I'm here to apologize to you. I'm really sorry. Will you please forgive me?" After returning to the Song residence with Uncle Song yesterday, he knew their attitude toward him had changed, so he had to improve the Song family's opinion of him as soon as possible. Previously, Fu Xian believed he was Song Jiwei's blind date, so he still had some confidence. But now he was nothing. If the Song family came to dislike him as well, how could he continue staying with them and rely on the Song family's influence? Fu Xian would rather die than return to his hometown. So early the next morning, he took the 2 candies Grandma Song had given him and went to see Aunt Liu, hoping she could help him find a job where he could work during the day and return to the Song house at night. Aunt Liu didn't even look at the candy in his hand before saying, "Even educated youths returning to the countryside can't find jobs these days, let alone someone looking for a summer part-time job. She could help me find work as a housekeeper." But she wouldn't help him. Even a maid in the Song household dared to treat him that way. So he decided to go all in and came straight to me instead. Looking at Fu Xian's crocodile tears, we both knew perfectly well what the other had done behind the scenes. He wasn't here to apologize. He was obviously here to stir up trouble. Although Fu Xian came to apologize, he never specified what it was for. Even if we both knew the truth, knowing it in our hearts and admitting it aloud were two different things. So I decided to test him. "Which incident are you talking about? Your leg injury? The one you staged yourself to frame me?" A flash of panic crossed Fu Xian's face, but he still lowered his head and said, "Brother, when the cow was chasing me, I was so frightened that I never noticed what was happening around me. The villagers were the ones who said they saw you there. I really don't know. That way, if I ever remembered what happened that day, he would still have a way out. But he assumed I hadn't remembered anything. Otherwise, how could I be talking to him so calmly? Yet that fleeting flash of panic and his subtle movements didn't escape my notice. So the original owner really had been framed. As for why so many people insisted it was him, that was rather strange. Fu Xian continued pleading pitifully. Brother, I really know I was wrong. I truly didn't know sodium nitrite was poisonous. I thought it was just salt that someone had thrown away. As he spoke, while my back was turned, and I was preparing the chicken wings, he deliberately knocked an empty plate off the counter. The sound of it shattering echoed through the kitchen. Principal Liu, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately looked toward the kitchen. Fu Xian hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't do it on purpose. I'll clean it up right away. Please don't be angry and send me away. As he spoke, he crouched down to pick up the broken pieces, and just as expected, he cut his finger. Bright red blood immediately flowed from the wound and dripped onto the floor. I knew it. Now that the Song family disliked him, Fu Xian wanted the Song family to dislike me as well. Curling my lips into a cold smile, I lowered my voice and whispered in his ear. Go ahead and smash a few more things on purpose. Tonight I'll go back to the Song house and tell Uncle Song that you broke the Liu family's dishes. We'll just use your favorite fountain pen and the suitcase at the bottom of your luggage to pay for them. I'm sure Uncle Song and the others won't object. The moment Fu Xian heard that, he was visibly frightened. Yet he still said pitifully, Brother, I really didn't do it on purpose. He had more or less guessed that the two brothers had come to Beiping to rely on relatives. The older brother had found a job, but the younger brother was still living with their relatives. After a long time, the relatives had probably grown dissatisfied, or perhaps the younger brother had been bullied there. For some unknown reason, one of the relatives' children had even hit him. So he had no choice but to come here to find his brother. When Fu Xian saw Principal Liu enter, he pleaded anxiously. Sir, I'm sorry. I broke one of your plates. I'll stay and work to pay you back. Principal Liu quickly comforted him gently. It's all right. Don't worry about it. It's just a plate. Lunch will be ready soon anyway. Why don't you stay and have lunch before you leave? Fu Xian repeatedly shook his head and cautiously, fearfully glanced at me standing beside him. Then, touching his badly swollen face, he said, No, thank you, sir. I don't want to trouble you. He was deliberately implying that he was afraid of me and that I had beaten him. But Principal Liu knew my character very well, and naturally didn't think that was the case. He looked up and made a decision. Saihan, let your brother stay here for lunch. Cook a little extra rice. Holding the spatula, I looked at Fu Xian, who clearly had no intention of leaving. A faint smile curled across my lips, and I said apologetically, All right, I'm really sorry for troubling you, Principal Liu. Fu Xian was determined to ruin the job I had finally managed to get. At first, I had been worried that if Song Jiwei came. After saying that, Principal Liu returned to his bedroom, giving the two brothers some privacy to talk. I went to the living room entrance to get the dustpan and broom to clean up the broken pieces in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Fu Xian used the bandage that Principal Liu had given him to wrap his injured hand as he stood at the kitchen doorway, smirking while watching me work. After all, those words had come directly from Principal Liu. He knew they were only polite words. From now on, he planned to come to the Liu house every day, always around mealtime. The family might not mind at first, but sooner or later they would grow tired of me and stop letting me work here. Fu Xian called toward the doorway. Brother, I'll help you. But after closing the door, he did nothing, just stood there. I ignored him and focused on cooking. Seeing me drenched in sweat and the kitchen unbearably hot, he quietly opened the kitchen door. Finding no one in the living room, he walked out. His eyes, squeezed into narrow slits by his swollen cheeks, scanned the surroundings. He noticed the door to a small room standing open, with my bamboo basket inside. That must be my brother's room, he thought. So he quietly tiptoed inside. Just then, The sound of a key turning in the lock came from the front door. Fuxian immediately stepped out of the small room and happened to see Song Jiwei walking in. He froze on the spot. Why was Song Jiwei at the Liu residence? Principal Liu was Song Jiwei's superior at the military academy. Could it be that Song Jiwei often came here in her spare time? That would mean Song Jiwei and my brother had been seeing each other at the Liu house all this time. Fuxian was instantly consumed with jealousy. No wonder Song Jiwei had only returned to the Song house 3 times over the past 2 weeks. She paused in confusion. Song Jiwei frowned slightly. Fuxian was intimidated by Song Jiwei's gaze. Just as he was about to speak, I walked out of the kitchen carrying the lemon chicken wings. I apologized sincerely. Mrs. Yang, Captain Song, you're back. I'm so sorry. I don't know why my brother suddenly came today. He's caused you trouble. Mrs. Yang, please deduct today's wages from this month's pay. The hair on my forehead was soaked with sweat, and the back of my shirt clung tightly to my skin. Secretary Yang looked in surprise at Fuxian's swollen face. Saihan, what are you talking about? How is this any trouble? Your brother's face is swollen like this. He must have been bullied. Who else would he come to if not you? Secretary Yang assumed Fuxian was just as sensible as I was. Her eyes were filled with sympathy and concern. Song Jiwei looked at Fuxian's face, which was even more swollen than yesterday. She couldn't understand why Fuxian wasn't recovering at the Song house, but had come to Principal Liu's home instead. Principal Liu walked out of the bedroom and said indignantly, Jiwei, I never imagined something like this could happen in the military compound. How could someone bully a young man from the countryside? It must have been one of the relatives' children, and they probably did it behind the adults' backs. Song Jiwei fixed Fuxian with a sharp, piercing gaze, her invisible pressure enveloping him. Fuxian immediately explained. No, Uncle Annie, you've misunderstood. I made a mistake. I punished myself by slapping my own face. Fuxian had come to the Liu house, planning to play the victim, but he hadn't expected Song Jiwei to show up as well. He also realized that Principal Liu still didn't know they were living at the Song house. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't let the Liu family find out. Otherwise, he would only earn Song Jiwei's disgust and damage his image in Song Jiwei's eyes. Secretary Yang began to worry. She looked Fuxian up and down, checking to see if he had any other injuries. You poor child. At a time like this, you're still defending those people. Do they beat you often? I simply stood nearby, watching with a faint smile, to see how Fuxian would respond. Fuxian could only swallow his resentment. Uncle Annie, you've really misunderstood. I really did this to myself. My brother knows it too. I came here today to apologize to him. It was my carelessness that dragged him into this. I even misunderstood him. Principal Liu and Secretary Yang looked at me in confusion. Secretary Yang was baffled and somewhat angry. What exactly did you do wrong that made you beat yourself up like this? Didn't anyone in your family stop you? How could they be so heartless? Song Jiwei pressed her lips together before speaking. Her sharp, piercing gaze rested on Fuxian. Since you're here to apologize, why didn't you apologize yesterday while I was there? You could have asked me to speak in the grove behind the building. Why did you have to come to Principal Liu's house instead? She vaguely felt that Fuxian wasn't as sensible as she had thought. Feeling Song Jiwei's questioning, scrutinizing gaze, Fuxian's face turned slightly pale. With Song Jiwei here, he couldn't bluff his way through with a few words. He had no choice but to tell the truth. Doing so was no different from reopening his own wound. No wonder I had suddenly agreed to let him stay. It turned out I knew Song Jiwei was coming. In the end, Fuxian lowered his head and guiltily confessed what had happened. I picked up a bag of salt on the road. I thought it was just ordinary table salt, so I brought it home and poured it into the family's salt container without telling anyone. I never imagined it was sodium nitrite. It was my fault that my family ended up in the hospital. Principal Liu's expression turned serious. Sodium nitrite, an excessive amount of that can be fatal. Now it seemed Fuxian hadn't been blamed unfairly. He quickly turned to me and asked, Saiyan, are your relatives all right? Secretary Yang also looked shocked and frightened. Saiyan, why didn't you tell us when you came back last night? Shouldn't you have stayed at the hospital to take care of them? I answered clearly, deliberately emphasizing that I was the one who had cooked that meal. I didn't use much salt in that meal. No one ate very much, and we discovered the problem in time. They were discharged from the hospital yesterday afternoon, which is why I came back a little late. Compared with Fu Xian's heavy hometown accent and halting explanation, my words were much easier to follow. At the same time, Principal Liu and Secretary Yang both noticed one important detail. I had been the one who cooked that meal. Then they looked at Fu Xian. He claimed he had come to apologize, yet I was drenched in sweat, while he looked perfectly fresh, without even a drop of sweat on his forehead. He hadn't even thought to help in the kitchen. If he never cooked, how could he casually pour some salt he had picked up into the family's salt container? Wasn't that putting me in danger, with everyone's eyes on him, especially under Song Jiwei's gaze? It felt like a razor-sharp blade, slowly stripping away his composure. He wished the ground would open up and swallow him. He was utterly humiliated. He knew he couldn't stay any longer. I'm sorry, brother. This is all my fault. I've troubled you too, Uncle and Annie. I won't bother you anymore. With his head lowered, he still hoped to win everyone's sympathy. But Principal Liu and Secretary Yang had completely changed their opinion of him. He certainly looked pitiful, but if I hadn't used so little salt, someone might have died. Principal Liu and Secretary Yang were both kind and hospitable. Stay and have lunch before you go. Fu Xian hurriedly opened the door, ready to leave. He didn't even have the courage to look at Song Jiwei, but there was no way I was letting him leave. Song Jiwei was the person he had always loved. What could be more painful than humiliating yourself in front of the one you loved, especially now with his face swollen like a giant pig's head? I stepped forward and grabbed Fu Xian's hand, pulling him over to the dining table. In a gentle voice I said, Xian, Uncle Liu invited you to stay for lunch, and I cooked extra rice for you. What's done is done. Grandma and Uncle aren't blaming you. Don't be so hard on yourself. You're my younger brother, after all. We're family. I won't blame you. Of course, I thought, as if I wouldn't. Then I pointed at Song Jiwei and politely introduced her to him. Xian, this is Captain Song. You don't need to be nervous. Captain Song is a very nice person. Fu Xian's body stiffened. His hands clenched tightly at his sides, and he wished he could bury his head in his chest. I knew perfectly well that the three of us already knew each other, and that he liked Song Jiwei. Yet I deliberately introduced Song Jiwei again, forcing her to see his embarrassed, awkward appearance, along with his horribly swollen face. In the end, Fu Xian could only lower his head and grit his teeth. Hello, Captain Song. Song Jiwei gave a slight nod expressionlessly. Without sparing Fu Xian another glance, she sat down beside Principal Liu. I pressed Fu Xian back into his seat before heading into the kitchen to serve the rice. Every second that passed, he didn't dare face Song Jiwei any longer. He tried to get up to help, but I pressed him back into his chair again. Fu Xian was thin and no match for my strength. He couldn't break free. I looked at him with nothing but concern and said, You accidentally broke a plate just now and hurt your hand. You lost quite a bit of blood. Just sit here and rest. Don't let your wound get wet. But in reality, it was like slapping him across the face again in front of Song Jiwei. The image Fu Xian had built for himself had always been sensible and obedient, but the moment he came to the Liu house, he broke a plate and cut his hand. Fu Xian's face looked as ugly as a pig's liver. The bandage wrapped around his hand was still faintly bleeding. He couldn't hide it even if he wanted to, but he still tried hard to explain. I'm sorry, Uncle Annie. It's my first time here, so I wasn't familiar with the place. I accidentally bumped into it. Song Jiwei looked at Fu Xian, then at me. She frowned slightly. Fu Xian and I seemed to have switched places. I, who had been selfish, domineering, greedy, and lazy, was now gentle, a good cook, and graceful from beginning to end. No one could find fault with me. After coming to Beiping, I had never caused any trouble. Principal Liu and Secretary Yang even like me very much. On the contrary, Fuxian, who had always been clever and hardworking, had brought sodium nitrite back and treated it as ordinary table salt. Afterward, his emotions were extremely intense. As for being hardworking and sensible, she had never seen Fuxian do anything at the Liu house. Instead, I had only stayed at the Song house for a few days. But whenever I was there, I was the one who cooked. Even the night before I came to Principal Liu's house to work as a housekeeper, I had washed and hung up the entire family's clothes. Overnight, she felt she needed to reassess these two brothers. Secretary Yang said gently, "It's all right. Your brother is only worried about you." Secretary Yang put two shrimp pieces into Fuxian's bowl. "Here, have some cold shrimp salad. You should know your brother's cooking skills. Our family especially loves the food he makes." Fuxian obediently accepted it. But his eyes were vicious, as if laced with poison. "Thank you, Annie." Those words of praise sounded especially grating to him. Why was I doing everything better than him now? He couldn't stand it. Secretary Yang originally wanted to give Song Jiwei a piece of meat, but she realized none of the dishes served contained braised meat. There was braised pork and pork belly, braised lion's head meatballs, and shredded pork. The rest were chicken, duck, shrimp, and fish. Then she asked, "Saihan, you knew Jiwei was coming today. Why didn't you make braised pork? Jiwei likes your braised pork the most." Since she had been trying to bring the two of us together, especially after hearing me praise Captain Song. Her words sounded rather suggestive. Fuxian widened his eyes and looked at Song Jiwei. Song Jiwei's expression froze. She clearly hadn't expected Secretary Yang to say that. A faint blush crept up to the tips of her ears. "Secretary Yang, anything is fine with me. I'm not a picky eater." I was ladling soup in the kitchen. And when I heard Secretary Yang say that, every hair on my body stood on end. I accidentally burned my hand. Hearing the noise from the kitchen, Secretary Yang craned her neck and asked with concern, "Saihan, what happened? Did you burn yourself?" "Jiwei, go help bring the dishes out." Song Jiwei was straightforward and didn't catch the implication in Secretary Yang's words. She stood up and walked toward the kitchen. But Fuxian and I both understood. Fuxian gripped his chopsticks tightly, almost mashing the shrimp in his bowl to pieces. From the kitchen I quickly said, "No need. It's not hot." Then I hurriedly picked up the pinkiao tofu soup. When Song Jiwei entered the kitchen, she noticed my index finger was unusually red. "You burned yourself. Give it to me." She reached out to take the soup from me, but I refused to let go. "Captain Song, please go back and have a seat. I'll handle it." As I spoke, I kept blinking at her, signaling for her to go back. She replied calmly, "I'll do it." She didn't understand what I was trying to signal. She thought sweat had gotten into my eyes. That happened to her often during military training. So she took the bowl of pinkiao tofu soup from my hands. Song Jiwei placed the soup in the center of the table, and I followed behind her. I placed the aluminum ladle into the soup. Principal Liu and Secretary Yang exchanged a smile. In his usual meticulous tone, Principal Liu said with a hint of teasing, "Men and women working together, the work feels lighter." Fuxian shrank into a corner, secretly glancing at Principal Liu and Secretary Yang. Song Jiwei's expression remained unchanged. She sat perfectly upright. After 4 years at the academy, she had long grown accustomed to Principal Liu's way of speaking. I pulled out a chair and sat beside Secretary Yang, wearing an innocent smile. Then Secretary Yang finally got down to business. Her expression grew slightly more serious. "Jiwei, I heard your family introduced you to someone yesterday. His name is Pei Jiaoyou, a high school teacher, right? That won't do. Mr. Pei is incredibly arrogant and snobbish. He practically looks down on people. He doesn't act like a teacher at all." Song Jiwei nodded. "There was something like that," she replied casually. Secretary Yang carefully watched Song Jiwei's expression. "Did you agree to it?" Song Jiwei shook her head. "No." Secretary Yang smiled in relief. "I knew your taste couldn't be that bad." Then she recounted what had happened at the mall. When she ran into that mother and son 2 days earlier, that mother and son were unbelievably arrogant and overbearing. They saw how handsome Saihan looked in that white shirt and insisted on taking it from us. They even demanded that Saihan take it off for them. We said we'd go back and get more money, but they refused to listen. Secretary Yang sighed. It was my fault for not bringing enough money. We had no choice but to hand over the shirt. But once he put it on, it wasn't the shirt that looked good. It was Saihan. With his figure, he looked good even in a burlap sack. Hearing Secretary Yang praise me like that, and this was all said right in front of Song Jiwei, I couldn't help but gently tug on Secretary Yang's sleeve. I even placed a braised lion's head meatball into her bowl. But I still couldn't stop Secretary Yang. She continued enthusiastically. As for Teacher Pei Zhaoye's taste in clothes, I won't comment. Everyone around us urged him to give us the shirt. But he would rather throw his money away than let us have it. He acted like, even if I don't wear it, neither will you. Fu Xian was equally astonished. At first, he thought Section Chief Li kept asking about me, simply because I was good-looking. Only then did he realize it was because we had clashed at the department store, and they were afraid I would tell the Song family about it. Had he known that earlier, he would never have mixed sodium nitrite into the salt jar, causing the Song family's opinion of him to worsen. Then he thought about how I'd already gone shopping while working as a housekeeper, whereas he had been stuck at the Song residence without going anywhere. His heart was filled with bitterness and jealousy. Song Jiwei looked at me thoughtfully. No wonder I had deliberately told her about today's meal. No wonder, when Section Chief Li was poisoned, she pointed at me and called me vicious. So that was what had really happened. Since it wasn't appropriate for me to explain, I had borrowed Secretary Yang's words to let her know the truth. Song Jiwei parted her lips slightly. Secretary Yang, thank you for your concern. I already asked Xiaobu to decline yesterday. There won't be any further contact. Secretary Yang smiled mysteriously and glanced at me. The moment you agreed to come here for lunch, I knew things wouldn't work out between you and Teacher Pei Zhaoye. Although Teacher Pei comes from a good family and is well educated, when it comes to looks, character, and personality, I think Saihan surpasses him in every way. Secretary Yang turned to Song Jiwei. Jiwei, you've met Saihan several times, and he even cooked for your grandmother. What do you think of Saihan? I thought they were introducing me to a man from their work unit. How did it suddenly become me? Fu Xian's eyes widened in shock. He gripped his chopsticks tightly. Then he immediately turned to watch Song Jiwei's reaction. Could Song Jiwei have changed her opinion of me because I was a good cook and had been constantly praised by Principal Liu? Was she going to keep seeing me after all? Song Jiwei pressed her lips together, set down her chopsticks, and slowly straightened her posture. After a brief silence, she spoke. I don't quite understand what you mean, Secretary Yang. Principal Liu tilted his head slightly and said with a smile, we're thinking of introducing Saihan to you and wanted to hear your opinion. I quickly cut in. Uncle Annie, I'm still in high school. I want to get into college, so I'm not thinking about dating. My voice carried the innocence of a student who hadn't yet fallen in love, but Secretary Yang and Principal Liu were both waiting for Song Jiwei's answer. It wasn't that they were ignoring my opinion. They simply knew that for a country boy like me, even if I got into college, it would be nearly impossible to find someone as outstanding as Song Jiwei. If the two of us got together, it would be a tremendous advantage. For someone like me, who had come to Beijing alone to study, for one thing, I wouldn't have to worry about my senior year tuition once I transferred to my new school. If people knew that my partner was a regiment commander, I wouldn't be bullied by other students. And even if I failed to get into college, the Song family would surely arrange a job for me. As for everything else, Song Jiwei was unquestionably an excellent woman, and Secretary Yang naturally hoped I wouldn't let that opportunity slip away. She turned to look at me. Saihan, don't you want to get into college? Under the current policy, the family of a first-class merit recipient receives bonus points on the college entrance exam. That was certainly an attractive benefit. It would have been even better if it existed in the future. where the college entrance exam was fiercely competitive. Song Jiwei sat perfectly upright, her cool expression composed as she said, "Principal Secretary, I have no plans to consider marriage for the time being. My focus is entirely on my work." She had never expected Principal Liu and Secretary Yang to try matching the two of us again. I tugged gently at Secretary Yang's sleeve. "Uncle Annie, Commander Song is so outstanding. She deserves someone equally exceptional. I'm just a country boy. Please don't try to match us," Principal Liu said sternly. "Jiwei, you're a leader now. You need to set an example. Only then can the organization truly put its mind at ease. Your personal life is the first issue you need to resolve. You kept quiet just now, and only said that after hearing Saihan mention school." Principal Liu continued. "Saihan came from the countryside. He's simple and sincere, and he hasn't really thought about relationships yet. But you're different. Surely you've considered it. You're a regiment commander. Don't tell me you're worried about losing face." Principal Liu simply assumed I was still young and in school, so I was naive about dating and marriage. He earnestly advised Song Jiwei, "You've always had your own mind, and make your own decisions. As long as you agree, we'll contact Saihan's parents." Fuxian, who had remained silent, finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Uncle, when my brother was in middle school, he received quite a few love letters. When he was in high school back in town, several families even came to our house to propose marriage. What he meant was that I wasn't as innocent or as simple as everyone thought, and that I had more experience with relationships than anyone else." Principal Liu was Song Jiwei's mentor. Fuxian was genuinely afraid that after Principal Liu's persuasion, Song Jiwei would agree. I hadn't expected either that Principal Liu and Secretary Yang were trying to match us, so I echoed Fuxian. "That's right, Uncle Annie. I finally got the chance to come to Beijing to study. I only want to work hard and get into college, so I won't disappoint my parents. If I had known that Secretary Yang intended to introduce me to Commander Song, I would never have asked her to come." Secretary Yang patiently replied, "Saihan, getting married won't stop you from going to college. I'm sure Jiwei will support your studies. She was the top scorer on the college entrance exam and entered the military academy as its No.1 student. You can attend classes during the day, and when you return to the family quarters at night, Jiwei can tutor you. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Secretary Yang simply assumed I was shy. Besides, so many families had come to propose to me when I was in high school, which showed I was determined and had clear goals. One day after graduation, "You'll have to get married anyway. I truly think Commander Song is an excellent match." Then she turned to the tense-faced Song Jiwei. "Jiwei, I'll be honest with you. If Yanfei hadn't already found someone, I would have introduced Saihan to my own daughter." Fuxian had originally wanted to point out that my grades were terrible and that I'd only scored single digits in both math and English, but hearing Secretary Yang praise me to the skies left him feeling utterly miserable, so he wisely kept his mouth shut. Song Jiwei glanced at me and said calmly yet decisively, "Principal Liu, Secretary Yang, I truly have no intention of considering a relationship at this time. Comrade Fu Saihan and I are not a suitable match. How I had behaved at the Liu family home to make Principal Liu and Secretary Yang admire me so much, as if missing out on such a good match would be her greatest regret. But she knew very well that while I was in school, I intended to find a beautiful female classmate from a good family." Hearing Song Jiwei's firm response, Principal Liu understood her attitude. He knew there was no point persuading her any further, so he regretfully glanced at Secretary Yang, signaling her to end the topic. However, Secretary Yang was still curious. When Song Jiwei first met me, why had she helped me eat the meat? That gesture was bound to make people think. But since we were both here, she smiled. "That's true. Old Song and I were so happy that Yanfei was finally getting settled. So we thought you two were a good match and wanted to play matchmaker. I was too impatient. Let's eat." I took the opportunity to get up and head to the kitchen, escaping the awkward atmosphere. The soup's running low. I'll refill it. Song Jiwei also quickly finished her meal and said expressionlessly to Principal Liu and Secretary Yang, Principal Secretary, I have something else to do, so I won't stay any longer. Please, enjoy your meal. With that, she stood up and quickly walked toward the door. Principal Liu and Secretary Yang didn't even have time to ask her to stay. After hearing Song Jiwei firmly state that she would not date me, Fu Xian was finally able to relax. But the jealousy and resentment in his heart only grew stronger. He found a letter from Aunt Wang, the Liu family's former housekeeper, sent from her hometown, and copied down her address. If Aunt Wang returned early, the Liu family certainly wouldn't need the housekeepers. I would definitely be dismissed. So he sat on the stone steps beneath a shady tree and wrote Aunt Wang a letter, telling her that my grades were terrible, so I couldn't get into a school in Beiping, but that I was an excellent cook. The entire Liu family adored me. They were not only introducing me to a match, but also intended to keep me working there long term. He believed that once Aunt Wang saw the letter, she would immediately buy a train ticket back to Beiping. Fu Xian curled his lips into a smirk and dropped the sealed envelope into the green mailbox. Just as he turned to leave, he accidentally stepped on a passerby's foot. The man snapped irritably, "You country bumpkin. Can't you watch where you're going? If you ruin my shoes, can you even afford to pay for them?" Pei Zhaoyou had just learned that Song Jiwei had turned him down and was already furious. On his way to complain to a friend, he had his foot stepped on by a country bumpkin. Seeing the black footprint on his clean shoe, Pei Zhaoyou shoved Fu Xian hard and cursed, then caught sight of Fu Xian's swollen face. His expression turned even more disgusted, walking around looking like a pig's head. "Are you trying to scare people to death? You deserve that beating." Pei Zhaoyou didn't recognize Fu Xian, but Fu Xian recognized him immediately. Sure enough, Pei Zhaoyou's character was exactly as Secretary Yang had described. He had acted refined at the Song residence, but his true nature was utterly unbearable. Remembering what had been said at the Liu family, Fu Xian's eyes lit up as he said, "I'm sorry, Brother Zhaoyou. I didn't see you just now." Pei Zhaoyou looked him up and down, his anger flaring even more. "So it's you, you illiterate country boy. I was just about to look for you. You ruined my blind date. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You pig. Why don't you look in a mirror and ask yourself, do you think you're worthy?" Pei Zhaoyou shoved Fu Xian again, his expression fierce as he snarled, "You dirtied my shoes. If you don't pay for them, you're not leaving today." Fu Xian hurriedly explained, "Brother Zhaoyou, you've misunderstood me. My brother was actually Song Jiwei's blind date. At first, my brother relied on his good looks and thought Song Jiwei was too old. My family had no choice but to have me reply to Song Jiwei's letter. But after learning that the Song family was influential in Beiping, my brother has been trying every possible way to get back together with Song Jiwei." Fu Xian continued pitifully, "Today, when I went to my brother's employer's house, Song Jiwei was there too. That's when I found out that my brother's employer was Song Jiwei's superior from the military academy. He deliberately became Principal Liu's housekeeper just to use that connection to get close to Song Jiwei and make her marry him." Pei Zhaoyou's expression darkened. So the person he had met at the mall was actually that close to Captain Song. No wonder Director Song had come to his house today to reject the marriage proposal. It had to be because he had told the Song family what happened at the mall. Pointing at Fu Xian on the ground, Pei Zhaoyou's face flushed red with rage. "You two brothers are unbelievable. One poisoned people, and the other is trying to steal my woman. Your brother is working as a housekeeper in the faculty housing compound up ahead. There were quite a few people on the roadside watching. So, for the moment, he couldn't do anything to Fuxian. With a vicious look on his face, he shot Fuxian a fierce glare before heading home. That evening, after I finished cleaning the Liu household, I took out my Chinese textbook as usual and went to the balcony to study by the moonlight. The school Uncle Song transferred me to was one of the city's top 5 key high schools. This prestigious high school, I had even asked around about it while buying groceries. The students who attended this school mostly came from influential official or intellectual families. Its academic standards were much higher than those of ordinary schools. Although I had already learned everything in these textbooks, I couldn't afford to relax. I had promised Uncle Song that I'd keep up with the school's curriculum. This might also be my only chance. So I studied, with the determination of a repeat college entrance exam candidate. Whenever I had time, I read, memorized vocabulary, formulas, and copied text, especially copying text. In my previous life, with computers and smartphones everywhere, I'd forgotten how to write many characters, even though I still knew how to pronounce them. If, during the Chinese exam, I knew exactly what I wanted to say, but couldn't write a particular character, that would be incredibly embarrassing. I couldn't afford to make such a rookie mistake. Fortunately, the Liu family was small. Secretary Yang's two sons both worked in other provinces, and her daughter had married elsewhere. Her nephew, Liu Yanfei, was also applying for housing at the hospital. So my daily routine was fairly relaxed. The elderly couple had only hired a housekeeper because neither of them knew how to cook. When Secretary Yang came out to use the restroom, she saw me studying on the balcony and felt terribly sorry for me. "Saihan, go inside and read. You'll ruin your eyes, and look at all those mosquito bites on your arms and legs." As she spoke, she pulled me back into the room. Then she knocked on Liu Yanfei's door. She took the desk lamp Liu Yanfei had used when she was a student. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say to the half-awake Liu Yanfei, "Look at how hard Saihan studies. If you had been this dedicated, you definitely would have gotten into a military academy." Still sleepy, Liu Yanfei was speechless. She was about to get married, yet she was still bringing up her college entrance exam. Secretary Yang plugged in the desk lamp for me and switched it on. "Just keep this lamp by your bed. From now on, study in your room at night." "Touched," I said. "Annie, you really don't have to. It's such a waste of electricity. Electricity is expensive these days. I'm only a housekeeper. An oil lamp is good enough for me." Because she hadn't told me in advance about trying to set me up, and because the matchmaking had failed, Secretary Yang felt rather guilty toward me. She sighed and said, "An oil lamp is so hot. How could you possibly study well with that? About you and Jiwei the other day, I was just too impatient. Seeing how hardworking and diligent you are, I wanted to find you a good partner, so you wouldn't have to struggle so much. A child from the countryside, coming all the way to the capital to study. It really isn't easy." She had thought about it for several nights. Ever since Jiwei asked me to cook for the Song family, she had never come to the Liu residence again. But from the way Jiwei helped me eat the meat, it seemed she had initially been interested. Yet after I went to cook a meal for Grandma Song, something must have happened that made her change her mind. "Which high school are your relatives planning to transfer you to?" Since Secretary Yang couldn't sleep anyway, she simply sat down and chatted with me. I answered obediently, "Lizzie High School." Secretary Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Everyone admitted to Lizzie High School as a top student. Your grades must be excellent. That school is famous for its strict discipline and outstanding teaching quality. Every year, countless students compete desperately to get in. Even pulling strings won't help." Thinking of the original owner's single-digit scores, I smiled awkwardly. It was obvious Uncle Song truly cared about me. Even with the original owner's grades, he still wanted to send me to such an excellent high school. He genuinely hoped I would study hard and get into college. Secretary Yang suddenly remembered something. It seems Jiwei's aunt is the grade director at Lizzie High School. If you and Jiwei got together, her aunt would surely look after you academically. And if you married Jiwei before the college entrance exam, you'd even receive bonus points. Secretary Yang sighed again, feeling it was such a pity the match hadn't worked out. It might not matter much to others, but for a college entrance exam candidate, those bonus points were something people could only dream of. I still wore an innocent expression. Annie, I haven't been thinking about anything like that. I just want to get into college through my own efforts. Unable to hold back, Secretary Yang asked. The first time you went to Jiwei's house, you put the meat you wouldn't eat into her bowl. What were you thinking then? I froze for a moment. A flash of surprise crossed my eyes. I hadn't expected her to have seen what happened that day. No wonder she had tried so hard to match me with Song Jiwei. I smiled. Annie, I've felt sick and wanted to vomit whenever I ate meat since I was little, but I didn't want to waste the food. Commander Song is kind. She only helped me because she saw I was in a difficult spot. There really wasn't any other meaning to it. I didn't expect to make you misunderstand. With that, she got up, closed the door, and left. The next morning, I got up early as usual to buy groceries. On my way back, I stopped by the newsstand to buy Principal Liu a copy of that morning's newspaper. As soon as I reached the stand, I heard people discussing something while reading the paper. This student named Fu Xian only scored single digits on every exam, yet he wants to transfer to a school in Beiping? What school would accept him? This is the capital. Another man with messy hair sneered. He's obviously trying to pull strings. His family must have powerful connections. Someone beside him finned himself with a straw hat. Just a student from some tiny county. How could he possibly have that kind of backing? Could he be the illegitimate son of some important official who had an affair with a village woman? While working in the countryside, listening to their conversation, I found it strange. A student from a small county, with single-digit exam scores, and even the same name as mine. So I stepped forward and looked. In the Lost and Found section, printed in tiny characters, it read, Transfer documents found for Fu Xian, a second-year high school student, from Wuwei County, Lanling Province. The line below even listed all of my exam scores by subject. I read it over several times before I was certain that this notice was referring to me, even if my transfer documents had really been lost. There was no reason to publish all of my grades as well. Anyone with half a brain could tell. Someone was deliberately targeting me, and whoever was behind this clearly hated me. They didn't just want to stop me from studying in Beiping. They wanted to ruin my reputation so thoroughly that I couldn't stay in Beiping anymore. I'm certain I can achieve excellent results and silence all these rumors. But more importantly, this so-called lost and found notice had also damaged the Song family's reputation. Given the Song family's current status, it would be easy for people with ulterior motives to make an issue out of it, bringing the Song family unnecessary gossip and trouble. That man just now had even suspected I was Uncle Song's illegitimate son. After buying the newspaper, I headed back toward the residential compound. As soon as I entered, the family members chatting under the trees while watching their children all turned to look at me. I had been working at the Liu residence as a housekeeper for over 2 weeks, and I went out to buy groceries every day, especially after accompanying Secretary Yang to shop for Liu Yanfei's wedding supplies. Most people in the compound already recognized me, ignoring their curious stares. I carried my basket of vegetables straight back to the leader's residential area and told Principal Liu that I would be returning to the military compound that evening. I also said I'd be back at the Liu residence early the next morning to make breakfast. Principal Liu looked up from his calligraphy practice. He didn't ask many questions, guessing that my younger brother had probably caused trouble again. He simply reminded me, Xian, then just make a few simple dishes tonight. The weather is getting hotter, and we don't have much of an appetite." I was grateful for his understanding, but I replied with a smile, "Uncle Liu, it's all right. I'm just going back to pick up some of my books." At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Song Jiangwo, still in his military uniform, had just stepped into the living room and handed his military cap to Aunt Liu. He then lowered his head, avoiding Song Jiangwo's gaze, as if he had done something wrong. But inside, he could barely contain his excitement. He had been waiting for days. Every morning, he would stroll outside the residential compound, just to see when Pei Zhaoyou would finally make his move against me. At last, around noon today, he saw the lost and found notice in the Beijing Daily. He immediately brought the newspaper to Grandma Song, pretending to be worried as he asked, "Could my brother's transfer documents have been lost?" The moment Grandma Song saw the notice, her face darkened. She clutched her chest and sat on the sofa, breathing heavily. Grandma Song nodded toward the newspaper lying in front of her, the Beijing Daily. "See it for yourself." Song Jiangwo looked puzzled. He picked up the newspaper and skimmed through it. His eyes swept across the page, quickly landing on the lost and found section. He brought the paper closer, his brows knitting together. He immediately understood what had happened. A few days earlier, Song Honkai had told him that the school had already agreed to let me take the entrance placement exam with the senior year students. There were over 300 candidates, and as long as I ranked within the top 200, I could enroll as a transfer student in the senior class. But only 2 days later, my grades in every subject had been published in the newspaper under the guise of a lost and found notice. It was clearly an attempt to use public opinion to pressure both the school and him into making me give up my enrollment. Song Jiangwo's first thought was that this had undoubtedly provoked someone's jealousy and envy, since everything had been handled according to the rules, and the policy did allow schools to admit transfer students from other regions. They resorted to such a despicable tactic. Mom, Saihan never used my authority for his own benefit. For personal gain, I never asked the principal to give him special treatment. As long as Saihan can place within the top 200 on the placement exam before school starts, the school will admit him based on his own results. If he doesn't make it, I'll arrange a job for him here in Beijing. Grandma Song's expression was solemn. Her cloudy eyes were unusually sharp. "Jiangwo, this is no longer about whether he can pass the exam or not. Do you know what people in the compound were saying behind our backs after seeing that lost and found notice this afternoon? They're all suspecting how a country boy with grades like that could come to the capital to study. They suspect he might be an illegitimate son left behind in the countryside during your time working there." Song Jiangwo frowned, his voice carrying a hint of anger. "That's complete nonsense. If he were my illegitimate son, how could I possibly let Jiwei go on a blind date with him?" Grandma Song said sternly. "If you don't want people saying you have an illegitimate son, and used your connections to get a principal to open a back door for him, then, while no one in the compound knows about the Song family's connection to Saihan yet, send Saihan back to his hometown immediately." Seeing the reluctance on Song Jiangwo's face, Grandma Song's voice suddenly rose. "If he can't return home, then send him somewhere else, whether for school or work. That's up to you. But he absolutely cannot stay imbibing. If you're too embarrassed to say it to the Fu family, then I'll say it myself. Don't forget, Jiwei and Saihan went on a blind date. Do you want Jiwei to become a laughing stock at her unit?" Fu Xian spoke up at just the right moment, showing how considerate he was. While once again sincerely apologizing for his previous mistake, "Grandma, uncle, I don't want to make things difficult for you. I still feel guilty for mistakenly bringing back the sodium nitrite. Why don't you send me and my brother back home together? I'm truly sorry. Uncle Song, you've helped us so much over the years. Otherwise, our Fu family would have starved to death during the famine. If anything, our Fu family owes you a great deal." Song Jiangwo's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression grave. What does this have to do with Jiwei's blind date? As long as Saihan can rank among the top 200, he'll be qualified to study at Lizzie High School. It's just one final exam from the second year of high school. Everyone has off days. Song Jiangwo sat down on the sofa, his tone sharp. If a single report card is enough to make Saihan back down, then that wouldn't be the Song Jiangwo way. Tomorrow I'll have someone investigate the newspaper to find out who submitted that lost and found notice. Whoever is behind this is playing dirty? Grandma Song was clearly furious. She called Song Jiangwo by his full name. Song Jiangwo, are you determined to let everyone know about the relationship between Saihan and Song Jiwei, even if it affects Jiwei's future promotion? Saihan came to Beiping in the first place to study so he could marry into a powerful family. Now everyone in Beiping who has seen that newspaper knows about all the terrible things he did back in his village and his bad reputation. If he causes even the slightest trouble in the future, it will leave an indelible stain on the Song family. Song Jiangwo replied helplessly. Mom, your prejudice against Saihan runs deep. He's been here for almost half a month. When has he ever caused our family any trouble? I've already contacted my former subordinates in Nanning province to investigate. The results should come back soon. Grandma Song questioned him one after another. Can you guarantee he'll always behave himself and never cause trouble? Can you guarantee he won't use the Song family's influence at school or work to flirt around looking for a partner? Can you guarantee he won't spread the story that he once went on a blind date with Jiwei, standing outside the door? I listened to the argument inside. Without going in, I had to admit, the person pulling the strings behind the scenes was truly vicious. Combined with the original owner's bad reputation, Grandma Song now regarded me as a plague. Originally, I had come back to tell Uncle Song that I could give up going to school, as long as he would let me stay in Beiping until the school's preliminary exam in May. Then I would return to my hometown to take the college entrance exam. But now I had changed my mind, so I straightened my back and knocked on the door. Aunt Liu, who had been staying in the kitchen and didn't dare come out, opened the door. When she saw me, she froze for a moment, then a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. Immediately, she said to Grandma Song and Song Jiangwo, Madam Chief, Saihan is here. Song Jiangwo fell silent for a moment before saying, Let him come in. Grandma Song sat back down in her rattan chair and turned her face away. The atmosphere in the living room was heavy and oppressive. Fu Xian hurried over, pretending to be concerned. Brother, you're here. You saw the lost and found notice in the newspaper too, didn't you? He looked worried on the surface, but his eyes were full of gloating. I glanced at Fu Xian. My instincts told me that although he hadn't done it himself, he was definitely involved. I slowly said, Grandma Song, Uncle Song, I saw that lost and found notice early this morning. Please don't worry. At present, no one knows I'm staying with the Song family. Principal Liu and the others don't know either. After hearing that, Grandma Song slowly turned her head and coldly glanced at me, clearly unconvinced by what I had said. I continued calmly, Captain Song and Xian can both testify for me. Song Jiangwo turned his authoritative gaze toward Fu Xian. Though reluctant, he could only step forward and testify on my behalf. That's right. When I went to Principal Liu's house to see my brother that day, Principal Liu had no idea we were staying at Uncle Song's house. Aunt Liu also stepped forward to speak for me. Madam Chief, it's true. At the time, I wanted to tell Aunt Wang, but Saihan wouldn't let me. He said that if people found out about his relationship with the Song family while he was still working as a housekeeper, he didn't want anyone to misunderstand your family or cause you any trouble. Only then did Grandma Song look at me directly. She looked genuinely surprised. Song Jiangwo hadn't expected that I had thought everything through so carefully. When he agreed to let me work as a housekeeper, he simply thought it would be good experience for me. He never imagined it would make such a difference. He had also always believed that Principal Liu's family had kept me because of Song Jiwei. He never expected that I had earned it entirely on my own. I explained my thoughts. The person behind this made my grades public because they didn't want me to get into Lizzie High School through connections. But Uncle Song has been asking around about my transfer recently, and Hong has too. If those people see the newspaper, they'll probably figure out my relationship with Uncle Song. The school was always going to decide whether to admit me based on my placement test. If I don't take the test, because of this lost and found notice, people will only have more to gossip about. They'll think Uncle Song was planning to use his influence to get me admitted through the back door. That would damage Uncle Song's reputation for integrity and fairness. And later, people with ulterior motives could spread even more rumors. Grandma Song and Song Jiangwo listened and found my reasoning very convincing. Song Jiangwo trusted the child of his old comrade, as well as his former subordinate. The issue now lay with Song Hong. He had handed the transfer documents to Song Hong, who then took them to meet the principal. Who could guarantee that no other teachers visiting the principal, or anyone nearby, had seen the documents or overheard their conversation? Song Jiangwo smiled approvingly. "Saihan, you and I think exactly alike. The more they try to break us from within, the more we must face the challenge head-on. If the enemy succeeds once, they'll keep doing it. We must never let their scheme succeed." Song Jiangwo reassured me. "So, Saihan, just focus on your studies and prepare for the placement exam before school starts. Whether you do well or poorly, as long as you've done your best, that's enough." I smiled. "Uncle Song, I'll definitely work hard to rank in the top 100. I'll prove with my own ability that I'm qualified to attend Lizzie High School and expose the enemy's scheme for what it is. If I don't get admitted to Lizzie High School, I'll return to my hometown in Nanning Province. That will only further prove that you never abused your authority or pulled strings for me." Grandma Song didn't object. She swept me with a sharp glance. "As long as Jiwei isn't dragged into this." Then she turned to Aunt Liu. "If dinner is ready, let's eat." Fu Xing couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If only he had also told Grandma Song that Song Jiwei had been there that day, and that Principal Liu and Secretary Yang had tried to match the two of us together. Seeing the matter resolved, Aunt Liu also breathed a sigh of relief. Song Jiangwo guessed that I had overheard part of their conversation outside. He greatly admired my composure and resilience under pressure. "Saihan, stay for dinner before you leave. And don't put too much pressure on yourself." I quickly shook my head. "No need, Uncle Song. I've already eaten before coming here." I didn't expect things to go this smoothly. Before school starts, I may have to endure some skeptical looks. But once the placement test results come out, all those malicious rumors will be shattered. What I still can't figure out is who hates me so much behind the scenes that they'd spend 1 or 2 months' wages just to make me infamous throughout Beijing. But I had to admit, this tactic was every bit as effective as modern-day online smear campaigns. Just as I was about to say goodbye and leave, Song Hong came hurrying in, wearing plastic sandals and carrying a document folder. She picked up the freshly poured cup of warm water in front of Song Jiangwo and drained it in one gulp. Then she tossed the document folder onto the table. "Big brother, Saihan's transfer has fallen through." The moment Song Hong entered, she sensed the tense atmosphere in the living room. Seeing that I was there, she knew everyone had already heard about it. After catching her breath, she said, "As soon as this morning's newspaper came out, the school held an emergency meeting that afternoon. Now every teacher at Lizzie High School knows that Saihan was planning to transfer to our school. Considering the impact this incident has had on the school, the principal has decided not to allow Saihan to take the senior year placement exam." Grandma Song's expression darkened. "It looks like this has become a major issue." Song Jiangwo asked in confusion. "Xiao Hong, weren't we following the school's regulations and procedures the whole time? As long as Saihan ranks in the top 200. Before he could finish, Song Hong interrupted him. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. With a solemn expression, she said, "Yes, everything was done according to school policy. But I've been handling Saihan's transfer from beginning to end. And I'm also the senior year dean. Even if Saihan ranks in the top 200, and those scores are genuinely his. Anyone who has seen his previous report card with single-digit scores will assume that I leak the exam questions or answer key in advance. At this point, there is no room left to reverse the situation. The Education Bureau is taking this matter very seriously, with a grade director helping behind the scenes. The prestigious high school would inevitably be dragged into it as well. On the contrary, the worse I did, and if I wasn't admitted, the more it would prove the Song family's innocence. I lowered my head and said guiltily in Hong, "I'm truly sorry for dragging you into this. I only wanted to come to Beiping, attend high school, and get into college. I never imagined it would be even harder than Tang Monk's 81 trials." Song Hong had always been known at school for her strict principles. She couldn't tolerate any wrongdoing, and both her colleagues and superiors knew exactly what kind of person she was. So this wouldn't really affect her reputation. Song Hong looked at me, clearly puzzled. "This really has nothing to do with you. Your Uncle Song and I never intended to pull strings for you. I just can't figure out what the person who published that lost and found notice was trying to accomplish. You were only transferring through the normal process to Lizzie High School. It's not like we were guaranteeing your admission to some elite university. It doesn't threaten anyone's interest or benefits. Even if someone was jealous, they wouldn't have to go so far as to spend dozens of yuan to publish it in the newspaper." Song Jiangwo opened the document folder and found my transfer documents still safely inside. It was obvious that the person behind all this wanted to ruin me this way, making it impossible for me to stay in Beiping. Anyone who could come up with the idea of publishing my single-digit grades as a lost and found notice to attract public attention was definitely no ordinary person. Song Jiangwo asked in a deep voice, "Xiaohong, do you know who has seen Saihan's transfer documents?" Song Hong thought for a moment. "I personally delivered the documents directly to the principal's office. They've been kept in the principal's office ever since. I honestly don't know who might have seen them. It looks like we'll have to start our investigation with the newspaper." Song Jiangwo pondered for a moment, then looked at me with calm determination and said, "Saihan, just go back and continue reviewing your lessons as usual. Even if Lizzie High School won't accept you, there are still other schools. As long as you pass their placement exam, you can enroll as a transfer student. Keep a level head. Don't overthink it." Fu Xian spoke up. "Uncle Song, then, could the other schools refuse to accept my brother because of this as well?" He sounded concerned for me. But in reality, he was worried another school might still accept me. If that happened, he could find out which school it was in advance, then inform Pei Jiaoying. So I would have nowhere left to go. Song Jiangwo narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing across them. "That's true. With Saihan's previous report card, most schools probably won't accept him. But since Saihan is confident that he can pass the school's placement exam, this incident won't affect him too much. Of course, that's assuming he really does pass the exam." I clenched my fists slightly. "Thank you, Uncle Song. I won't let you down. In my current situation, the only way to break through was with outstanding grades." After I left, Song Hong also sat down at the table to eat. When I came back today, I ran into Director Lee. She heard about what happened and even offered a suggestion. She said she planned to ask Teacher Pei to tutor Saihan. She thinks Saihan is still young and such a handsome boy. If he can't go to school and has to start working so early, it would be such a pity. Hearing this while serving Grandma Song some soup, Fu Sheng curled his lips into a cold smile. There was no way they genuinely wanted to tutor me. There had to be another motive. Song Hong rubbed her forehead and said, "Exactly. The first time we invited him over for dinner, he ended up with food poisoning. The very next day, Jiwei turned down the blind date, yet he didn't hold it against us at all. He's still sincerely willing to help Saihan. I really don't understand why Jiwei doesn't like him. Of course, She also knew that he was probably quite interested in Song Jiwei and wanted one more chance. Song Hong took a sip of soup and continued, I've also looked into teacher pay. He's very caring toward children. Every year he donates supplies to children in the mountain regions, and he's even published several essays in Reader's Digest. I really don't know what Jiwei is being so picky about. Song Hong turned to Grandma Song. Mom, what do you think of teacher pay? Grandma Song took a sip of soup expressionlessly. As long as Jiwei is willing, I have no objections. Grandma Song glanced at Fuxian, found an excuse to send him away, then snorted coldly. I think Cyan must have offended someone at Principal Liu's place. That's why someone retaliated against him. Song Hong thought it over seriously. I agree, brother. I also think Cyan must have offended someone. Otherwise, who would go to such lengths against him? It's obvious they don't want him staying imbibing. Maybe this whole thing is just a warning. As for what Cyan's situation is like at Principal Liu's house, none of us really knows. Brother, I think you should have someone investigate first. Once this blows over, it won't be too late to contact the school again. Song Jiangwo set down his chopsticks again. He also felt that the whole incident was far too strange, but he still said firmly, You don't need to worry about this. I'll take care of it. Song Hong returned to the previous topic. I'll find time to visit Director Li's house and arrange for Jiwei and teacher Pei to spend some time together alone. They hardly had a chance to talk the other day because everything happened so quickly. As the saying goes, a twisted melon is never sweet. He figured that with Jiwei's personality, she would never agree to marry him. Song Hong turned to look at Song Jiangwo. Then we can't tell Jiwei directly. We'll have to think of some excuse to trick her into going. She was clearly asking Song Jiangwo to come up with an idea. Song Jiangwo lightly tapped the table. There was something he hadn't told anyone yet. Half of a bullet fragment was still lodged inside Jiwei's body, and she needed surgery as soon as possible to remove it. Her medical leave had already been approved. He had originally planned to tell Grandma Song about it today. But then, my situation came up instead. Since Song Hong suggested letting Jiwei meet teacher Pei again, he decided to arrange another meeting. Before Jiwei's surgery, the Kixi Festival was just around the corner, and the organization was hosting a social dance for single or divorced officials from various work units. He planned to have Jiwei and teacher Pei attend together. By the time I returned to the Liu residence, it had only just gotten dark. On the way, I ran into several aunts and older sisters who had previously shopped for fabric with me and even asked me for cooking tips. When they saw me, they awkwardly forced a smile, responded briefly to my greeting, then hurried away with their children. It suddenly dawned on me that I had probably dragged the Liu family into this as well. After all, in the eyes of everyone in the residential compound, I was just a country boy from a rural village, with no power or influence. Someone with grades like mine getting transferred to a school in the capital would naturally make people assume that Principal Liu and Secretary Yang had pulled strings. So I quickened my pace upstairs and knocked on the Liu family's door. Secretary Yang opened the door and looked surprised to see me. She asked with concern, Weren't you coming back tomorrow morning? Or did you forget something? I had expected Secretary Yang to ask me about the newspaper and my report card, but instead she acted exactly as she always did, without mentioning it at all. As though she had no idea it had happened. I quickly came up with an excuse. Annie, I forgot that I'd already brought my books over, so I came back. Secretary Yang smiled gently. There's some muskmelon in the kitchen. I saved a piece for you. Go have some. She looked at me with warmth and concern. If anything happens, tell us. The people in the residential compound don't know your situation, but your uncle, and I believe in you completely. A wave of warmth welled up inside me. My nose stung slightly. Thank you, Annie. Because of the original owner's bad reputation, ever since I arrived in Biping, I had prepared myself to be disliked and rejected. After hearing Uncle Song and Grandma Song's conversation, I hadn't felt even a trace of sadness. But now, hearing Secretary Yang trust me unconditionally and firmly stand by my side, I couldn't help but be moved. No one targets a complete stranger for no reason. The only people who had a grudge against me, and had the ability to do this, were Pei Jiaoying and his mother, but I had no evidence, and they certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to leave any trace of themselves at the newspaper office. At that thought, my eyes lit up. Then I'd simply muddy the waters even further. The next morning, after making breakfast, I let Principal Liu know I was heading out, deliberately changed into my most worn-out clothes, and took the connecting bus to the newspaper office. It was the middle of the workday. Many newspaper employees, wearing crisp white shirts with fountain pens clipped to their pockets, were coming and going through the modern style newspaper building. I walked into the lobby and found a staff member holding my letter of introduction. I openly identified myself while putting on the appearance of a timid country boy. "Hello, my name is Cyan. I'm here to collect my missing transfer documents and the 30 yuan that was inside the envelope." The staff member, who was leisurely sipping tea at her desk, heard that and looked me up and down, her face full of surprise and confusion. "What, 30 yuan? There was only your transfer paperwork, and someone already claimed it earlier." I insisted that the 30 yuan had been there. My eyes turned red with anxiety. That can't be. My transfer documents and the tuition money that my parents earned by selling grain were all kept together. Then I explained in detail how I had accidentally lost the documents, and that the 30 yuan consisted of crumpled small denomination bills bound together with a rubber band inside the document envelope. The other editors and clerks working in the office all turned to look at me. My face flushed red as I pleaded helplessly. "Could you please tell me who picked up my transfer documents and where they live?" Half of those 30 yuan came from selling grain, and more than 10 yuan was borrowed from relatives. That's my entire year's high school tuition. If that money is gone, I won't be able to go to school. The people in the office saw that I was dressed in shabby clothes, wearing a faded old shirt that had been washed so many times. It looked like something my father would have worn. The collar was badly frayed, and the black cloth shoes on my feet had a hole worn through the front, with my big toe sticking out. It was obvious at a glance that I came from a poor rural family. I looked nothing like the well-connected person everyone had imagined after reading yesterday's lost and found notice. Liakin stared at me with a cold, contemptuous gaze. "Comrade, the person who came to place that newspaper notice the day before yesterday only found your transfer documents. There wasn't any money. He paid out of his own pocket to do a good deed. And yet you're accusing him of taking your money. Young man, there's something seriously wrong with your character." As for what had really happened, Li Iking knew better than anyone. This notice had been arranged by his sister, Li Sume, over the phone. Ever since yesterday's newspaper was published, people all over the city had been criticizing this student. By all rights, I should have been hiding at home, too ashamed to face anyone. Instead, I actually dared to come here, and even claimed there had been an extra 30 yuan. After Li Iking's harsh accusations, my lips trembled as I said, "It really was there. I put everything in the same document envelope, so it would be convenient when I enrolled and paid my tuition. Then, could I publish a lost property notice too?" A kind-hearted female editor reminded me. "Student Fu Cyan, lost and found notices are considered a public service provided by our newspaper, so we only charge a token fee. But lost property advertisements are commercial notices. The larger the space you use, the more expensive it is. It costs quite a lot. So yesterday's lost and found notice had actually cost very little. They had paid the smallest price to destroy my reputation as much as possible." I anxiously reached into my pocket and pulled out 30-some cents in coins, carefully holding them out to the female editor who had just spoken. Several people on the spot even offered to donate money, but the only person who had handled this matter was Editor-in-Chief Lee. They didn't even know whether the person who placed the notice was a man or a woman. So they all turned to Editor-in-Chief Lee Iking. Editor Lee, just tell student Fu Cyan who submitted that newspaper notice. Maybe there's been some misunderstanding. Another editor chimed in. That's right. 30 yuan is enough to cover her entire senior year's tuition. Anyone would be anxious. Lee Iking's face darkened. She was afraid I would really go to another newspaper to publish a lost property notice. If the matter escalated, it would become very difficult to contain. So she restrained her anger, hid the harshness in her eyes, and said in a calm voice, Student Fu Cyan, I completely understand how you feel. But the person who came here the day before yesterday really only handed me your transfer documents. It was a man. He was in a hurry and didn't leave his name or his work address. If he had found your money, he certainly would have turned it in together with the documents. Perhaps someone else picked up the money beforehand. Looking at Lee Iking's face, which closely resembled Lee Sumei's, and seeing that he refused to reveal even the slightest information about the person who placed the notice, I was basically certain that Pei Zhaoyou and his mother were the ones behind it all. A second-year high school student came to Beiping with 30 yuan in tuition scraped together by his entire family, earned by selling grain, only to lose the envelope containing his tuition and transfer documents. People immediately began talking. I thought that country kid had powerful connections, but it turns out his tuition was borrowed, and he's even working as a housekeeper. So, the so-called Good Samaritan from yesterday only turned the transfer papers over to the newspaper, but kept that poor student's tuition? Another passerby added. That student went to ask the newspaper's editor-in-chief, but the editor only knew that it was a man, and the editor-in-chief was the only person who had seen him. Isn't that strange? At the intersection ahead, I stood in the street holding up a handwritten poster. A crowd had gathered around me, including someone asking questions, while rapidly taking notes with a fountain pen. I described my family's situation as pitifully as possible. As for why someone with grades as poor as mine could still come to the capital to study, I honestly explained that I had taken my exams while ill, and that no school had accepted me yet. I still needed to pass the school's placement test before I could enroll. When Lee Iking saw all this, just as expected, the next day a small newspaper published my story. My reputation was completely restored. And even Lizzie High School, which had rejected me, agreed that as long as I passed the placement test before school started, I would be admitted and receive a partial tuition waiver. When Pei Zhaoying heard the news, he flew into a rage and threw all the books off his desk onto the floor, then took the shirt from his wardrobe and cut it into pieces with a pair of scissors. He fumed, Mom. If Fu Cyan and I end up at the same school, he'll definitely spread the story about how he snatched the clothes from me at the mall and ruined my blind date. How am I supposed to face my students then? Lee Sumei held Pei Zhaoying back and comforted him. He still has to pass the placement test before he can enroll. I specifically contacted the Education Bureau in Wei County and had someone look into it. Fu Cyan has always been a problem student. He cheated on exams several times, and his real academic ability is only single-digit scores. No one expected me to turn the tables so completely. Not only did I win the public's sympathy, but her younger sister was also investigated and criticized because of the incident. Only after they found someone to pretend to be the person who submitted the newspaper notice did the matter finally die down. Pei Jiaoying gritted his teeth. Mom, I can't swallow this humiliation. If it weren't for him, would I have suffered all this? I finally found someone I liked, and he ruined everything. Lee Sume comforted him. The rest of the song family still doesn't know. They even invited you to attend the Kixi singles mixer the day after tomorrow. That shows they think highly of you. Commander Song is reserved and doesn't talk much. You need to be more proactive. Put aside your young master's pride and admit your mistakes first. Pei Jiaoying frowned, clearly unwilling, but then seemed to think of something. Was Pei Jiaoying's blind date with Commander Song? After bending down to pick up the pillow from the floor, she switched on the transistor tape recorder and practiced for the Kixi social gathering with Pei Jiaoying. After that, he practiced the piano, playing the same piece over and over again until he could perform it flawlessly. The people in the residential compound learned about my poor family background from the People's Tabloid. After that, they treated me even more warmly than before. They all came to the Liu family to bring me food and drinks. They even brought old clothes and old shoes from home to give me. They were also very concerned about my tuition. Some even took out small bills for me to buy school supplies. I refused them one by one and explained that my tuition had already been found, but I still couldn't resist everyone's enthusiasm and kindness. So I accepted some old clothes and shoes. In this era of scarce supplies, old clothes given by others were practically new clothes. The clothes and shoes they sent included summer wear, as well as autumn and winter wear. Now I wouldn't have to worry about having no clothes to wear after school started. Secretary Yang helped me fold the old autumn and winter clothes. Her face was full of heartache. You child, you keep everything bottled up and never tell us. I really don't know how you're so brave. But more than that, she admired my unyielding spirit. I said playfully to Secretary Yang. Annie, look, hasn't everyone's impression of me changed now? It doesn't matter if I'm misunderstood. The innocent will prove themselves. I was mainly afraid of dragging you and Uncle into this, especially since Sister Yanfei is about to get married. I don't want to cause trouble for you. I was also afraid you wouldn't let me keep working here. Secretary Yang patted my shoulder. You child, what nonsense are you saying? I wish you wouldn't leave. Your uncle and I have done nothing wrong, so we won't care about these baseless rumors. Secretary Yang asked the question in her heart. But who exactly published your grades in the newspaper? Why do they hate seeing you do well so much? Although I already had an answer in mind, I had no solid evidence after all. So I could only say, I don't know either. Secretary Yang couldn't help reminding me. The person who knew your grades. Maybe someone close to you. You'd better be more careful. The shrill sound of the telephone rang. Secretary Yang walked into the living room to answer it. She heard Liu Yanfei's voice on the other end. She wondered if Yanfei had forgotten something at home. Yanfei, what's wrong? Liu Yanfei sounded anxious over the phone. Mom, is Saihen at home now? Today our hospital and the military district are holding a singles mixer, but one of the pediatricians suddenly came down with appendicitis. She needs emergency surgery and can't come. We don't have anyone else suitable. So, we're one person short. Could Saihen come and fill in for her? Then another voice came over the phone. Secretary Zheng from the military hospital. Secretary Yang, I also read about student Fu Saihen in the newspaper. He's about to enter his senior year, so he's an educated young man. Everyone attending this mixer is a military officer. I really couldn't find anyone suitable. So I thought, student Saihen could take the vacant spot. Do you think that would be okay? Secretary Yang said worriedly. Will that really be all right? Secretary Zheng's steady, booming voice came through the receiver. It'll be fine. Everyone will be wearing masks, and they won't take them off until the event is almost over. I'll keep an eye on student Saihen the whole time. He can just enjoy some snacks. Secretary Yang had no choice but to agree. All right. I'll have Saihan get ready right away. And take the bus over. After hanging up, Secretary Yang began picking out clothes for me from the pile of donated clothes. She briefly explained what had happened, then pushed me toward the bathroom to wash up. Standing outside the bathroom door, she reminded me, when you get there, someone will tell you what to do. There will be all kinds of cookies and snacks at the mixer that you can't usually buy in stores. In my previous life, I hated blind dates, but when I heard there would be good food, my eyes lit up instantly. If there was a place where I could enjoy free food, why wouldn't I go? After changing my clothes, I took the bus to the military club. Secretary Jung, who was waiting at the entrance, saw me getting off the bus, and his eyes lit up. Although my clothes looked a little worn, my handsome face was undeniably eye-catching. Luckily, everyone had to wear masks. Otherwise, with a face like this, who knew how many people would fall for me by the end of the mixer? Secretary Jung took me along, handing me a half-face mask, while explaining the rules I needed to follow in the ballroom. Saihan, you must remember this. The person you're replacing is the pediatrician Sun Hao Yang. If anyone asks your name, don't get it wrong. I nodded. All right, I understand. Secretary Jung looked me over once more. Hearing that I spoke without any hometown accent, he was finally completely at ease. Once we're inside the ballroom, don't be nervous. Although you're standing in for Sun Hao Yang, you should still participate actively. The organizers take this mixer very seriously. Everyone attending has been strictly vetted. I put the mask on. I understood exactly what Secretary Jung meant. That was, I absolutely couldn't let the military leaders discover I was a substitute. After entering the ballroom, melodious music played over the loudspeakers. Old-fashioned lights shone over the dance floor. The dance mixer had only just begun. Secretary Jung led me straight to a middle-aged military officer. Comrade, I'm terribly sorry. Hao Yang was delayed by something at home. Commissioner Z smiled with his hands behind his back. He gave me an approving glance. Comrade Hao Yang, since you've just arrived, go have some water over there and take a break first. Thank you, Commissar. That suited me perfectly. So I immediately turned around. I walked toward the table by the wall where drinks and snacks were laid out. Commissar Z watched my back thoughtfully. He said to Secretary Jung, that young man seems quite good. He then strode into the lounge and said firmly, Commander Song, the young man is here. Come out with me. Song Jiwei pursed her lips. Her expression was icy, clearly showing how much she disliked occasions like this. Commissar Z urged her sternly, what's the matter? Commander Song, until your personal life is settled, you won't be able to skip a single one of these mixers, even if you're going into surgery the day after tomorrow, or even lying in a hospital bed. You'll still have to come. You're a regimental commander. You have to set an example. Song Jiwei stood up and walked toward the door with her usual cool demeanor. Commissar Z pointed at me, standing by the refreshment table, and gave Song Jiwei a meaningful look. That's Comrade Hao Yang. I think he's quite good. When Song Jiwei didn't move, he gave her another push. After drinking a few sips of water and eating a couple of cookies, I sat down on a chair beside the dance floor. Everyone else was dancing, and I was the only one standing by the snack table. I felt too embarrassed to keep eating. As soon as I sat down, a figure appeared before me. Song Jiwei looked tense. It was her first time inviting a man to dance, and she seemed a little awkward. Hello, comrade. Would you like to dance? Hearing that familiar voice, I looked up at Song Jiwei standing before me. My mind went completely blank. I'd completely forgotten that Song Jiwei was also an unmarried senior officer. And in fact, she was the highest ranking one there. I looked around, wondering if there was another woman who could switch partners midway. But Secretary Jung kept signaling frantically at me and finally pushed through the crowd toward me. He pulled me up from the chair. Hao Yang, what are you doing? I was just about to say that I knew Song Jiwei when Secretary Jung leaned over and whispered in my ear, whatever you do, don't mess this up. It's okay if you can't dance. With that, he gave my shoulder an encouraging pat and walked away. I had thought Song Jiwei would recognize me, but in fact, I was dressed like a city resident, with the upper half of my face hidden behind a mask. Besides, we weren't that familiar with each other, so Song Jiwei truly didn't recognize me. What's more, this was a mixer for military officers, hospital doctors, and school teachers. Everyone on the guest list had been pre-approved, so Song Jiwei naturally wouldn't suspect anything. Secretary Jung and Commissar Z, the two people in charge, were both secretly watching our every move, standing opposite Song Jiwei. Commissar Z signaled with his eyes for her to take my hand. Meanwhile, Secretary Jung was worried I might make a mistake. If anyone from the military noticed that I was standing in for someone else, he would surely be held responsible. Song Jiwei pressed her lips together and rather stiffly extended her right hand. I hesitated over whether to tell Song Jiwei the truth, but considering her personality, I figured it might only cause trouble for Secretary Jung, so I decided to switch partners after this song ended and simply avoid her. I followed her to the center of the dance floor. One hand gently held Song Jiwei's soft hand, while my other hand rested lightly against her slender waist. The delicate, gentle touch beneath my palm made every muscle in my body tense with nervousness. As it was my first time being this close to a woman, they were full of strength. It felt as though I could pin her down effortlessly with just one hand, leaving her unable to break free. The thick veins bulging along my arm ran from the back of my hand beneath my sleeve, radiating raw masculine tension. She couldn't help imagining what those hands would look like braced against a bed with force. The firm outline of my chest muscles was faintly visible beneath my clothes, and my waist was lean and strong. The distinctly masculine aura almost completely enveloped Song Jiwei. Ballroom dancing was very popular in the 1980s, but I didn't know how to dance, so I turned my head to watch how the others danced. Song Jiwei had learned ballroom dancing at the military academy. The moment she stepped forward, I accidentally stepped on her foot. Embarrassed, I said, "I'm sorry. I don't know how." Song Jiwei lowered her cool gaze. "It's okay. I'll teach you." The first moment Song Jiwei saw me, she thought it was me, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Anyone attending this dance mixer had gone through a strict approval process. How could I possibly be here? She lowered her chin slightly as she taught me the steps, while I lowered my head and learned with complete focus. Song Jiwei's face remained expressionless, yet the tips of her ears gradually turned pink. Before long, I had mastered the basic steps, though I still kept my head down to watch my feet. Not far away, Pei Jiaoyou, wearing a mask, had been watching the two of us the entire time. Seeing Commander Song patiently teach another man to dance, Pei Jiaoyou clenched his fist in jealousy. When he first arrived, he had searched everywhere but couldn't find Commander Song. Once it was time to change partners, he planned to ask Commander Song to teach him as well. Soon, the gentle music came to an end, and the men and women on the dance floor separated. After politely thanking each other, they began changing partners again. I let go of Song Jiwei's hand and put some distance between us. At that very moment, Pei Jiaoyou couldn't wait any longer and hurried over. He squeezed me aside and said to Song Jiwei, "Commander Song, may I have this dance?" Pei Jiaoyou was certain Commander Song wouldn't refuse. His eyes were filled with anticipation, but Song Jiwei replied coldly, "I'm sorry." Pei Jiaoyou's expression froze. He had never expected Commander Song to reject him so directly. Forcing a gentle smile, Pei Jiaoyou said, "Commander Song, I'm Pei Jiaoyou. When I got food poisoning and fell down, you even helped me up. After I went home that day, I remembered seeing Fusayan at the department store. There was a small misunderstanding between us. I'd like to apologize to him and his aunt in person. Would that be convenient for you?" Song Jiwei cut him off in an icy tone. "No, if you want to apologize, go to the Song family. You don't need to go through me." The moment she learned he was Pei Jiaoyou, Song Jiwei's voice grew even colder. Pei Jiaoyou's expression changed instantly. Proud and arrogant by nature, he had never been rejected so publicly before, especially with Song Jiwei's dance partners standing nearby. Song Jiwei walked past Pei Jiaoyou indifferently, her gaze settling on me. "Would you like to practice some more? although her cool voice carried no emotion. It was clearly not as cold as when she spoke to Pei Jiaoyou. I hadn't expected Pei Jiaoyou to be here as well. It seemed he had come specifically for Song Jiwei. I was about to shake my head and refuse, so he wouldn't discover my identity. But at that moment, Pei Jiaoyou turned around and glared at me viciously, as if warning me not to accept. He acted as though the whole world revolved around him, and everyone had to indulge and obey him. That instantly triggered my rebellious streak. Since he liked Song Jiwei so much, I might as well make him miserable, as long as I kept my mask on. Song Jiwei wouldn't recognize me anyway, so I nodded lightly. Seeing that, Pei Jiaoyou was furious. But with so many people around, he couldn't make a scene. All he could do was glare resentfully at my back. After watching the two of us for a while, Pei Jiaoyou quickly came up with an idea. When I no longer saw Pei Jiaoyou around, the song came to an end, and it was time for a short break. I didn't want to stay around Song Jiwei any longer, so I withdrew my hand. Thank you. I've learned most of it. After saying that, I turned and walked toward the lounge. Commissar Z had been paying close attention to Song Jiwei the whole time. After all, as a regiment commander, she still hadn't settled her personal life, which had become quite a headache for the organization. With his hands behind his back, Commissar Z walked over to Song Jiwei. Smiling, he asked, "Commander Song, what do you think of that young man? You taught him to dance quite well, and he learned very quickly." Watching Song Jiwei take a sip of water, he teased. From where I was standing, the two of you looked like a perfect match. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. You two drew the most attention in the room. How about I add a last-minute competition? We'll choose the best dancing couple and have them file their marriage application on the spot. Keeping a straight face, Song Jiwei spoke with all the authority of a regiment commander. Old Z, be serious. Feigning seriousness, Commissar Z teased again. What? Think his family background isn't good enough? Song Jiwei was someone with a mind of her own. She corrected him sternly. Old Z, as the political commissar, you should pay more attention to the other single comrades. Their personal lives are just as important. Commissar Z could do nothing with this young regiment commander. He pointed towards Song Jiwei and said, "Several comrades are asking whether, during the talent show later, you'd like to keep dancing with Commander Song." There was no way I was going over there, but when I heard that the top 3 couples with the most votes would receive prizes, I instantly changed my mind. I eagerly went to sign up. After all, I was broke. At some point, Pei Jiaoyou had come up behind me, hearing everyone encouraging me to dance with Commander Song. His eyes nearly burst with rage. He gripped the fountain pen in his hand tightly. After making sure no one was watching, he unscrewed the pen barrel and dripped several drops of black ink onto the seat of my pants. Thinking about how I would embarrass myself in front of everyone, Pei Jiaoyou felt much better. Dance with Commander Song? Dream on. Afterward, Pei Jiaoyou calmly got up and went to the dressing room to change clothes for his piano performance. Long before this, his mother had found out that Commander Song liked piano music. Because of that, although he had only studied piano for 2 years, he had hired a piano teacher for extra practice, and even had a custom suit made for performing. His goal was to attract Commander Song's attention. At the dance mixer, I also found Secretary Zheng, and told him I wanted to sign up on behalf of Sun Hao Yang. Secretary Zheng readily agreed. As soon as I walked backstage to prepare, I ran into Pei Jiaoyou. Seeing how elaborately he was dressed, it was obvious he had taken this dance mixer very seriously and prepared carefully. A sheet of piano music lay on the table. It immediately reminded me of the piano in the ballroom. I blinked innocently and quietly whispered a few words into Secretary Zheng's ear. After listening, Secretary Zheng walked away. I walked over to the table, rested one hand on the sheet music, and praised it. Pei Jiaoyou rolled his eyes and said smugly, "No matter how much you flatter me, don't expect me to let you have it." He then stood up proudly, picked up the sheet music, and strode away with his head held high. As soon as Pei Jiaoyou stepped out, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Holding the sheet music, he walked to the piano with a bright smile. He thoroughly enjoyed all the admiring looks directed at him, as if he were a movie star, which greatly satisfied his vanity. At the same time, he secretly glanced toward Commander Song in the crowd, but Commander Song wasn't looking at him at all. Instead, she was looking elsewhere, as if searching for someone. The sight dealt a blow to his confidence. But that didn't matter. Back when he was in technical school, he had dazzled everyone at the New Year's Gala with his piano performance. He believed that once he smoothly played for Elise, Commander Song would definitely notice him. He lifted the piano lid and placed the sheet music on the stand. Then, under everyone's gaze, his fingers began dancing across the black and white keys. He became completely immersed in the performance. Soon he reached the middle section. He turned to the next page of the score, but the melody changed abruptly, as though a book had jumped straight from page 1 to page 50, with everything in between missing, especially the climactic section of the piece. Pei Zhaoye's face turned pale. He hurriedly stopped and flipped through the score, only to discover that the page containing the climax was gone. It was only supposed to be a simple talent show, for everyone to showcase their strengths, but Pei Zhaoye had dressed so extravagantly that many people found it off-putting. If he can't even play, why did he go up there? How embarrassing. Does he think none of us have ever heard piano music? With skills like that, he still dares to show off. Listening to the mocking voices and seeing the subtle expressions on the officers' faces, Pei Zhaoye's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He wished he could crawl into a hole and disappear. Without that missing page, he couldn't continue the rest of the piece or keep playing. But he had practiced with a complete score just yesterday. How had the middle page suddenly disappeared? In the end, he could only leave dejectedly with the sheet music in hand. With his head lowered, he ran backstage in utter embarrassment. He had made a complete fool of himself. After Pei Zhaoye's performance became a laughingstock, the recitations and singing performances that followed all received warm applause. I was the fifth performer. I walked to the center of the stage and sang just once a cappella. My voice was naturally deep and magnetic, and with the vocal style I deliberately adopted, everyone couldn't help but become immersed in it. It felt as though the entire summer, the gentle breeze, and the cicadas outside were all filled with a longing for love. Song Jiwei's clear eyes rested on me like a gently flowing stream. Usually calm and composed, her gaze now rippled with faint waves. As soon as I finished singing, I was rewarded with thunderous applause. People eagerly cast their votes for me. Watching through the crack of the backstage door, Pei Zhaoye was practically driven mad, especially when he saw Commander Song, who hadn't voted for anyone before, cast her ballot for me. Pei Zhaoye felt as though countless ants were crawling all over him, tormenting him from the inside out. He had worked so hard to be with Commander Song. He had prepared for so long. Yet not only had he failed to improve Commander Song's impression of him, he had instead embarrassed himself in front of everyone. Thinking of this, Pei Zhaoye gritted his teeth and strode up behind me. He demanded aggressively, "You took the page with the climax of my sheet music, didn't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at me. I quickly stepped back and asked, "What sheet music?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," Pei Zhaoye snapped angrily. "You're still denying it?" "There were only the two of us backstage. My sheet music was complete before you came in. After you came in, that page disappeared." Hearing the commotion, Song Jiwei and Commissar Z hurried over. I said innocently, "Comrade, we don't even know each other. Why would I take your sheet music for no reason?" That question immediately left Pei Zhaoye speechless. His flushed face froze. Song Jiwei spoke in a cold voice, "Comrade Pei, if something of yours goes missing, you should first look for the reason yourself. Don't accuse others without evidence." She then turned to Secretary Zheng and said calmly, "Secretary Zheng, please have a few comrades help Comrade Pei look for it. Perhaps he dropped it somewhere himself." Hearing Song Jiwei speak up for me, Pei Zhaoye became even more agitated. Spoiled since childhood, how could he endure such humiliation? He shouted, "Commander Song, he's the one who took it. Otherwise, why would only the middle page of my sheet music disappear? He blocked my view earlier and pulled a page out of the score. After saying that, Pei Jiaoyou lunged at me again, convinced that the missing page was hidden on me. Song Jiwei immediately stepped in front of me. Pei Jiaoyou felt even more resentful. He was obviously the victim. Yet Commander Song was protecting me. As more and more people gathered to watch, Commissar Z said to me, "Comrade Sun, to clear up the misunderstanding, I hope you'll cooperate." I nodded without any objection. Pei Jiaoyou, meanwhile, glared at me viciously. Just then, Secretary Zheng arrived with 2 other comrades. Holding Pei Jiaoyou's bag, he said, "Comrade Pei, that page of sheet music had slipped into the gap beside the table. We found it by the wall." Pei Jiaoyou's face instantly turned pale. Secretary Zheng, knowing I was standing in for the ill Sun Hao Yang, who was supposed to attend the dance, didn't want me to be wronged. He continued, "Just because Commander Song turned down your invitation to dance and danced with Comrade Sun instead, you deliberately slandered Comrade Sun, didn't you?" Song Jiwei's icy, sword-like gaze swept over Pei Jiaoyou, making him shudder all over. He couldn't utter a single word. The crowd gathered around, pointing and whispering. "Which unit is he from?" Weren't all participants strictly screened? How did someone like him get into this mixer? He fancies Commander Song, so no other man is allowed to dance with her? Seriously, he really needs some ideological re-education. Everyone looked at Pei Jiaoyou the same way. At that moment, he felt as though he'd been stripped naked and thrown into the middle of the crowd to be stared at. His face burned as if it had been scalded by boiling water. The humiliation drained the color from the proud Pei Jiaoyou's lips. Standing behind Song Jiwei, I tilted my head slightly and looked at the surrounded Pei Jiaoyou. At least now he had a taste of what I'd gone through when I was publicly condemned. Every gaze directed at Pei Jiaoyou was like a sharp blade, cutting into his flesh, leaving him utterly ashamed. All he wanted now was to leave this place. Commissar Z stepped forward, said a few words to smooth things over, and asked everyone to return to the dance floor. The little incident came to an end. The dance mixer continued as planned. When Song Jiwei stepped in front of me and firmly took my side, I was genuinely surprised. She must have guessed it was me who had taken the page from Pei Jiaoyou's sheet music. Just then, the final vote count was announced. Commissar Z walked over to me and said, "Comrade Sun, your performance received the most votes tonight. You won by more than half the total votes. Commander Song will personally present your first prize." I secretly thought that school was about to start, and what I needed most right now was stationery. Could it be a fountain pen? If the prize was a fountain pen, I'd save several yuan by not having to buy one. The military club wasn't far from the base. Song Jiwei had always been physically fit. She returned in less than 2 minutes. I accepted the first place prize from Song Jiwei. It was a heavy, rectangular black box. Judging by its shape, it contained exactly what I had hoped for, a fountain pen. Holding the pen, I hurriedly thanked her. "Thank you, Commander Song." Commissar Z thought the trip had been well worth it. He'd even gained something from it. Then he suddenly remembered something and said regretfully, "Comrade Sun left without taking off the mask. We never even got to see what he looked like." He leaned toward the window to take a look, but I had already gone too far away. All he could see was my back. Song Jiwei also looked out the window. She saw that I had already taken off my mask and was holding it while talking to Secretary Zheng. Even after I walked out of the military club, I never looked back. That night, after taking a shower, Song Jiwei packed a few things for the hospital. After neatly folding everything together, she took to painkillers and laid down on the bed. Accompanied by the sound of cicadas outside, she fell asleep. She dreamed of that same ballroom. The song I had sung earlier was playing over the speakers. I held her soft, delicate hand and wrapped an arm around her slender waist. The two of us danced together to the music. The entire ballroom contained only the two of us. Song Jiwei suddenly opened her eyes and sat upright in bed. Her clothes were soaked with sweat. She had never expected that those had been her true feelings at the time. A rare blush spread across her usually cold face. She quickly got up and changed into clean clothes, then used warm water to wipe down the bamboo mat 3 or 4 times. Early the next morning, before the military hospital had even opened, she arrived at the hospital's administrative building, just as Secretary Jung walked into the lobby in her summer khaki military uniform. He stared for a moment before recognizing her. He greeted her warmly. "Commander Song, come sit in my office for a while." Song Jiwei replied, "No need. I still need to complete my admission procedures later. I just wanted to ask, what did Comrade Sun think of me yesterday?" Songzi. Jiwei knew that she would undergo surgery tomorrow to have the bullet fragment removed. Given her condition, she would need at least half a month to recover in the hospital. There was no way she would have time to see him or date him now, so she had planned to learn more about him first, and after being discharged, asked Secretary Jung to help arrange things. But after last night's dream, she decided she wanted to settle the matter as soon as possible. Secretary Jung froze for a moment. He clearly hadn't expected Commander Song to have taken a liking to me. That put him in a difficult position. Keeping a straight face, he said casually, "Commissar Z didn't mention anything about this to me yesterday. I'll ask for you. But Commander Song, I should tell you about his family first. His father passed away. His mother has been ill and taking medicine. And he still has 2 younger siblings in school. I also heard that his family owes quite a bit of money to relatives. In short, his family's circumstances aren't very good." Secretary Jung deliberately exaggerated my family's situation a little, hoping to gently discourage Commander Song. After all, this relationship could neither be approved nor rejected easily. If she found out I had been impersonating Sun Hao Yang, it would be even harder to explain. Song Jiwei could already tell that my family wasn't well off, but she didn't care about that at all. Without a second thought, she said, "How much does he owe? I can help him repay it." Secretary Jung fell silent at once. The debt story was something he had made up on the spot, but seeing Commander Song's determination, he knew a few words wouldn't change her mind. He hurriedly said, "Why did you take a liking to Comrade Sun in the first place? Let me ask Comrade Sun today." "Thank you for your trouble, Secretary Jung," Song Jiwei said gently. She handed all the stationery to Secretary Jung. "Secretary Jung, please give these to Comrade Sun for me." Secretary Jung looked at the heavy bundle in his hands and was taken aback. Commander Song was truly sincere, since she didn't care about family background or status. Perhaps he should give them a chance. Maybe, by sheer coincidence, it really could become a wonderful marriage. Smiling, Secretary Jung accepted the package. "All right, I'll ask Comrade Sun for you later." Song Jiwei waved goodbye and headed toward the inpatient ward. As she paused in the corridor, she couldn't help blushing when she recalled yesterday. Meanwhile, I sat at the desk copying my textbooks, eagerly filling the fountain pen I had won yesterday with blue ink. Before starting to write, the nib was exquisitely made, and it wrote incredibly smoothly. The handwriting came out crisp, and the pen felt wonderfully smooth in my hand. Just from the English letters engraved on it, I could tell it was a premium pen, probably an American brand. I had expected an ordinary fountain pen, but I never imagined the military district's mixer would be so generous. Back in those days, even a basic fountain pen cost more than 3 yuan, the equivalent of 3 days' wages for me. I couldn't help thinking it was definitely worth going. After writing a few more lines, I couldn't bear to keep using it. I carefully capped the pen, placed it back into its case, and stored it in the innermost drawer. I planned to put it in my school bag once school started. Just then, someone knocked on the door. I got up to answer it and found Fuxian standing outside, wearing an obedient expression. Even with Uncle Song's arrangements, I would be able to attend high school, but I would surely be ostracized by my teachers and classmates. Life there wouldn't be easy. What he never expected was that I would protect myself by tearfully telling everyone about my impoverished family. A reporter even published my story in the People's Tabloid. Not only did I gain the public's sympathy, but many people in the residential compound also brought me their old clothes and worn-out shoes. All at once, I had plenty of city-style clothes to wear to school. But when school started for him, he would only have those patched, drab-colored clothes. He was absolutely furious. Brother, I came to tell you that Commander Song is having surgery tomorrow afternoon to remove the bullet from her right shoulder. Fu Xian looked at me as though he had really come out of kindness just to tell me this. But the truth was, if he hadn't gone to the military hospital early that morning and accidentally seen Pei Jiaoyou, pale-faced and lying in a hospital bed within 4, yet still emotionally agitated, angrily telling Li Sumei about what had happened at yesterday's mixer, he would never have known that Song Jiwei had taken a liking to his staff member from the military hospital, who had not only made Pei Jiaoyou humiliate himself at the mixer, but had also landed him in the hospital, just as he was about to ask Secretary Zheng who that person was. He happened to witness Song Jiwei asking Secretary Zheng to play matchmaker. From Pei Jiaoyu's description, that person sounded very much like me. Fu Xian immediately became anxious. Even though he didn't believe that person could be me, he still came to verify it, just to put his mind at ease. Otherwise, he would have preferred that I never found out about it, so he could make a good impression in front of the Song family. Take meticulous care of Song Jiwei. Maybe, seeing how devoted he was, Song Jiwei might change her opinion of him. I never expected that there was actually a bullet lodged in her shoulder. No wonder when we danced yesterday, I felt that her right hand, resting on my shoulder, was a little stiff, and her fingers trembled ever so slightly. I had thought it was simply because it was her first time dancing with a man, making her nervous. I understand. Anything else? I noticed Fu Xian's eyes constantly wandering toward the room behind me, so I shifted my body to block his view. Fu Xian was shorter than I was, and once I blocked him, he couldn't see anything. He could tell I was on guard. So he lowered his head and put on a remorseful expression. Brother, I really know I was wrong about what happened before. I came because there's one more thing I want to tell you. You'll definitely feel satisfied when you hear it. That teacher Pei, who acted so arrogantly toward you at the department store. When I went to the hospital to see Commander Song today, I saw her hospitalized. I heard that during yesterday's mixer, Commander Song openly stood up for a male attendee. And today his mother happened to witness Commander Song asking Secretary Zheng to play matchmaker. Teacher Pei got so angry that he even ripped out his needle. As Fu Xian spoke, he carefully watched every change in my expression. I was inwardly startled. I clearly hadn't expected something like this to happen. I had thought everything ended the moment I left the military club, but I knew very well that with Fu Xian's scheming, malicious nature, he would never come just to tell me this out of kindness. He definitely had another motive. Besides, the truthfulness of his words remained questionable, so I kept a perfectly calm expression and sneered. Shouldn't you be the one feeling satisfied? Teacher Pei looked down on you so much when he stayed with the Song family. Now that he's been angered into the hospital, you should be happier than anyone else, shouldn't you? It must have been hard on you, coming all this way just to share your joy with me. Fu Xian put on an aggrieved expression. Brother, don't be like this. Have you never suspected that your report card being published in the newspaper might have something to do with Teacher Pei? Think about it. Teacher Pei's parents both work at the Bureau of Education, and he himself teaches at Lizzie High School. He definitely had access to your transfer records, and the two of you had a conflict at the department store before. So, to get back at you, he deliberately published your grades in the newspaper, so everyone would criticize you. I looked at him expectantly. Really? When you were at the hospital just now, did you hear Teacher Pei say that himself? If that's true, come with me to see Uncle Song. Let's tell him everything. As I spoke, I grabbed Fu Xian's hand and started pulling him toward the Song residence. I already knew Pei Jiaoyou was behind it, but Fu Xian's behavior was far too suspicious. To him, Pei Jiaoyou was no longer a threat. Yet he still wanted to stir up conflict between me and Pei Jiaoyou. It seemed he had learned something else from Pei Jiaoyou. He was clearly trying to provoke me into going to the hospital to confront Pei Jiaoyou. Fu Xian hadn't expected me not to take the bait. Brother, I'm only guessing. I'm doing this for your sake. I just wanted to help you find the person who framed you. Besides Teacher Pei, I really can't think of anyone else. I didn't want to waste any more time talking to him. I said coldly, without any evidence. What's the point of telling me all this? You don't need to worry about my affairs. You should worry about yourself instead. Now that Teacher Pei is out of the picture, another man has appeared, and he's the one Commander Song has taken a liking to. If the two of them get together, Commander Song will surely bring him home to meet the family. What are you going to do then? A faint smile curled at my lips. I looked him up and down. After the sodium nitrite poisoning incident, Fu Xian's position in the Song family had become rather awkward. As Song Jiwei's former blind date, he was still living with the Song family. If Song Jiwei really brought someone home, the Song family would avoid any misunderstanding. They would either send Fu Xian back to his hometown, or have him move into the school dormitory early. Fu Xian's face stiffened. It looked absolutely dreadful. He clearly understood that if Song Jiwei got together with that man, not only would he lose the chance to care for Song Jiwei and win her favor, he would no longer be able to stay with the Song family. Fu Xian silently clenched his fists, but I ignored him and simply shut the door. It was now 9 o'clock. Secretary Yang would be off work in another 2 hours, while Principal Liu was still downstairs in the grove, playing chess with the neighbors. I had to hurry to the hospital while I had the chance. Looking through the window, I saw Fu Xian walking downstairs with his head lowered. I changed my clothes and disguised myself. After getting everything ready, I opened the door and looked around. Just as I was about to lock the door, I decided to play it safe and put on a gauze face mask. The moment I left, the phone in the living room started ringing. Secretary Zhang got the Song family's phone number from Liu Yanfei and called. He tried several times, but no one answered. Secretary Zhang went to Liu Yanfei's department and asked, Dr. Liu, is Saihan not at home right now, or did he go out somewhere? No one is answering the phone. Liu Yanfei had just finished seeing a patient. If guests came to the house and they saw me free, they'd ask me to teach them how to cook or help prepare some ingredients. It's really strange. The family tried to match Commander Song and me before, but both of us felt we weren't compatible. So, why would Commander Song suddenly take a liking to me now? But Liu Yanfei wasn't the gossiping type. After thinking for a moment, Secretary Zhang said, then I'll call again. Around lunchtime. After getting off the bus, I headed straight for the military hospital. I asked a nurse where Secretary Zhang's office was. She said it was on the first floor of the administrative building. Without wasting a second, I ran toward the building. Suddenly, I spotted a figure in a khaki military uniform walking toward me through the crowd. I quickly turned around, my heart pounding. The summer heat was unbearable. After leaving the residential compound and making sure Fu Xian wasn't following me, I'd taken off my mask and was carrying it in my hand. Oh no, I've been seen. Even Pei Jiaoyou thought I looked somewhat like the person from yesterday. Song Jiwei isn't an idiot. If he saw me dressed like this, he definitely guessed that I was the one from yesterday. I was so nervous I almost stopped breathing. Until the person in the khaki short-sleeved summer military uniform walked right past me. After confirming it wasn't Song Jiwei, I finally let out a long sigh of relief. Then it hit me that this was a military hospital. Many soldiers came here for treatment. In just that short while, I'd already seen several people wearing the same khaki short-sleeved summer uniform. Other than their heights, they looked remarkably similar at first glance. To be safe, I put my mask back on. I adjusted my cap and hurried on. Just as I was about to leave through the hospital side entrance, I bumped into someone coming in. Song Jiwei was holding a medical examination report in her hand. She wasn't watching where she was going when someone suddenly bumped into her. She had no time to react. "I'm sorry," I apologized quickly. Then I turned to leave. Song Jiwei looked up. All she could see were my eyes. Exactly the same as the ones from her dream. She called out tentatively, "Comrade son?" My body stiffened for a moment. My pupils instantly contracted. That was Song Jiwei's voice. I pretended not to hear her and kept walking. My pace quickened uncontrollably, and I accidentally twisted my ankle. Song Jiwei hurried after me and grabbed my arm. She lowered her head to make sure she wasn't mistaken. I was wearing a hat, and a gauze mask covered my nose and mouth, concealing most of my face. But she could never mistake those eyes. Because my face had been hidden by the mask, my eyes had become even more unforgettable. In Song Jiwei's memory, I had always been a country boy dressed in patched clothes. Looking at me, Song Jiwei introduced herself. "Comrade son, we met yesterday. My name is Song Jiwei." I couldn't imagine what would happen if I stayed with her any longer, and she discovered my true identity. If I had known when Song Jiwei invited me to dance again yesterday, I never would have agreed just to provoke Pei Jiaoyou. Nor should I have gone on stage to sing for the prize. None of this would have happened. As I was wondering what to do, just then, Secretary Zheng, who was about to make another phone call, walked out of the administrative building. He saw Song Jiwei standing with another comrade in the hospital corridor. Secretary Zheng hurried over and asked, "Commander Song, what's going on here?" His eyes swept over the masked comrade. With a puzzled look, I turned around and saw that it was Secretary Zheng. It was like seeing my savior. I was terrified she would call out my real name. If that happened, everything would be over. I immediately greeted him first. "Secretary Zheng, I'm Hao Yang." Secretary Zheng looked me over several times before smiling and saying, "Hao Yang, I've called you several times this morning, but no one answered. So, you came to the hospital." I quickly said, "Secretary Zheng, I need to speak with you." I was hoping he'd take me away immediately, and I even winked at him. "I'm Liu Yanfei's housekeeper." Since I'd come to see him now, Secretary Zheng didn't need to think twice. He assumed I was here for the same reason as Commander Song. He hadn't expected the two of us to have the same idea. Commander Song had come to see him early that morning, and had even brought a pile of gifts. Now I had come looking for him too. Secretary Zheng gave Commander Song a meaningful look, then looked at me. The smile on his face bloomed like a flower. The implication was obvious. Song Jiwei remained expressionless. "Secretary Zheng, Comrade Hao Yang injured his foot. I'll take him to the infirmary first." Secretary Zheng lowered his head and glanced at my foot. Then he said, "Let Commander Song take you to the infirmary first. Whatever it is can wait. Let Commander Song help you over." I felt like I was suffocating. I immediately grabbed Secretary Zheng's arm. "Secretary Zheng, there's no need to wait. Please come with me." With a troubled look, I looked at Secretary Zheng unwillingly, wanting to tell him something. But Song Jiwei had already walked over. I could only hold tightly onto Secretary Zheng's hand, hoping he would understand what I meant. Secretary Zheng pretended not to notice. He also wanted to give the two of us some time alone. He said, "Hao Yang, I still have things to do. Let Commander Song take you." I tightened my grip on Secretary Zheng's hand once again. My voice carried a hint of pleading. "There's no need to trouble Commander Song. I'm afraid Commander Song, being a woman, won't be able to support me. Secretary Zheng, please come with me instead." Song Jiwei's deep, dark eyes fell on me, then shifted to my injured foot again. She said, "Secretary Zheng, I'm sorry to trouble you, but please accompany Comrade Hao Yang. His foot should be treated as soon as possible." Hearing Song Jiwei say that, Secretary Zheng nodded. With Secretary Zheng accompanying us, it was much better than being alone with Song Jiwei. When we arrived at the infirmary, the doctor examined my foot and thankfully found no broken bones. After wrapping and stabilizing it, he told me to go home and rest. Song Jiwei took the medical form and walked out. She returned shortly after paying the fees. Secretary Zheng helped me onto a green-painted bench outside. Smiling, he said, "See how thoughtful Commander Song is. It's so hot today. Why are you still wearing that gauze mask? Go ahead and take it off. As he spoke, he reached out to remove it from me, also hoping Song Jiwei could finally see my face. My heart skipped a beat, and my face turned pale. I leaned back and hurriedly said, Secretary Jung, I have acne on my face. It doesn't look good. Secretary Jung's smile deepened. In front of someone they liked, people always cared more about their appearance. He gave Song Jiwei a meaningful glance. Song Jiwei stood by the wall. Her cool gaze fell on my bandaged left foot. She said, Secretary Jung, I'm going out for a moment. Please look after Comrade Hao Yang for me. With that, Song Jiwei quickly walked away. The moment I saw her figure disappear down the corridor, my tense body finally relaxed. I turned to Secretary Jung and said, Secretary Jung, please don't tell anyone that I attended the mixer in Sun Hao Yang's place. Secretary Jung looked puzzled. Why is that? Can't you tell that Commander Song cares about you? If she really wants to investigate, she won't be kept in the dark. I continued, Secretary Jung, as long as you don't let anyone know that I took Sun Hao Yang's place. That's enough. Right now, I just want to focus on studying and get into college. The person I like. We're planning to get married after graduation. I thought I was only going there to make up the numbers and enjoy some food. I never expected things to turn out like this. If other people find out about it, it'll be hard for me to face them in the future. Secretary Jung hadn't expected that I already had someone I loved. His eyes widened, and he hurriedly said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. When Commander Song comes back, I'll explain everything to her. I won't put you in a difficult position. No wonder Comrade Hao Yang had been avoiding Commander Song and refusing to get close to her. After hearing Secretary Jung's promise, I finally felt at ease. I stood up and said to Secretary Jung, I need to go back and cook, so I'll be leaving now. Secretary Jung grabbed my arm and said, It'll only take a few more minutes. Get your medicine first before you go. When Commander Song returns, I'll explain everything to her. Besides, the strap on your sandal is broken. I'll go to my office and get a needle and thread. As soon as Secretary Jung left, a nurse came to call me in for treatment. The moment the dressing was finished, I didn't dare stay another second. I deliberately took the long way around and slipped out through the hospital's back gate. Song Jiwei returned carrying a newly bought pair of sandals, only to find that I was no longer sitting on the bench. Secretary Jung was gone as well. Song Jiwei asked, a passing nurse, Where did the masked young man who was sitting here just now go? The nurse glanced at the sandals in Song Jiwei's hand and replied, He already left. He seemed to be in quite a hurry. Did the two of you have an argument? Just then, Secretary Jung returned with the needle and thread, only to discover that I had already left. He sighed. This child is so impatient. How is he supposed to get home wearing broken sandals? Song Jiwei turned to Secretary Jung and asked, Does Comrade Hao Yang have some kind of problem with me? Secretary Jung looked at the sandals in her hand. For a moment, he didn't know what to say to Song Jiwei. He hadn't expected Commander Song to care so much. Secretary Jung said apologetically, Commander Song, I only just found out that Comrade Hao Yang already has someone he likes. Song Jiwei asked in confusion. Then why did he attend the military friendship dance? Secretary Jung had already prepared an explanation. We simply followed the regulations and registered all eligible single male comrades. It wasn't until after you left that I asked Hao Yang, and only then did I learn the truth. Song Jiwei tightened her grip on the sandals slightly. To her, it sounded more like a polite rejection. Secretary Jung said regretfully, I'm really sorry. I'll return those things to you later. Song Jiwei said quietly, No need. After saying that, she quickly walked away. Dragging my injured left leg, I returned to the Liu residence. I had just taken out my key when the door opened from the inside. Aunt Wang stood there, holding a spatula in one hand and wiping the sweat from her face with a towel in the other. Looking at me, dressed like a college student, She asked. Comrade, who are you looking for? Then she noticed the key in my hand and became even more puzzled. I was stunned for a moment when I saw who had opened the door. Aunt Wang, weren't you supposed to come back at the end of August? Aunt Wang exclaimed in surprise. My goodness, Fu Xian, is that you? Aunt Wang smiled and said, my husband's leg has almost recovered, and he doesn't need anyone taking care of him anymore, so I came back. Originally, she had planned to wait until his leg had fully healed before returning, but then someone sent me a letter, and I was still hesitating after reading it. A few days ago, though, I saw a newspaper. There was a lost and found notice, and it printed your high school report card. With grades like that, what school would accept you? What if you couldn't get into school and ended up taking my housekeeping job? So I took the overnight train back to the Liu residence. Something about Aunt Wang's sudden return didn't sit right with me, so I asked, Aunt Wang, do Uncle and Annie know you've come back? There was no need for the housekeepers now, which meant I'd have to find another job. With a hint of sarcasm, Aunt Wang replied, they'll find out when Principal Liu and Secretary Yang get home. I really had no choice but to go back home for a while, so I asked you to fill in for me. It's almost August now, so you can go back and focus on preparing for your studies. She seemed afraid that I'd take her housekeeping job. I didn't think things were that simple. Both Aunt Wang and the Liu family knew I was only working here for the summer. Even if her family needed money, there was no reason for her to keep trying to drive me away. By lunchtime, Principal Liu and Secretary Yang returned. Seeing Aunt Wang back so suddenly, they were both surprised and puzzled. But now that she was here, they couldn't very well send her back home. That left both Principal Liu and Secretary Yang in a difficult position. The family certainly didn't need housekeepers anymore, but asking me to leave was something they were reluctant to do. You can stay until the end of this month, and tomorrow I'll ask around to see who needs a housekeeper and recommend you. I said gratefully, thank you, Annie. I'll just take half of the wages for the remaining days. Song Jiwei was having surgery tomorrow, and as her former blind date, staying at the Song residence would only cause the family more trouble, especially after Song Jiwei was discharged. She would definitely come home to recover. Wouldn't that mean I'd have to see her every single day? I had to stay away from her, so over the next few days, I needed to find a new job as soon as possible. When Aunt Wang heard that, she quickly added, then I'll only take half of the wages for these few days too. That night, after Aunt Wang finished her shower, I was still sitting at the table studying. She felt a little guilty because she had only been afraid that I'd take her job. She had never held any grudge against me. With an apologetic expression, Aunt Wang said, I was supposed to come back at the end of August, but last week one received an anonymous letter. It said your grades were too poor for you to get into school, and that they planned to keep you on as the housekeeper. So I hurried back with my luggage. I asked in confusion, did you bring that letter with you? Aunt Wang shook her head. No. I left it back home. Thinking about it now, she found it rather strange. If it was someone I knew, why would they send it anonymously? It means whoever wrote it must have had something against you. They wanted me to rush back to the Liu residence, so you'd lose this job. After figuring it out, Aunt Wang slapped her thigh and said, could someone be so jealous of you that they deliberately schemed against you behind your back? The only person it could have been was Fu Xian. The last time Fu Xian came to see me, he must have secretly gone into the small room and seen Aunt Wang's home address at the military district hospital. Song Jiwei lay alone in a private ward. The pain in her right shoulder was excruciating, as if a drill were boring into her bone. Song Jiwei sat up. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling on the olive green military shirt hanging from the clothes rack. She took it down and gently held it to her nose. The clean scent of soap instantly filled her senses, and the pain in her right shoulder seemed to ease a little. Song Ji-wei lay back on the bed, covering her face with the shirt, breathing in its faint, elegant fragrance. She gradually drifted off to sleep. It was the same ballroom again. The broadcast was playing Sweet Honey, but it was Comrade Hao Yang's singing voice that captivated her heart. I wore a fox mask, and her slender hand held mine. As we danced slowly, I gazed into her deep eyes, making her heart race. She reached out to remove the fox mask from my face. I dodged and turned to run, but she grabbed my hand. The fox mask slipped off, revealing a handsome face. It was Fu Xian. Song Ji-wei jolted awake from the dream and pulled the olive green shirt away from her face. How could she have dreamed that Comrade Hao Yang's face was Fu Xian's? The two did look somewhat alike, but Comrade Hao Yang and Fu Xian were completely unrelated. Song Ji-wei's back and chest were drenched in sweat, and even her clothes were damp and clinging to her body. Very soon, a cold voice came from inside. No. The nurse continued reminding her, Commander Song, you're scheduled for general anesthesia tomorrow. You must not eat anything within the next 12 hours. Song Ji-wei replied curtly, I know. She clearly didn't want to be disturbed any further. Early the next morning, Fu Xian came to the hospital to bring Song Ji-wei breakfast. He had come to the officer's ward several times yesterday, but never managed to find Song Ji-wei. When he arrived this time, Song Ji-wei still wasn't in the room. Fu Xian stopped a nurse and asked, Excuse me, where is Commander Song? The nurse remembered Fu Xian very well. He had come looking for her several times yesterday. She replied calmly, She's gone for her pre-op examination. Hearing that, Fu Xian relaxed a little. He wondered whether Song Ji-wei knew who had attended the mixer in Hao Yang's place. Could it have been Fu Xian? The thought flashed through Fu Xian's mind. But he refused to let Pei Zhaoye's speculation influence him. It was probably just a coincidence that both of them had a small red beauty mark beneath their earlobes. Besides, if it really had been Fu Xian, and he knew Song Ji-wei had gone to Secretary Zheng to ask about matchmaking, he would have been grinning from ear to ear. There was no way he'd stay completely expressionless, so he walked over and opened the wardrobe. He liked Song Ji-wei, and simply looking at the things she had used made him feel a little closer to her. Just as Fu Xian was about to close the door, he noticed a pair of men's sandals on the top shelf that hadn't been there yesterday. Could Song Ji-wei have bought them for him? Fu Xian stood on tiptoe and took the sandals down. He had never even worn this kind of city-style sandals before. Were they really meant for him, or for the person who had replaced Hao Yang? Surely they couldn't have become a couple after just a single day. With Song Ji-wei already buying sandals for him? Nervously, Fu Xian turned the sandals over and saw the size marked on the sole, size 43. Could the person who took Hao Yang's place really have been Fu Xian? Fu Xian carefully put the sandals back where they belonged. Then, he noticed the army green military shirt hanging on the rack. It was wrinkled, so it had obviously been worn. He took the army green shirt down to wash it. Just then, Song Ji-wei returned from her examination, followed by a guard. The moment she saw Fu Xian holding her army green shirt, she immediately snatched it from his hands and demanded sharply, Who gave you permission to touch my things? Fu Xian froze for a moment before saying, I just saw that the shirt had been worn, so I wanted to wash it. Ever since Song Ji-wei had met him at the Song residence, her attitude toward him had become especially cold. Song Ji-wei said icily, There's no need. Without my permission, don't touch my belongings. She gave the shirt a few shakes, as if trying to shake off the scent Fu Xian had left on it. Fu Xian's face flushed red from being scolded by Song Ji-wei. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. He walked over to the table and opened the thermos. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I got up for this morning to make this chicken soup. You should build up your strength before the surgery. Song Jiwei replied indifferently, take it back. She neatly folded the army green shirt and put it back in the wardrobe. Then she noticed that the pair of sandals on the top shelf had clearly been moved. She turned around and fixed Fuxian with a sharp gaze. Did you go through my wardrobe? Fuxian looked visibly uneasy. I just wanted to help you tidy things up. Song Jiwei's voice turned stern. I don't want this to happen again. You should go back to the Song residence now. Fuxian said aggrievedly. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have touched your things. I noticed the sandals were the same size as my brother's, so I got curious and took them out for a look. The guard stepped forward and said, Sir, please leave now. Commander Song needs to get some proper rest. Seeing Song Jiwei's cold attitude, Fuxian felt miserable. Sister Song, at least have some of this chicken soup. The guard reminded him again. Commander Song is under a 12-hour preoperative fasting order. Please take the soup back. Fuxian hadn't expected that. Looking at Song Jiwei's cold back, he could only leave the room carrying the thermos. Before, Song Jiwei had been so kind when she brought him to Beijing, but ever since the sodium nitrite poisoning incident, Song Jiwei's attitude toward him had clearly changed. Although she still wasn't dating him, she no longer disliked or rejected him as before. Instead, she had become colder and colder. He couldn't bear that change. After Fuxian left the ward, he happened to run into Li Sume and Pei Zhaoyou. An idea suddenly came to him. Since Pei Zhaoyou thought the stand-in looked a lot like me, why not make him believe it completely? After all, Pei Zhaoyou hated that stand-in to the core. There were only a few days left until the end of the month. I needed to find a new job as soon as possible. Finding another family like the Lias, who needed a temporary replacement, was probably impossible. When Secretary Yang came home for lunch, she still hadn't found any good news from me. She simply comforted me and told me to take it slow. I replied, it's okay. I'll move back to my relative's house at the end of the month. I had already prepared myself. It would also give me a chance to sort things out with Fuxian. After lunch, I started simmering the crucian carp I had bought that morning. Song Jiwei was having surgery that afternoon. No matter what, I should go see her. Even though the Song family didn't need my bowl of crucian carp soup, I still wanted to express my gratitude. So, when Liu Yanfei came home last night, I asked about Song Jiwei's surgery schedule and also asked Liu Yanfei to keep my replacing Sun Hao Yang a secret. I headed to the military district hospital. My plan was to arrive just as Song Jiwei was being taken into the operating room. Then, after Song Jiwei came out of surgery, while she was still under anesthesia. That way I could express my gratitude without having to face her directly. After I arrived at the military district hospital, I first went to the administrative building and gave Secretary Zheng the medical fees Song Jiwei had paid for me yesterday, asking him to help return them to Song Jiwei. When I heard Secretary Zheng say that after he explained everything to Song Jiwei yesterday, Song Jiwei didn't have any special reaction, I finally felt relieved. Fuxian glanced at Grandma Song and deliberately said, yesterday, I specially went to Principal Liu's house to tell my brother that Sister Song was having surgery today. I wonder why my brother still hasn't come. Is Principal Liu's family so busy that he can't get away? Song Jiwei's afternoon surgery had been moved up to 11 o'clock. Fuxian had deliberately not told me the exact time of Song Jiwei's surgery, and since her surgery had been moved up, by the time I arrived, Grandma Song and the others would probably have left. Then Grandma Song and the others would surely be disappointed in me. Old Madam Song snorted coldly and said, there are only 3 people in Principal Liu's family. How busy could they be? When his grades were printed in the newspaper some days ago, he immediately came to the Song family, afraid he wouldn't be able to go to school. But now that Jiwei is having surgery, he can't spare any time. Fuxian was indeed more sensible than me. He had been busy helping out the whole time, compared with my selfish behavior. Old Madam Song was extremely displeased. Song Jiwei, who had just finished surgery, said weakly, Grandma, Dr. Liu is about to get married. The Liu family must be quite busy right now. Hearing Song Jiwei say that, Old Madam Song added, no matter how busy they are, he should still make time to come. Song Jiangwo didn't believe what Song Jiwei had said on the phone before, so he specially asked his wife to go to Qiantang village to verify it. I had come to Beijing just to climb the social ladder using the Song family as my stepping stone. Who would randomly print my grades in the newspaper? It must have been because I had provoked someone over there. Ever since Song Jiangwo verified my situation, old Madam Song felt that I was full of schemes. She was afraid that someone like me would corrupt her daughter-in-law, Zi Bailing. That was why she had gone back to her parents' home for the time being. She's currently away for advanced training, and she should be back very soon. Just then, Zhu Jiaoyu's voice came from outside the ward. Why aren't you going in? I hadn't expected Song Jiwei's surgery to finish ahead of schedule. When I reached the ward, I overheard everything Grandma Song had said. I was still hesitating about whether to go in when Zhu Jiaoyu spotted me. So I calmly walked into the ward and greeted everyone. Fu Xian said pointedly, "Brother, why are you only here now? Sister Song's surgery is already over." Old Madam Song also looked at me coldly. "So, you've even learned to eavesdrop outside the door?" I replied calmly. "It's so hot today." I was worried the crucian carp soup would spoil if it stayed in the thermos too long. So I timed it to coincide with Captain Song's surgery, so that after Captain Song woke up from the anesthesia, she could have freshly made fish soup. I just didn't expect the surgery to be moved up. With that, I took out the thermos behind me. Old Madam Song looked at the thermos in surprise. She hadn't expected me to think of such details. The chicken soup Fu Xian had made that morning had turned sour after sitting in the heat for several hours. Zhu Jiaoyu stepped forward and said, "Then the timing couldn't be more perfect. Quick, let my cousin drink it." Fu Xian's eyes were filled with resentment. He couldn't figure out how I timed it so perfectly. So he deliberately said, "Brother, I wanted to make fish soup for Sister Song too. But what if she got a fish bone stuck in her throat?" I smiled faintly and said, "She won't. I've already removed all the bones in advance. Crucian carp is excellent for wound healing. Removing the bones is a bit troublesome, but it's worth the effort." Fu Xian's expression stiffened. He hurried over to take the thermos from me and said, "Brother, let me feed the fish soup to Sister Song. You should rest." Song Jiwei said coldly, "No, let Zhao Yu do it. I never intended to let Fu Xian take credit for my kindness." Hearing Song Jiwei say that, I immediately handed the thermos to Zhu Jiaoyu. Zhu Jiaoyu waved her hand and said, "Cousin, I'm afraid I'll spill it on you. Let Saihan feed you instead." I had expected Song Jiwei to refuse, but to my surprise, she said nothing. Zhu Jiaoyu urged me, "Go on." So I could only steel myself and walk to the bedside, worried that Song Jiwei would recognize me. After all, yesterday I had been wearing a mask, and she had recognized me just by seeing my eyes. Still, I kept a calm and natural expression, even if Song Jiwei recognized me. As long as I denied it, there would be nothing she could do. Standing nearby, Fu Xian glared resentfully, watching how Song Jiwei treated him and me in completely opposite ways. Having just undergone surgery, Song Jiwei couldn't move much. She looked up and gave me a cool glance. I was wearing a patch blue shirt, gray worn-out trousers, and black cloth shoes with my toes showing. There was also a bright red mole beneath my earlobe. The two of us really did look alike, but the feeling we gave her was different. While carrying out missions in the Northwest, she had seen several strangers who looked remarkably alike. Thinking of that, Song Jiwei quickly withdrew her gaze. The look she had just given me made my heart race uncontrollably. Still, I calmly poured the crucian carp soup into a bowl. Its rich, savory aroma quickly filled the ward. Zhu Jiaoyu watched with her mouth watering. "It smells amazing. If I were feeding her, I'd end up drinking it myself." Old Madam Song looked up from the sofa. She had thought I had merely brought over a simple pot of fish soup as a gesture, but it was obvious that I put a lot of effort into it. If Jiwei had someone like me taking care of her every day, her wound would probably heal faster. I gently blew on the fish soup a few times, then brought it to Song Jiwei's lips. Since 6 o'clock last night, she hadn't eaten anything. Smelling the rich aroma, she opened her mouth and drank it. It wasn't as if she'd never had crucian carp soup before, but one this delicious must have taken a great deal of effort. Song Jiwei said softly, thank you for your hard work. Yet her voice still carried a sense of distance. Her cool gaze rested on my face, studying the delicate lines of my eyes and brows. The more she looked, the more like we seemed. Keeping my composure, I said, Captain Song, please don't say that. For the sake of my schooling, Uncle Song and Aunt Hong have gone to great lengths. This is the least I can do. Watching Song Jiwei look at me like that, Fuxian was on the verge of going mad with jealousy. Thinking of the men's sandals he'd seen in the wardrobe that morning, he deliberately asked in front of Grandma Song, Sister Song, are the sandals in your wardrobe meant to be a gift for my brother? Grandma Song frowned at once. Zhu Jiaoyu chimed in, Cousin, you bought sandals for brother Saihan? You even know his shoe size? Song Jiwei immediately replied, no. Her icy eyes swept toward Fuxian. She hated it when people pried into her private affairs. Fuxian's face instantly turned pale, and he stood there, not daring to say another word. I had also heard about this from Secretary Zheng, so I asked curiously, Xian, how did you know? Did you open Captain Song's wardrobe? You didn't even try the sandals on, did you? Grandma Song already disliked me, and Fuxian had deliberately brought this up, just to make her dislike me even more. Song Jiwei's gaze turned even sharper. Fuxian hurriedly explained, of course not. How could I casually touch Sister Song's belongings? He hadn't expected to end up shooting himself in the foot. Grandma Song asked curiously, Jiwei, then who are those sandals for? Is it the gentleman who danced with you at the mixer? Those details had all come from Political Commissar Z. Song Jiwei merely pressed her lips together without saying a word. That silence was as good as an answer. It was the first time her granddaughter had ever taken the initiative like this. Old Madam Song said happily. Political Commissar Z said that young man doesn't come from a wealthy family, but as long as he has good character, and you like him, our family isn't particular about such things. Old Madam Song trusted Song Jiwei's judgment. The young man she had chosen must be outstanding. Fuxian hurriedly offered his congratulations. Sister Song, I'm truly happy that you found someone you like. I hope you recover quickly and get married soon. After saying that, Fuxian turned to me and asked, Brother, aren't you happy for Sister Song too? I smiled brightly and said, Of course I am. When Captain Song gets married, I'll personally cook a whole banquet. As long as Secretary Zheng and Liu Yanfei kept the secret, I believe Song Jiwei would never find out that person was me. Song Jiwei suddenly lifted her eyes and glanced at me again. After finishing the fish soup, she closed her eyes to rest. Old Madam Song then prepared to head home. As Zhu Jiaoyu and Old Madam Song walked ahead, I grabbed Fuxian's arm and said, Xian, I really have to thank you. Starting next month, I'll be able to move back and take care of Captain Song full-time. My cooking is so good. I'm sure Grandma Song will approve. I was just worrying about how to resign from Principal Liu's house. You really did me a huge favor. Fuxian froze. What do you mean by that? Did the Liu family's original housekeeper come back? I smiled and replied, Wasn't it you who wrote to Aunt Wang and told her to come back? The Liu family doesn't need me anymore, so I can focus on taking care of Captain Song. Didn't you see just now? She didn't object at all when I fed her the fish soup. If I seize this opportunity and take good care of Captain Song, helping her wound heal quickly, then seeing how hard I've worked, the Song family will definitely have a much better impression of me. I watched Fuxian's face gradually darken and continued excitedly. Besides, Captain Song always repays kindness with kindness. Now that I'm taking such good care of her, after she's discharged, she'll definitely buy me some nice clothes and even give me spending money for school. Fuxian's eyes widened in shock. He had spent quite a bit on postage, going to great lengths to make me lose my job, yet instead, he had given me a chance to shine before the Song family and Song Jiwei. And given Song Jiwei's personality, she really would do those things. Fuxian was furious inside, but still pretended not to know anything. I don't know what you're talking about. What letter? What do you mean Aunt Wang came back? Are you saying you'll be moving back to the Songhouse next month? I smiled even more brightly. That's right. Once I'm back at the Songhouse, I'll just focus on preparing nutritious meals and feeding Captain Song. I won't even have to do any housework. It'll be much easier than working there before. And Uncle Song is such a kind man. He never let me take care of Captain Song for nothing. He'll probably even give me an allowance. Or some ration coupons. Grandma Song will also see how hard I've worked. And won't think I'm freeloading in the Songhouse. Those last words were clearly aimed at Fuxian. Although he helped with housework every day, the family already had a housekeeper. They didn't actually need him. And all he really did was lighten Aunt Liu's workload. Every word I said struck him where it hurt. Yet he still forced a smile and said, "But Captain Song already likes someone. Maybe that person will come and take care of her instead. She may not need you." This was clearly his chance to earn favor with the Song family, and an opportunity to spend time alone with Song Jiwei and grow closer to her. Yet he hadn't expected me to snatch it away. Why did Aunt Wong have to come back now of all times? She just had to return when Sister Song was hospitalized. I looked at Fuxian with a cold smile, his expression on the verge of collapse. Who would take care of someone in the hospital before they're even married? Even if they wanted to, Captain Song would never allow it. Then I added, "Your letter couldn't have arrived at a better time." I raised an eyebrow at him with a smug, mocking smile, then turned and left. Fuxian watched me walk away, clenching his fists tightly. But with people constantly coming and going at the hospital, he could only suppress his emotions, run into a deserted alley, and kick the wall furiously to vent. He even rolled around on the dirt several times before getting up and heading back toward the Song residence. As soon as Fuxian ran into the deserted alley, I quietly doubled back, hid behind a wall, and watched everything he did. Clearly, of course, I was never really going to take care of Song Jiwei at the hospital. I had only said those things to provoke him. Sure enough, after making himself look so pitiful, he was about to return to the Song family and play the victim. I had suffered far too much because of Fuxian, and even my reputation had been ruined by him. I returned to the military hospital. Song Hong arrived carrying the soup Aunt Liu had prepared. Zibailing was probably still on the train. Since Song Jiwei had no siblings, Song Hong, as her aunt, naturally took on the responsibility of caring for her. I stood at the hospital entrance, and before long I spotted Song Hong. Frowning, she walked over with a worried look. "So, you're here to see Jiwei too?" She hadn't seen me before the surgery, so she had been somewhat bothered by it. But seeing that I was carrying a thermos, she let it go. Seeing the worried expression on my face, she asked in confusion, "An Hong?" I pressed my lips together and said anxiously, "After my younger brother and I separated at the hospital, I suddenly heard screams coming from an alley. I ran over and saw my younger brother slapping himself, pulling at his own hair, then rolling around on the dirt several times. I was so frightened that I didn't dare go over. Then my younger brother suddenly returned to normal and went home as if nothing had happened." And Hong, was my brother possessed? Song Hong immediately said sternly, "This is a new society. We don't believe in feudal superstitions." I continued, "Then what was wrong with my brother?" During the nitrite poisoning incident, he suddenly foamed at the mouth, and the doctors couldn't find anything wrong. Song Hong thought for a moment and said, "Ever since that nitrite poisoning incident, I have noticed that Fuxian's behavior has become rather extreme. Did anything happen before this?" I blinked and said, "No. Everything was perfectly fine in the hospital room. The only unusual thing was that Fuxian touched Captain Song's personal belongings without her permission. Captain Song was just a little upset. After we left the hospital room, I told Fuxian that the Liu family's original housekeeper had returned, and that I might move back to the Song residence at the end of the month. He seemed perfectly normal the whole time. It was only after I left that he suddenly became like that. I mean, even if Fuxian was upset, he wouldn't start slapping himself, pulling his own hair, and rolling around on the ground. Would he? Song Hong fell into deep thought. Her gaze swept across my face. My bright, clear eyes were filled with concern for my younger brother. Song Hong said calmly, I understand. I'll ask Fuxian what happened when I get back. During my time in Beijing, I had always kept to myself and never caused any trouble. But after her elder brother asked the retired cadres to verify the situation, it turned out to be exactly as Song Jiwei had learned. But she had also witnessed Fuxian's extreme behavior firsthand. Before, everyone could tell that Fuxian liked Song Jiwei. As for whether he truly didn't anymore, and what had really happened, she wasn't in a hurry to draw conclusions. She would wait until she got back and learn the full story. Looking worried, I said, An Hong, why don't I go back with you? The way she acted just now was really frightening. Song Hong turned to me and asked, What about Principal Liu's house? Don't you need to cook dinner tonight? I shook my head. Aunt Wang is there. She can take care of dinner. After hearing my description, Song Hong felt they should return to the Song residence as soon as possible to find out what was going on. After Zibailing got off the train, she hurried toward the military hospital. Holding Song Xinyi's hand, with her cute little face all scrunched up, Song Xinyi clutched her rumbling stomach and said, Grandma, my stomach hurts. I can't hold it anymore. Zibailing quickly took Song Xinyi to the restroom. She left the suitcase against the wall. Inside her green shoulder bag was a foreign language book. Afraid she might drop it while using the restroom, Zibailing placed it on the sink. As soon as Song Xinyi finished using the restroom, she eagerly ran off to see Aunt Xiaobo. Zibailing hurriedly grabbed the suitcase by the wall and chased after her. The moment Song Xinyi came out of the restroom, she bumped into me as I was heading in. Holding Song Xinyi's little hand, Zibailing apologized. I'm sorry, big brother. Then she asked, Comrade, are you all right? I quickly waved my hand. I'm fine. She's such a cute little girl. Zibailing also took notice of me. Although I was dressed in worn, plain clothes, I was remarkably handsome. She couldn't help taking a few more glances at me. Then she led Song Xinyi toward the inpatient ward. As for me, my left foot was bothering me a little, so I went into the restroom and noticed a green shoulder bag lying on the sink. I immediately realized it belonged to the woman from earlier. I quickly grabbed the green shoulder bag and chased after her, but she was already nowhere in sight. After checking my left leg, I stood at the restroom entrance holding the green shoulder bag, certain that she would come back once she realized it was missing. Looking up innocently, Song Xinyi said, Grandma, that big brother has dimples. He's so handsome. Ask Annie to marry him. Zibailing smiled and patted her head. How many is this now? Every time you see a handsome big brother, you want your aunt to marry him. Song Xinyi pouted and said, I only want this big brother. Then I can sleep with him every night. Zibailing said helplessly, So, you're not looking for a husband for your aunt. You just want someone to sleep with you. Song Xinyi replied matter-of-factly, Annie promised me herself. Zibailing shook her head. Hearing that, she knew her 26-year-old daughter, already a regiment commander, still hadn't awakened to romance. Out of habit, Zibailing reached for her shoulder bag, but found nothing. Only then did she remember she had left it in the restroom. She hurried back with Song Xinyi to retrieve it. The money inside the bag and her identification weren't a big deal if lost, but the translated foreign language book she had been instructed by the school leaders to deliver to a professor at the foreign languages school was extremely important. As soon as she reached the restroom, she saw the young man from earlier standing at the entrance holding her green shoulder bag. When I saw her return, I asked softly, Ma'am, did you lose this shoulder bag? Zibailing replied gratefully, Yes. I was in such a hurry that I forgot to take it. Thank you so much. She took the shoulder bag and, seeing that the foreign language book was still inside, breathed a sigh of relief. She noticed the hole in my cloth shoes and the thermos in my hand. She guessed that someone in my family was also hospitalized. She took 1 yuan out of her shoulder bag and said, Comrade, I've delayed your time. Please accept this. As a token of my gratitude, I quickly refused. It's all right. I was waiting for someone anyway. When I saw the foreign book with an English title, I asked curiously, Is this Memoirs of Chickamauga? Zibailing was stunned for a moment. A young man from the countryside like me could actually read English? She asked in surprise. You know English? I nodded. As a college graduate. How could I not know English? Zibalin's eyes lit up with delight. She cautiously asked, then, can you understand what's written in this book? I lowered my head, took the book, and opened it to the first page. I had actually read memoirs of Chickamauga before, although I had long forgotten the contents. Once I saw the English text, I quickly translated the first paragraph. Zibalin was astonished. Then she asked, can you read it aloud in English? I agreed without hesitation. Zibalin had previously hosted foreign guests, and my pronunciation was almost identical to that of native speakers. She looked at me again in disbelief and asked, Comrade, have you ever studied abroad before? I shook my head. No. My employer has a radio, and I practice with it every day. In this era, being able to speak English at all was already impressive. But I, a young man from the countryside, not only spoke it, I spoke it fluently with an authentic accent. Zibalin didn't think anything suspicious of it. Instead, she asked, so you're not in school now? I explained carefully, school starts soon, and I'll be entering my final year of high school. Right now I'm working as a housekeeper, but the family's original housekeeper has returned. I won't be able to continue next month. Zibalin thought that the Beijing newspaper was preparing to publish several foreign novels, and happened to need translators. She could recommend me to give it a try. Zibalin took out some paper and a pen from her shoulder bag and said, young man, what's your name? I'll write you a recommendation letter. Once you get to the Beijing newspaper, go see Director Mao at the publishing department. Give it a try, and see if you can get hired as a temporary translator. The Beijing newspaper? Wasn't that the same newspaper that had published my exam results last time? Editor Li there was related to Pei Zhaoye's family. I was overjoyed. Thank you, ma'am. My name is Fu Xian. Zibalin paused for a moment as she wrote the recommendation letter. Wasn't that the same name as the student her husband had brought to Beijing? But she didn't think much of it. It was probably just someone with the same name. When I took the letter, I saw the signature at the bottom. Zibalin, Associate Professor. I had guessed she was an intellectual, but I never imagined she was an associate professor at a university. I had truly met a benefactor today. Zibalin looked at me and said, this recommendation letter is only your foot in the door. Whether you get hired will depend on your own abilities. She then glanced at my clothes and asked, do you have any better clothes at home? The Beijing newspaper is, after all, a major newspaper. You should make a good first impression. I smiled broadly and replied, yes, Professor Z, I do. Then I gave her a deep bow. Zibalin smiled gently. Although she wanted to chat with me a little longer, she was worried about her daughter. So, she took Song Xinyi by the hand and hurried away. I carefully tucked the recommendation letter away. I carefully tucked it away inside my clothes. I thought Anne Hong would be a while before coming downstairs. But to my surprise, after only half an hour, she came out of the hospital room. I couldn't wait to get back to the Song residence to see Fu Xian. Old Madame Song sat on the sofa with a grim expression and said he could only keep up the act for a month before showing his true colors. He beat Xian's face into this state for no reason. Xian told me Fu Xian is moving back next month, and even planned to have him cook and make soup for Song Jiwei. But just because he's good at cooking, he's already revealed his true nature. Balin is bringing Xinyi back today. If he can bully his own younger brother like this, who knows whether he'll bully the newcomer behind our backs? Zhu Zhaoyu asked in confusion. Grandma, Xian never said Saihan was the one who hit him. Saihan has always been gentle and well-mannered. Why would he suddenly hit someone? Fu Xian said timidly. Grandma Song, my brother didn't hit me. I just accidentally fell. He looked as if he had been beaten so badly that he was too frightened to tell the truth. His hair was a complete mess from being pulled, and he cowered in the corner with clear handprints on his cheeks. Anyone who saw him would want to stand up for him. Old Madame Song glanced at the helpless-looking Fu Xian If Fu Saihan didn't hit you, then who did? The two of you left together. And when you got home, you were already like this, old Madam Song said coldly. The Liu family's nanny came back a month early and wouldn't let him continue staying at the Liu residence. They must have discovered his true colors. Which is why they brought the original nanny back. Mama Liu wanted to speak up for me. But Aunt Wang had originally planned to be away for another 2 months. Her returning a month early was indeed rather strange. Zhu Jiaoyu continued. Xian, tell us who did this to you. Don't be afraid. Fu Xian replied softly, Sister Jiaoyu, I really just fell on my own. As he spoke, he even spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Old Madam Song frowned deeply. Xian didn't dare tell the truth. He was probably afraid of being beaten again in the future. What a vicious person. It's exactly what Song Jiangwo's former subordinate described. Old Madam Song flew into a rage. Jiaoyu, call your uncle. I'm mainly worried that someone with such terrible character might affect Xinyi and beat or scold her when no one is watching. Xinyi has lacked a sense of security since she was little. I won't let my great-granddaughter suffer the slightest grievance. I'll make Song Jiangwo, as her grandfather, choose between his own granddaughter and him. Fu Xian hurriedly tried to stop her. Grandma Song, it really has nothing to do with Brother Cyan. Please don't tell Uncle Song. He looked like someone who had been bullied, yet was still trying to protect me out of kindness. Just then, Song Hong came in with me. At a glance, she saw Fu Xian's disheveled hair, the red handprints on his cheeks, and the bruises and finger marks on his exposed arms. After taking a closer look, she realized it was exactly as I had described. Song Hong looked at Fu Xian and asked, Xian, what happened to your face? Your arms are covered in bruises. She wanted to find out what had really happened. When old Madam Song saw that I had come back as well, her face immediately darkened. The atmosphere in the entire living room turned tense. She snorted coldly and turned her head away. Fu Xian still looked pitiful as he said, An Hong, I just fell by accident. He didn't look flustered at all. Instead, his act became even more convincing. I immediately said worriedly, An Hong, see, I wasn't lying. I really saw Xian in the alley pulling his hair and slapping his own face. At the time, his expression was so twisted that he didn't even look like himself. Fu Xian had used this trick countless times. He would always make himself look terribly bullied, but no matter who asked, he refused to say a word, letting the adults misunderstand. As soon as my clear voice fell, a flash of panic quickly crossed Fu Xian's eyes. I actually saw it myself. But why would anyone hit themselves for no reason? Old Madam Song naturally didn't believe it. In a steady voice, she questioned me. Are you saying Xian ran into an alley and beat himself into this state? Your stories are getting more and more absurd. It wasn't just old Madam Song who didn't believe me. Zhu Jiaoyu and Aunt Liu didn't believe it either. Fu Xian looked so miserable he was about to cry. Grandma Song, I really did this to myself in the alley. Please don't ask anymore. His slightly swollen face looked especially pitiful, making everyone who saw him even angrier. Song Hong looked at Fu Xian, then at me. What exactly happened? I said Fu Xian did it to himself. Although Fu Xian said the same, it was obvious he looked like someone who had been beaten and was forced to say that. Old Madam Song shot me a cold glance. Her eyes filled with disgust. What else could it be? The guilty party is accusing others first. You even made up a story about someone beating himself. Are you trying to say Xian deliberately framed you? Fu Xian was secretly delighted. So, what if he had seen it? From beginning to end, I never said he hit me. I even said I did it myself. But no one believed it. And no one could blame me. I remained calm, without the slightest sign of panic, and looked at old Madam Song, Grandma Song. I don't know why Xian suddenly started hurting himself. Just like when he was poisoned before. Without any warning, he suddenly convulsed and foamed at the mouth. The marks left by hitting yourself are different from those left by someone else. When you use your right hand to slap your own right cheek, that's the only way to generate enough force. So the finger marks will be at the bottom of the handprint. But if someone else slapped him, the finger marks would be at the top of the handprint. Just check the fingerprints on Xian's face. Fu Xian froze. His hands fidgeted nervously in front of him. After hearing what I said, old Madam Song and Song Hong both turned their eyes to Fu Xian's face. Song Hong walked over to him and carefully examined the fingerprints on his cheek. Aunt Liu came over as well, to make it look more convincing. Fu Xian had left deeper finger marks by slapping himself with all his strength. The 3 finger marks of different lengths were now, just as I had predicted, clearly visible on his cheek. The index finger was shorter than the middle and ring fingers, and sure enough, that was exactly how the marks appeared. Pointing at the fingerprints on Fu Xian's cheek, Aunt Liu said, "It really does look like Xian slapped himself." Fu Xian became visibly flustered, but he couldn't say a word. He could only lower his head. Song Hong picked up Fu Xian's hand and compared it with the fingerprints on his face. They matched perfectly. Zhu Jiaoyu said to old Madam Song in surprise, "Grandma, Xian really did hit himself. The finger lengths and widths all match." Song Hong frowned and asked, "Xian, why did you hit yourself?" Remembering what I had said, her expression turned serious. She then looked at the bruises and pinch marks on his arms. I immediately added, "The bruises should be from hitting the wall, just as I told you, Aunt Hong. And the pinch marks were made by him pinching himself. Just compare the size and shape of his fingers." Not only Song Hong, even Zhu Jiaoyu looked utterly bewildered. She simply couldn't understand how Fu Xian could slap and pinch himself like that. Old Madam Song also put on her reading glasses to look at the slap marks on Fu Xian's face. It was only because I had a record of countless misdeeds that when they saw Fu Xian return like this, they naturally assumed I was the one who hit him. They had never carefully checked Fu Xian's injuries at all. Now that they looked at the slap marks on his face, they were in exactly the same position as during the nitrite poisoning incident last time. Old Madam Song questioned Fu Xian sharply. "Why did you hurt yourself like this?" No one could figure out what Fu Xian's purpose was. Fu Xian was completely dumbfounded. Just now, he had clearly said he did it to himself. But now he couldn't say a single word. He could only lower his head. He never expected that the trick that had always worked in Qiantang village would be exposed by me. But why had I seen what he did in the alley? He had clearly seen me walk away. Could it be that I had known all along he would do this? So I had doubled back. He immediately looked at me, only to see the corner of my lips curl slightly, as if everything he did was within my control. Fu Xian was terrified. Facing everyone's questioning and suspicious gazes, he was just about to stiffen his limbs, twitch, and collapse to the ground. But I pulled Song Hong over and said worriedly, "Grandma Song, Aunt Hong, please stop questioning Xian. What if he gets emotional, foams at the mouth, and faints?" Fu Xian, who had been about to foam at the mouth, immediately canceled all his prepared movements. I pulled Song Hong aside and said, "Aunt Hong, I really can't figure out why Xian would do this either. Could it be what Dr. Liu said, that something is wrong mentally, making him lose control, scream, and hit himself? It couldn't be that Xian deliberately wanted to frame me and make you think I hit him, right? Or maybe Xian still likes Captain Song. And after hearing that Captain Song has someone she likes, he felt so upset that he hit himself. But wouldn't that be far too extreme?" After hearing this, old Madam Song and Song Hong exchanged a glance. All the pity they had felt for Fu Xian vanished instantly. Instead, their eyes were filled with unfamiliar suspicion. Fu Xian, whose true intentions had been exposed by me, opened his mouth in panic, trying to explain. But when the words reached his lips, he had no idea what to say. The cold gazes that had always been directed at me were now fixed on him instead. For the first time, Fu Xian felt true panic and fear. None of those 3 possibilities could be admitted. Yet he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. He absolutely couldn't let the Song family know that he had tried to frame me, nor could he let them know that he still liked Song Jiwei. Otherwise, he would never be able to stay with the Song family. Sharp gaze fell on Fu Xian. She asked, "Then what exactly happened?" Fu Xian's legs trembled uncontrollably. His heart raced even faster. In the end, he could only stammer in despair. I don't know what happened. My body suddenly went out of control. If I hadn't mentioned earlier that mental distress could cause this kind of behavior, Song Hong might not have thought of it. But the moment Fu Xian said that, it all but confirmed that he had a psychological problem. Song Hong pointed to her head and quietly said to old Madame Song, "I think Xian is ill." After all, on the day of the nitrite poisoning, everyone saw how extreme his behavior became. Old Madame Song quickly accepted that explanation. My eyes reddened slightly, and I said aggrievedly, "So, does that mean back in Qiantang village, the injuries that mysteriously appeared on your body were all caused by you unconsciously? And because of that, everyone in the village misunderstood me, thinking I was always beating and bullying you." It felt as though I had carried the burden of false accusations and had finally been vindicated. Old Madame Song and Song Hong's expressions changed with surprise. So the rumors that I bullied Fu Xian were false all along. Fu Xian's condition had probably existed for years. Fu Xian trembled in utter despair. He had never imagined that after deliberately injuring himself to ruin my reputation, I would end up clearing my name instead. Yet he couldn't deny it. Because every time he used this trick, he claimed he had done it to himself. If he denied it, it would mean he had deliberately framed me. If he didn't, the Song family could only believe he had an unstable personality and engaged in such insane self-harming behavior. This had all been part of my plan. I had deliberately said those things to him at the hospital to provoke him. I wanted him to hurt himself and return to the Song family looking pitiful. Fu Xian's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at me as if he wanted to tear me to pieces. But I merely looked back calmly. Seeing that Fu Xian remained silent, Song Hong took it as confirmation. She turned to Liu Ma and said, "All right. Since everything has been cleared up," Liu Ma got a towel and wiped Xian's face, thinking back to what I had witnessed today. Her expression turned cold, and she said nothing more, afraid of putting pressure on Fu Xian and provoking him. The way old Madame Song looked at Fu Xian had also turned icy. If I hadn't come back today and clarified everything, who would have known that the seemingly gentle Fu Xian would hide in a deserted corner and harm himself like a madman? Fu Xian looked as though his soul had left his body as he slowly collapsed onto the floor. He knew very well that life in the Song family would never be easy again. The way he looked at me was filled with hysteria and madness, but I ignored him. After greeting An Hong, I left the Song residence. Back at the hospital, Zibalin, after learning about Song Jiwei's condition, said excitedly, "Jiwei, you have no idea. I met a young man from the countryside in the restroom. He could actually understand the foreign language book in my bag. And he spoke English fluently. He was quite handsome too. Coincidentally, his name is also Fu Xian." Song Jiwei, lying in the hospital bed, raised her eyes slightly. She remembered that I had already left the hospital and that I had only scored 3 points in English. There was no way I could read a foreign language book. It had to be someone with the same name. Song Xinyi innocently said, "Annie, that handsome brother, smelled so nice. And he spoke so gently. When are you going to marry him, so he can sleep with me at night?" Zibalin smiled with admiration. "I think that young man is quite impressive. He didn't have the slightest trace of rustic manners. He looked like someone who had received a good education." Thinking of her oblivious daughter, Zibalin continued, "When you're discharged, I'll introduce the two of you." Song Jiwei said firmly, "No." A fox mask instantly flashed through her mind. Zibalin sighed softly, judging from Jiwei's tone. She seemed extremely resistant to blind dates. Zibalin complained, "It's all your father's fault. If he hadn't insisted on introducing the son of his lifesaver to you, you'd probably have been married by now. And perhaps even expecting a baby. Instead, it delayed things for more than half a year. Now you're hospitalized after surgery, and there's no one by your side to take care of you." Zibalin thought for a moment. Since Jiwei was still in the hospital, if I got hired by the newspaper, she could first get to know me herself. If she found me satisfactory in every way, it wouldn't be too late to introduce me to her daughter. She wanted to vet me first, so that what happened with her husband wouldn't happen again. Back then, they had trusted the son of her husband's lifesaver without properly getting to know him first. Is Fu Sai-han there? Please hold on. Hearing that from the small room, I was a little puzzled. I walked out and took the call, wondering if something had happened. After Song Jiangwo finished his meeting, he first went to the hospital to visit Song Jiwei, then returned to the Song residence. He had also learned that the Liu family's original housekeeper had returned, so he gave me this call. I took the phone nervously and said, "Uncle Song, were you looking for me?" Song Jiangwo's calm, steady voice came through the receiver. "Jiwei just had surgery, and she needs nutritious food right now. I'd like you to cook and make nourishing soups for her during this period. I'll pay you the same wage as Principal Liu." When I saw Principal Liu return to his room, I lowered my voice and spoke into the receiver. "Uncle Song, please don't say that. I was already planning to cook and make soup for Captain Song. Captain Song saved my life before. It's the least I can do. I had already intended to prepare nutritious meals for Song Jiwei. After all, the translator position doesn't provide accommodation, so I'd still be moving back to the Song residence by the end of the month." Song Jiangwo chuckled on the other end. "Then move back to the Song residence tomorrow. I've already asked Liu Ma to prepare a room for you. Your aunt has matters to handle at the university and can't spare the time to take care of Jiwei. So I'll have to trouble you to cook the meals and deliver them to her." After a brief pause, he added in a deep voice, "I also know about Shin. I'm planning to take him to the hospital for a checkup in the next few days." Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly said seriously, "Another call is coming in. I'll hang up for now." When I heard he wanted me to go to the hospital to take care of Song Jiwei, I was just about to say that it wasn't appropriate given my status, when the line went dead. After I hung up, Principal Liu came out and asked, "What did Chief Song want with you? Was it about Xiao Song?" And Song Jiwei had just undergone surgery yesterday. He wondered if the two things were somehow connected. Seeing that Principal Liu still didn't know about my relationship with the Song family, I simply said, "Captain Song is hospitalized. Chief Song called because he hopes I can cook for Captain Song. I guess it's because I cooked at the Song residence before, and Chief Song thought I was a good cook. He wants me to prepare nutritious meals specifically for Captain Song to help her recover more quickly." Secretary Yang was holding a sheet of red paper. It looked like the two of them were drafting the guest list for Liu Yanfei's wedding banquet. Secretary Yang was happy for me. "Isn't that perfect? Now your job is settled. It'll take at least a month for Xiao Song to recover from surgery. By then, school will be starting too. I'll visit Xiao Song at the hospital later. Right now isn't a convenient time." Principal Liu nodded. "Did Chief Song say when he wants you to go?" "Tomorrow," I replied. Principal Liu said with concern, "Then you should head over early tomorrow morning. Xiao Song's mother doesn't seem to have returned to Beiping yet. She really does need someone to look after her." I hesitated. If it weren't for what happened at that social gathering, I wouldn't have minded taking care of Song Jiwei. But the injury on my left foot still hadn't healed. What if Song Jiwei noticed it? After returning to my small room, I couldn't concentrate on reading anymore. I tossed and turned on the bamboo mat, unable to sleep. If I deliberately went to Uncle Song and told him, wouldn't he think that I was unwilling to help? At 4:30 the next morning, I went to the market and bought fresh lean pork to make lean pork congee for Song Jiwei. After putting it into a thermos, I headed to the hospital. Song Jiwei had rested for a day after yesterday's surgery, but today, she had already returned to work mode, lying in bed while giving instructions to the deputy regiment commander about the upcoming training plan. When I entered the hospital room, I saw Song Jiwei's bedside. Several soldiers were standing by Song Jiwei's bedside, reporting on their work. A clerk sat to one side taking notes. The guard at the door only let me in after receiving Song Jiwei's permission. The moment I entered, I could feel the solemn atmosphere. Song Jiwei lay in the hospital bed, still receiving in 4. Yet her expression remained calm and composed. I had never seen Song Jiwei like this before. She was especially charismatic while working. After the battalion commander finished his report, he looked at me as I walked in and said, "Captain Song, have something to eat and get some rest first. Your health comes first." Song Jiwei gave a soft response. She looked a little surprised to see me. She had assumed it was her mother bringing breakfast. Carrying the thermos, I walked to the bedside and said, "Captain Song, Uncle Song asked me to make breakfast for you. And bring it over." I deliberately emphasized the words Uncle Song asked me. I couldn't refuse Uncle Song. So only Song Jiwei could speak to him about it. Deputy Regiment Commander Old Zhang, with his hands behind his back, looked at me with a smile and asked, "Captain Song, who is this young man? Why have we never heard you mention him? Is he the country boy Chief Song introduced to you before?" Seeing my rural attire, the battalion commander's keen instincts immediately led him to that conclusion. Song Jiwei answered calmly, "Yes," as she watched me pour the lean pork congee from the thermos. Its aroma alone was mouth-watering. The deputy commander added, "Captain Song, you've even brought him to the military residential compound yourself. He's quite handsome, and apparently an excellent cook too." Song Jiwei said coldly, "Old Zhang, if you're done here, head back to the unit. Don't forget today's work report and summary." The deputy commander and the battalion commander exchanged a glance. Since she hadn't denied it, they took it as confirmation. Old Zhang teased, "We'll head back to the unit then. We won't interrupt you two any longer." One after another, they left the hospital room, with the battalion commander leaving last. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say to me, "Young man, Captain Song is in your hands. Make sure you persuade Captain Song to get plenty of rest." It left me feeling rather embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. Seeing that the white ceramic mug was empty, I picked up the thermos on the floor and refilled it with hot water. After the ward door closed, Song Jiwei frowned and asked, "At this hour, shouldn't you be cooking for Principal Liu's family?" As I blew on the porridge, I replied, "The Liu family's original housekeeper has returned, so they don't need me anymore. After Uncle Song found out, he asked me to take care of your meals every day. I'll be moving back to the military compound today." Then I said openly, "Captain Song, if you don't want me to come, you can tell Uncle Song." My intention was for Song Jiwei to discuss this with Chief Song, because I thought Song Jiwei didn't want me here. She looked up from the report she was reading and saw that my features resembled Comrade Hao Yang's, thinking that if it weren't me, it would be Fu Xin instead. She said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." I was slightly stunned. I had thought Song Jiwei would refuse. Now I could only do my best to keep my secret hidden, as long as she didn't notice my injured left foot. I pulled over a stool and sat beside the bed, scooped up a spoonful of lean pork porridge, and held it to Song Jiwei's lips. Song Jiwei found it strange that the lean pork had been cooked together with the porridge, but after taking one bite, she found it incredibly delicious. Her appetite, which hadn't been there before, was instantly awakened. After finishing one spoonful, she immediately wanted a second, but the porridge was still very hot. I could tell Song Jiwei was a little hungry, so I quickly blew on each spoonful, mostly because I didn't want Song Jiwei's gaze lingering on my face for too long. I kept blowing until a fine layer of sweat formed on my forehead. Only then did Song Jiwei notice it. Only then did Song Jiwei notice a small piece of red paper peeking out beneath my collar. She quickly withdrew her gaze and continued eating the lean pork porridge expressionlessly. Just then, the guard outside came in and said, "Captain, Secretary Zheng from the military hospital is here to see you." Song Jiwei and I looked up almost at the same time. A flash of panic crossed my face. Why had Secretary Zheng come at this moment? If he saw me together with Song Jiwei, wouldn't he expose my true identity on the spot? Slightly surprised, Song Jiwei said, "Please ask Secretary Zheng to come in." I took a deep breath. My entire back tensed up as I silently prayed that Secretary Zheng wouldn't reveal my secret. Secretary Zheng walked into the ward, carrying a mesh bag filled with biscuits and canned food. At a glance, he saw a young man sitting beside the hospital bed, feeding Song Jiwei a bowl of porridge. He thought to himself, it's only been less than 2 days. And Captain Song already has a boyfriend. He had even felt sorry for her, thinking she cared so deeply about me that there could be no one else. When Song Jiwei was hospitalized, I came to bring her a meal. After saying that, I winked at him and subtly shook my head, telling Secretary Jung not to mention that I had replaced Sun Hao Yang. Secretary Jung froze as he looked at me. Then he looked at Captain Song, lying in the hospital bed. It seemed Captain Song still hadn't realized that I was the one who had replaced Sun Hao Yang. Song Jiwei noticed that Secretary Jung was looking at me rather strangely. Secretary Jung, what's wrong? I kept signaling to Secretary Jung with my eyes. He came back to his senses and said, this comrade looks somewhat like Hao Yang. Secretary Jung's mind was momentarily unable to process everything. Even if I already had someone I liked, why couldn't Captain Song know my identity? And back at the matchmaking event, why hadn't I told Captain Song directly? Still, he understood what I meant and didn't expose me. Song Jiwei couldn't help but say, I haven't actually seen Comrade Hao Yang's face yet. If he hadn't introduced himself, you probably would have needed quite a while to recognize him. After all, the 2 times we met, once he wore a mask, and the other time he wore a face mask. Secretary Jung then asked, so this comrade is the one bringing you meals, Captain Song? Song Jiwei could tell there was more behind the question. She immediately explained, Fu Saihan's father once helped my father, so he brought him and his younger brother to Beiping to study. Secretary Jung nodded. Judging from Captain Song's attitude toward me, she clearly wasn't familiar with me. Otherwise, how could she have failed to recognize me? So Secretary Jung took the medical expenses I had given him out of his pocket and said to Captain Song, Captain Song, Hao Yang asked me to return the medical expenses that you paid for him. Looking at the money in Secretary Jung's hand, Song Jiwei understood that the other party had completely rejected her, not wanting to owe her anything at all. Her red lips pressed tightly together. After a moment, Song Jiwei said, no need, Secretary Jung. If he hadn't run into me that day, he probably wouldn't have injured his foot either. Please return the money and the gifts to Comrade Hao Yang for me. Then I'll have no choice but to return the money and the gifts to you. Song Jiwei said apologetically, Secretary Jung, please tell Comrade Hao Yang that I'm returning the pair of sandals as well. After saying that, she turned to me and said, Comrade Fu Saihan, there's a pair of sandals on the first shelf of the cabinet. Please take them out and give them to Secretary Jung. I felt extremely conflicted. Even if I accepted them, I'd never have a chance to wear them. And I wouldn't even dare bring them back to the Song family. I answered okay, but kept subtly shaking my hand at Secretary Jung. Seeing my reaction, Secretary Jung said, Captain Song, let's just forget about it. Song Jiwei fell silent for a moment, then said again, in that case, I'll hand them to Comrade Hao Yang in person after I'm discharged from the hospital. Secretary Jung froze, then persuaded her. Captain Song, you know Comrade Hao Yang already likes someone. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to accept your gifts. In a steady voice, Song Jiwei asked, does Comrade Hao Yang merely have someone he likes? Or is he already in a relationship? Secretary Jung replied, he only has someone he likes. Song Jiwei said firmly, that's good. She had always been rather indifferent. She had never been interested in dating, and even thought relationships were somewhat troublesome. All she wanted was to devote herself wholeheartedly to her work, which was why She had agreed to her family's matchmaking arrangement. But after meeting Comrade Hao Yang, she realized she longed to be physically close to him. She wasn't going to give up so easily. If only I had told Secretary Jung back then that I already had a partner. Secretary Jung also realized that if Captain Song really went looking for Hao Yang, my impersonation would definitely be exposed. Seeing the situation, I could only hand the sandals to Secretary Jung. Secretary Jung, please accept these sandals. If he didn't, Song Jiwei would surely keep her word. Accepting them would at least buy us some time. Secretary Jung hadn't expected things to become this complicated. Looking at the sandals I handed him, he had no choice but to accept them. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give me a meaningful look. I understood what he meant and returned to the bedside to continue feeding Song Jiwei her porridge. I wanted to say something, but seeing how serious Song Jiwei looked, I had no right to say anything. I could only finish feeding her quickly and leave. When I stood up earlier, Song Jiwei had already noticed that I wasn't putting much weight on my left foot. Now, as I picked up the thermos and walked toward the ward door, she noticed it again. It looked as though my left foot was injured, and Hao Yang's left foot had been injured as well. Unable to hold back, Song Jiwei asked, "What's wrong with your left leg?" I had tried my best to make myself appear normal, but I hadn't expected her to notice anyway. I casually kicked my foot and said, "I think a pebble got into my shoe." Song Jiwei glanced at my worn cloth shoes with holes in them. It was indeed easy for pebbles to get inside while walking. She then said, "Bring me the book. Reflections on Life from the cabinet." Enduring the pain in the sole of my foot, I walked naturally to the wardrobe to look for the book. It wasn't on the top two shelves, so I turned my attention to the third shelf. She reminded me, "Don't touch that shirt. The book is on the fourth shelf." The army green shirt was folded so neatly that it looked like it was being preserved as a keepsake. Of course, I didn't touch it. I took Reflections on Life from the fourth shelf and handed it to Song Jiwei. Song Jiwei opened the book, revealing several banknotes of different denominations tucked inside. She took out a 10 yuan note and handed it to me. "Go buy yourself a pair of shoes." I quickly waved my hand and refused. "No need. Uncle and Annie will settle my wages today," Song Jiwei said firmly, leaving no room for refusal. "Take it. You've been taking care of me. I should at least do this much." I had no choice but to accept it, thanked her politely, and hurried out of the ward with the thermos. Secretary Jung had already been waiting in the corridor for quite a while. The moment I stepped out, he pulled me into the stairwell. "Student Fu Cyan, what exactly is going on? You and Captain Song already knew each other. Why have you never mentioned it?" Feeling embarrassed, I answered honestly. "Secretary Jung, I wasn't trying to deceive you. Captain Song and I have only met a few times. We're not familiar with each other. When I ran into Captain Song at the social dance, I had planned to tell her my identity. But I was afraid of causing trouble for you. So I thought I'd just finish the dance and stay away from her afterward. I never expected that just 2 dances with Captain Song would lead to all this." Holding the sandals, Secretary Jung said, "It wasn't just those 2 dances. And then there was the song Sweet Honey you sang. The entire room had their eyes on you. I can tell Captain Song is serious. After she's discharged, she'll definitely go looking for Hao Yang. If she asks around the pediatrics department, she'll find out that someone impersonated Hao Yang at the social dance." Secretary Jung asked in confusion, "Why can't you just tell Captain Song the truth? And you'll still be going to the hospital to take care of Captain Song. She'll find out sooner or later. Why not just tell her?" I said with a troubled expression. Secretary Jung, at the social dance, Captain Song and I barely exchanged a few words. We hardly interacted. We've actually spent more time together now than we did back then. I really never expected things would end up like this." Secretary Jung got straight to the point. "It's because she never saw your face. And that day, you left a very good impression on Captain Song. That's why she's determined to get to the bottom of it. If she had seen your face and gotten to know you a little, she might not have been so persistent. He had also noticed in the hospital room that Captain Song's attitude toward me while I was feeding her was perfectly ordinary. It was obvious she wasn't nearly as attentive as she had been toward Hao Yang. I frowned and thought it over. If Song Jiwei found out that the person she admired was actually the one she had once disliked the most, what would happen? My reputation had only just begun to recover. Professor Z had even introduced me to a translation job. Everything was finally moving in the right direction. I really didn't want all my efforts to go to waste. I took Secretary Zheng's hand and pleaded. Secretary Zheng, please keep this a secret for me. Captain Song won't be discharged for about another month. Maybe by then she'll have forgotten all about this. Hopefully, Captain Song will gradually forget about it. Seeing that there was no better solution, Secretary Zheng nodded and asked, then what should we do with these things? I waved my hand and said, Secretary Zheng, I definitely can't take these things back with me. Otherwise, they'll discover everything. Please keep them for me for the time being. I still have to go to the newspaper office today for my translator interview. After saying goodbye to Secretary Zheng, Song Jiwei lay in her hospital bed, reading the military newspaper the guard had brought. Halfway through, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. If Comrade Hao Yang really had someone he liked, then while she was hospitalized, what if he ended up with that person? Her usually calm expression became restless. At that moment, a nurse walked in to change Song Jiwei's four. When she came to replace Captain Song's four, she had overheard the conversation between Secretary Zheng and Captain Song outside the room. As she slowly changed the four, she kept sneaking glances at Captain Song. But Song Jiwei's cold demeanor made the nurse hesitate to speak. Still, thinking about the Comrade Hao Yang mentioned by Captain Song and Secretary Zheng, she finally gathered her courage. Captain Song, may I ask, is the Comrade Hao Yang you mentioned? Sun Hao Yang from the pediatrics department. Song Jiwei looked up in surprise and asked, you know him? The nurse immediately replied excitedly, of course I do. Sun Hao Yang and I graduated from the same school and are good friends. If he hadn't had his appendix removed and was resting at home, I would have called him over already. She never expected that Captain Song would be interested in Sun Hao Yang. The nurse asked curiously. Captain Song, Hao Yang never mentioned you to me. Did Secretary Zheng introduce the two of you? Song Jiwei paused before replying. No. We met at the military-civilian networking event held by your hospital. The nurse thought for a moment and asked, do you mean the networking event on the 26th? Didn't Comrade Hao Yang just have surgery yesterday? The nurse also sensed that something was off. It was on the 26th, she replied. He was supposed to attend the military-civilian social dance, but he suddenly came down with acute appendicitis and couldn't make it. A frown instantly creased Song Jiwei's usually calm face. Are you sure you remembered the date correctly? The nurse answered confidently, absolutely. Since Hao Yang couldn't attend, Secretary Zheng was worried there wouldn't be enough people for the event, so he found someone to attend in Hao Yang's place. Almost every nurse in the inpatient department knows about it. So the person who danced with her at the social dance wasn't Comrade Hao Yang, but someone else entirely. No wonder Hao Yang had reacted that way toward her. Song Jiwei asked, do you know who attended in Hao Yang's place? The nurse shook her head. I don't know. Secretary Zheng was the one who found the substitute. Only he knows. She hadn't expected that the person Captain Song had fallen for would be the one who attended in Hao Yang's place. Her excitement had been for nothing. Song Jiwei pressed her lips together tightly. The face from her dream flashed through her mind it was mine. But she quickly dismissed the thought. I didn't even know Secretary Jung, so I couldn't possibly have been the substitute. After returning to the Song residence and changing my clothes, I took the recommendation letter Professor Z had written for me and headed to the newspaper office. After asking the receptionist where Director Mao's office was, I went upstairs to the second floor. The publishing house had many foreign novels and literary works scheduled for publication, so they had contacted several schools in Beijing, hoping to recruit teachers or students with strong foreign language skills. Outside Director Mao's office, there were already several recommended translators waiting. Besides recommendation letters, they were also carrying samples of their previous translations. I glanced over and was surprised to see the very familiar people at the front. They were Pei Jiaoyou and Editor Li from the newspaper. I even heard Pei Jiaoyou call Editor Li aunt, so they really were relatives.